Hey guys, welcome back to the OCA podcast with your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight, totally on time, all of us, is Reese2753.
I'm like the brave little toaster, only more visually impaired. That's what I was looking for.
Okay, FDDNM.
And then Prism's 2753.
Dan, okay, great guys, great job. All right. So, it's been a very eventful week. I thought I got banned from Facebook today. And, you know, you can't really blame me for feeling that, given everything that's going on. Oh. We also have Rob Zombie.
So,
hey, how's it going?
good evening, everyone, to another podcast where it's not a sustainable schedule because of reasons. Well,
Okay.
I thought
not
you were
knowing what
dead.
people are talking about, it came back
Apparently, it is sustainable.
at a ramen shop. Posted a video on that on my channel. Have not seen Vexille,
Okay.
and I still can't hear anyone because of my properties.
Okay.
Decided to change up the view. Why? Because I'm working on part 3 of the collection video. Part 2 has been filmed.
Gorilla Rough.
I take it Brad's doing like yeah, you just keep talking, so I'll keep talking.
Okay. All right. So what happened today
Your wife's
is
great. Come back and the audio settings are not set.
I'm gonna mute him until he gets it sorted out. All right. So what happened today? In order for me to watch,
how dare you?
in order for me to watch Vexille, I needed to watch it on Kiss Anime in order to get the English dub. Because again, the torrent that I got, because all my stuff is in the storage unit, the torrent that I got was Japanese with Farsi subtitles, right? So I did this janky ass setup of playing it on Kiss Anime in English, and then full screening VLC's download of the Blu-ray with the volume turned all the way down, and it worked like remarkably well considering how difficult it was to sync it up. But once you had it there, you're like, well, I can't get up to P, but it works.
We needed an improvise, adapt, overcome video clip. For
that. So while I'm watching it, Brave just completely quit. And I guess it crashed so catastrophically that it logged me out of everything. Like all my cookies were just obliterated, right? And then I tried to add another article to the Facebook doc, and I go over to Facebook and I'm like, I'm not logged in. This is weird. So I go to log in and I put in my email and it says, there is no account associated with this email. And I'm like, I got banned, but turned out I don't know what the hell is wrong with it because I didn't change the email. They give me that warning. I put in the password, and then it did the 2-step authentication, and I was in. So apparently, I didn't get banned yet. But you know, yeah. I see. The thing is that YouTube in the past has shut down people's accounts that don't have any content on them. Viewers have been shut down for putting certain videos in their playlists. Meaning, like, if you like a video, or back in the day you favored a video, it goes into a playlist. Therefore, it's associated with you in the sense that you at least interacted with it, and YouTube says, no, that's wrong, think, and will ban your account for watching and putting content into a playlist, right? So
how dare you enjoy content on our platform that we allow you to watch?
So while you say like I'm not, you're not big enough yet, they're not going to ban you because they don't, you're a small fry or whatever. They banned people for less, so I wouldn't be surprised. And word on the street is that Parler's about to get taken down because they use Amazon's servers, and whoever controls the account related to Amazon on Twitter is making a fuss. So
yeah, it's really funny you say that because I can see on Twitter and other places they're all gloating, being like, "Oh well, Twitter, it's a private business. I thought you conservatives, I thought you all were all into letting a private business do what it wants." It's like, well, yes. However, they're not also supposed to at the same time suppress the competition. That's
right. Right, and being a monopoly,
yeah,
right? Of course, yeah.
Come on now.
My favorite thing about this is how many times I've seen Ron Toye retweet someone says, "It's okay, conservatives. Just think of Twitter like a Christian bakery that doesn't want to bake a gay cake." It's like, oh, that's funny because you made them do that. Like, so let's turn that on you.
Yeah, it's like that analogy through, did you guys?
Right. Anyway. Which again, I fully support Twitter's right to ban whoever they want off the platform, even though it does violate Section 230 and they should be able to be sued for it, on the grounds that other platforms should not be throttled and destroyed because of fucking cancel culture. Anyway, so oh my God, Lance wants to join later. You may if you're still around. And Weird Burger says he's late. Actually, you're not. We're right on time, brother. Okay, so jumping right into it. How's everyone doing?
We're doing.
A little tired. Been driving for a while. Got back about 2 hours later. 2 hours earlier.
Not to diminish how tired you are. I'm sure you're very tired. But last night when I went to bed, I worked all night getting the articles all ready. I've been working on the Adolf Hitler of Africa video. And it's been very fun, but it's taking away so much time that I should be spending on other things like the podcast.
I'm missing the setup because that does sound funny.
Yeah, it's very funny. So the video is hysterical.
Well, you'll like it better when you see the polished video compared to yeah.
So anyway, I've been working on that like way too much because I haven't gone back to work yet because of the COVID worker. But I should be going back on Tuesday. But I've been working on that, so it's taken up so much of my time, and it's like I just want to get a certain part of the thing to a point that I can not feel like I'm still in the middle of it, so that I don't come away from it and then come back and forget to have
you want
taken care of something. Yeah, exactly. I like for instance, one of the things that I'm doing with it, I'm using a Snapchat camera filter. So I have to actually go through frame by frame and then save over with the Snapchat filter. Hold on 1 second. I need to grab. All right. I need to grab your avatar screen for editing's sake, but I got it. So it's cool. Anyway, so I'm using the Snapchat filter. So like I have to go frame by frame of like 124 frame clip and like do a screenshot of the filter applied over the person, right? And just for the record, I might actually take that out because it might be funnier the way it's set up without the filter on it. But anyway, the point is like you can't stop at frame 80. You know what I mean? Like you have to commit and get all the way through it because the settings could change. Like if the computer, which happens all the fucking time, people come in here and turn off this light by hitting the switch, and it turns off the power to my computer, and my computer dies. So it's like I can't stop in the middle of it, you know. Anyway, so working on that has been a joy. Don't get me wrong, but last night I'm like, oh man, I'm like working on all the articles, and there's kind of a lot to go through. Not that we're going to cover so much, but I go through them, and then I get up to grab my phone to go to bed, and my alarm to get up went off. So not to say that you're not also tired, Augie, but I'm just saying I can relate. Anyway, so jumping in here.
I've studied like that as well, so I know exactly what you're going through.
I just remember like in college, like, oh, okay, the project's finally done. Now I can go to bed. I go up to my room and I go to hit the light switch to turn off the lights, only to find out that they were already off. And the light that was in the room I thought I was turning off was the sun. You know, that was me all the time. Yeah. All right, so if you guys want to support the Open Chest Anime Podcast, you can do so with the OCA Podcast Patreon. We've also got, and I'll be real with you right now. I've sunk at least 50 hours into the Adolf Hitler in Africa video so far, and I'm really kicking myself that I won't be charging you guys for it because it's fucking great. Anyway, so you can also help. Well, if you guys want to, if you like, I don't want to change my policy willy-nilly on it, but if you guys want to support that video, you just send me a super chat after you see it because it's pretty great. Anyway,
wait a minute. Have you been watching Bruce 2 films?
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, never mind.
Moving on. There's also Stealth Weeb, by the way. I gotta let you know that I got a message from the company I'm using, and this shirt, the base shirt that I print that logo on, is being discontinued. Okay, so if you want this shirt in that color, jump on it. All right, it's gonna be gone soon. I will try to find another fulfillment service that I can hopefully integrate with this, because that's how I'm going to get some of those My Hero Academia designs back up. And if I'm able to, I will get this design back up. But the specific color that is the default color for this design, the Robinson Miss Kobayashi Dragon Maid shirt, is being discontinued from at least, the current provider I'm using, and it's the only long sleeve yellow shirt that they have.
That's like the first time you've gotten that name right in English.
Yeah, you know how I did that? I literally read it from the product description right there. That's how I didn't fuck it up. So, anyway, yeah, and I still haven't changed Mr. Donut to Master Donut. All right, and I will acknowledge and appreciate Reese's contribution to our combined accounts, which, by the way, I think once YouTube does ban me, that we might lose all of that money. So, yeah. All right. So Kyoto Animation's arsonist says which scene he felt copied his work and incited the attack.
Oh,
This would be
good thing we didn't let him die.
Yeah, I know. You wouldn't have wanted to let him die without us knowing the secret. So, an incredibly brief Tsurune meat shopping scene aired exactly 8 months before the arson attack. Exactly 8 months? Like he timed it out to the fucking day? Shinji Aoba, the arsonist who set fire at animation production company Kyoto Animation's Fushimi studio in the summer of 2019, has admitted that, damn, that was so long ago, has admitted that his goal in the attack was to kill as many people as he could. The reason for his rage, as he shouted as he was being taken into custody on the day of the incident, is that he felt Kyoto Animation had stolen one of his ideas and used it in one of their anime without crediting or compensating him. Alba isn't a scriptwriter by trade, but he had submitted an entry to Kyoto Animation's periodic novel writing competition, which is open to amateur authors and issues awards that sometimes include publishing and anime adaptation details. I believe that's how Love Chunibyo and Other Delusions got created. Though Kyoto Animation confirmed that it had received a submission from Alba, the company added that it was removed from awards consideration after the first round of judges' evaluations, and that it had, quote, no similarity to any Kyoto Animation works. During the arson investigation, it came to light that Alba felt Kyoto Animation had stolen his work for use in its Tsurune TV anime, which premiered in 2018. And is itself an adaptation of a novel series by author Kotoko Ayano.
Well, why is it bring Kotoko Ayano then?
Well, I don't know. Maybe the specific scene isn't in the novels by Kotoko.
I don't even remember the scene, and I watched the series, so I mean,
I have never seen the series, and I'm totally lost.
The point I was trying to make was like it's such a. I mean, I don't. It's such a like
subtle
scene that like.
Forgettable.
What was the point of this? It's like, oh, I'm just going to the butcher shop. What the fuck? They stole my idea.
Yeah.
He really did have mental problems, if that's what drove him to it.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say,
Really?
he's like this guy, like this is this guy's life. Like he goes to a butcher shop right? And he never sees anybody else there, so he thinks that the butcher shop is not something that normal people do, right? Because usually there's not a line at the butcher shop. Usually, they serve a lot of customers, but not usually clumped together, right? So he starts writing it into his novel like, this is fucking brilliant, butcher shop episode, right? And then it happens, and he's like, son of a bitch, are you kidding me? Like, that's a pretty good. I wish that I had.
Now
the
where
scene
I'm
on
at, our grocery stores have their own meat counter, so we don't actually have butcher shops.
That's what I was picturing in my head, because that's where I go.
I was hoping this whole artisan movement with Twitter a few years ago would revive the butcher shop, but apparently that only exists in big cities. So, well.
I mean, I got a butcher shop down the street from the house I'm staying in right now. They have a giant bull.
It's called your garage.
Now, AC, are you sure your grandmother isn't living in one of the Brady houses that has the Brady butcher down the street?
No. I think it's a perfectly normal butcher shop right next to a CVS pharmacy and a
California
chiropractor.
butcher shop. That's completely different.
As long as it's not right next door to a morgue, you should be good.
It's all vegan.
Don't
Okay, so where was I? During the arson investigation, it came to light that Aoba felt Kyoto Animation had stolen his work for its use in a Tsurune TV anime, which premiered in 2018 as an adaptation of a novel series by author Kotoko Ayano. Kyoto Shimbun is now reporting that Aoba has indicated the specific scene that he feels was copied from his novel, with the arsonist saying, quote, "The thing Kyoto Animation copied from me was the scene in Tsurune when the main characters buy discounted meat." It's even more innocuous. It's like what they stole from me is when the characters went to school.
Basically, I was gonna say it's a good thing he didn't write a battle shonen whatever anime.
Dude, he should have gone. He
tournament.
Didn't go after One Punch Man, going after all those discounts. Old man says buying discount products at a grocery store is the thing you see all the time in slice of life anime. There was an entire series dedicated to the concept. Yes, it was titled One Punch.
Bento.
Okay,
we have the discount card on Throwaway.
So Tsurune, it should be noted, is not a cooking anime. The series follows a group of boys in The series follows a group of boys in a high school archery club. The discounted meat scene is a non-consequential moment that takes place in episode 5, which originally aired on November 18th, 2018, exactly 8 months before the arson attack took place. In the episode, teammates Minato and Nanao make a shopping run during a training retreat for the club. Minato proposes buying meat that's near its expiration date, since they'll be eating it all that day, and it's cheaper. And now compliments him on his clever thriftiness, and Minato deflects the praise by saying that it's something that he's used to from his family having a tight grocery budget. Then they talk a bit about how another member of the club, Kaito, has a gruff exterior, but is actually a really kind guy, and in his own way, actually a really kind guy in his own way underneath. From just about any angle, it's an overwhelmingly generic bundle of storytelling tropes and character archetypes, ones that have been established and repeated in hundreds of anime, stretching back dozens of TV seasons. Even the idea of picking out soon-to-expire items at a grocery store to stretch your budget is common knowledge in Japan, and the entire scene lasts just 2 minutes and 25 seconds. It's possible that Aoba's novel used a similar framing device to celebrate a character's subtle earnestness, and perhaps a desire to have his own self-perceived virtues recognized by others made the idea seem particularly personal to him. But, quote, character has good traits and... This is a great start. I'm already marbled. Character has good traits that nobody notices until they're revealed in an unexpected way is one of the most standard setups in anime. And so Aoba's claim that Kyoto Animation owed him a debt for that brief snippet of Tsurune is unlikely to earn him any leniency when punishment is handed down in his trial. All right. Whew, God damn. I'm going to put those glasses on now.
Glasses.
There's also an enormous silverfish that I keep looking at the corner in this room. I mean, it's monster. Like, it's on freaking like Minecraft silverfish scale.
I was gonna say it's from playing all that Minecraft.
You look like a carpenter.
I think he looks very dashing.
Yeah.
Anyway, the anime that they're talking about is available from Sentai Filmworks this past year.
You sound like you have a giant cloud of vape in your lungs when you said that.
And it has a new movie coming out too, which is actually bringing that up. It's funny that Kyoto Animation is making a movie for the series now.
Yeah. So I'm curious.
And they're gonna have 7 butcher shop scenes within that movie.
So I think that the worst part about the whole Kyoto Animation fire for me is that there may at some point on the internet somewhere exist the arsonist's novel, but it's in Japanese, so I could never find it and find out what it said.
Now knowing that, the show was okay. I mean, I watched the movie, but like knowing that, I kind of want to just get Tsurune, buy it to own it, just because of that.
Yeah, because fuck you to the arsonist.
Are you going to get the limited edition box?
No, I don't like those just because they take up a lot of extra space for fluff.
Fair enough.
All right. So Shuesha copyright strikes include fan art and employees. So right before starting the podcast, I got the Kazenshu article on this, which I am not going to read because it's too long. But it is in the description, or it's in the doc. If you guys want to read the Kazenshu one, this is going to be a little more elaborate. Yeah. So Shueisha has been enforcing their copyright policies in recent days. These recent copyright strikes have allegedly not only affected scans of their intellectual property, which is the purpose of the copyright strikes, but also fan art and at least one employee who has created official promotional material for the publisher. So this Twitter user was one of the people was one among the affected and shared the message they received from Shueisha. So here's the it says the message linked to over 60 alleged infringements of Shueisha's copyright of titles One Piece and Dragon Ball Super. So they said, "Dear Sir / Madam," I'm sorry, ma'am. It's ma'am, right? Like, dear ma'am.
Dear ma'am.
Shueisha Inc. conveys information and entertain millions each day through many forms of communication, including the printed word. As one of Japan's leading publishers, our publications encompass a wide range of subjects and genres, from manga equals comic, in case you're a dumb fuck, and entertainment magazines to literature, art, children's, and reference books. I, the undersigned, certify under penalty of perjury that I am an agent authorized to act on behalf of. Hold on, I have to talk now so that nobody clips this out of context. Shueisha. What's up?
Mike Glad says my sound is muffled, and I think it's because my webcam mic was the selected device, and no one called me out except Mike. I'm glad Mike could tell me that my mic was bad.
3 cheers for Mike Glad.
Now, I heard something about Mike and Robot Ninjas.
All right. Well. So anyway, they said the work in question is copyrighted Japanese manga artwork from the titles One Piece, Dragon Ball, Super, Dragon Ball, manga/Japanese artwork and characters published by Shueisha Inc. are being used without authorization. This is an unauthorized use and reproduction of original manga works. I have a good faith belief that the items or materials listed below are not authorized by the above owners, their agents, or the law, and therefore infringe the owner's rights. Please act expeditiously to remove or disable access to the infringing materials or items listed as follows: the images, videos, and or download links at the following URL. Blah blah blah. Right. So anyway, so that's what they were sending out to people. Now you got to understand, people on Twitter were having reply tweets taken down where they searched Dragon Ball or any type of character from Dragon Ball in Twitter's GIF search and replied with GIFs from Twitter's GIF search that happened to be Dragon Ball characters or One Piece characters. People are getting copyright struck for it on Twitter, right?
Wow.
So a copyright strike on Twitter is a little different from on YouTube. I don't know what the penalties are other than it just getting taken down. Maybe your account gets locked and you have to remove the stuff before they unlock it. I don't know. But obviously this is some bullshit. Now, I want to remind you that not too long ago, Japan changed copyright law. Remember?
Right.
They changed their copyright law in order to let them do shit like this. So this is fucking scary to think that they're already coming through here like that, you know?
Glad I'm not a manga channel.
Right? Anyway, continuing. Speaking of all that shit, Evangelion creators enter damage control mode following blowback to guidelines. With this clip here, if you build it, weebs will loot it. So what's the fastest way to get a target audience of geeks, gamers, and general weebs to immediately ignore and potentially boycott your product? Simple. Announce you are censoring porn. There is a strange correlation between popularity and porn, where the more popular a character is, the more they will be looted. After all, this is what saved Overwatch from death. Yeah, right? Like, but I love this. They're like, this is what saved Overwatch from death.
Like, typically the less popular something is, the more looted it is. Honestly, by my logic, it only makes sense.
Okay.
I'm
guessing that was sarcasm. Like you're saying that it's
like,
such a
apparently the more popular ones get looted the most. It's like, yeah, that's just nature. Why wouldn't it?
Well, Greenline 743 says Japan's still shooting themselves in the face. Wasn't it Toei who copyright struck themselves? Also, get yourself something nicer. Ooh. Now we've got a bidding war for the nice things I'm going to get. Special. I can't wait till YouTube bans my account and takes all that money for themselves. Okay, so where was I? So obviously, that you're not going to have the obscure random character from something nobody's ever heard of have the most porn of it, you know? Like, it's going to be the characters that are popular. Otherwise, their popularity is coming from their lootedness. Anyway, so as woke as the game has aspired to be, it has maintained a solid cast of thick and attractive characters, referring to Overwatch. A little Overwatch tangent here. When Studio Kara, the owners of Evangelion, released guidelines for how character art will be created and announced. Released guidelines for how character art will be created and announced these rules will be enforced thanks to cooperation from Pixiv, it wasn't exactly well received, to put it mildly. Not only did the announcement kill most of the hype for the project, but it actively created animosity from both Japanese and Western audiences towards the studio. After the initial blowback, the studio has responded via a Twitter thread where they effectively tell us to go pound sand. The censorship will remain. So this is what they said. Regarding the guidelines for fan creation of Evangelion announced the other day, I feel that only a part of it has been cut out and the intention has been distorted. So I would like to supplement it a little. First of all, this guideline does not regulate or prohibit fan activities, including their contents. We believe that fan activities arise from the feeling of favor and support for the work, and we have been supported by our fans for a long time. Going back in the past, we have never regulated or banned existing fan activities, and that attitude and thought, and that attitude and thoughts will not change in the future. We have released this because we think we need a basic policy so that everyone who is doing fan activities can enjoy it with peace of mind. The reason why I leave the ambiguity in the interpretation is that I do not want to hinder the free activities of the fans as much as possible. No, the reason you leave the ambiguity is so that you can take down whatever you want. It's a little difficult, but I would like each person to read the text, think carefully, and continue their activities at their own risk. We have received some inquiries, but as a general rule, we will not reply individually regarding interpretation and operation of this guideline. Being cracked down in a community of fans is what we don't want most. Okay, weird way of phrasing that. Thank you for reading to the end. Okay, great job. Okay, so no one likes to well, see, this is not a true statement here. No one likes totalitarians or fascists. I would argue that those who claim to not like totalitarians and fascists are, in fact, the ones who like them the most of the time. But contrary to what Studio Kara has said, no, their intentions are not being distorted. They wanted to cater to the puritanical crowd who have no interest in participating with their product on any level, and their real audience isn't going to tolerate it. Whatever that will translate into any meaningful action will be seen when the movie releases on January 23rd in Japan. As the Demon Hunter movie has broken the national record for the box office for an animated film, there will be no blaming the lockdowns for fears from COVID-19. If the showing isn't spectacular, it is either because of the lack of innate quality and or the blowback from their censorious decisions. Yep, so there you go. It will be interesting to see those numbers. What do you guys think? Do you think that it's going to be a hit? I mean, because it's the finale, right?
Yeah, it'll probably do well.
Old Man says, Sony also struck down their own Last of Us 2 video in May. They were striking so many channels for spoilers that they ended up striking their own channel. So you got to do your due diligence and whitelist your own shit. All right. So before we get into pickups, an anime and video game voice actor who nobody had ever heard of before passed away at 43. May he rest in peace, whoever he is. He voiced characters I've never heard of. I'm guessing this is Griffon in Devil May Cry 5. See, when I saw this, I'm like, oh no, he was the guy that looks like FDM. But no, I think he's this bird creature. Scratchman Apu in One Piece.
Oh.
Daz in Attack on Titan. Cormag in Fire Emblem Heroes. Shisami in Dragon Ball Super. So he's the red guy that in Resurrection of F, the red like demon horned guy that fights on Frieza's force.
So he voices additional characters in 100 anime.
So there's three roles in anime. You're either a lead, your additional characters, or your additional character who happens to be named in the credits. Right? This guy is that one. No, but seriously, it's a shame that he died. I don't know what he died of. Did they say? This is the thing that everybody was posting the thumb of not the thumb. What do you call it?
The candle.
The emoji. The candle emoji for.
And half the comments was like, "Oh God, I hope it's not Sean Schimmel or Chris Sabat."
They were saying they hope it's not.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
all right. Yeah. No, you did say not, but I was emphasis on purpose. All right. Anyway, so you guys want to do some pickups?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You looking at them? See them? See my pickups?
Hot.
Surfing draws. This arrived for me. Do you want to take a gander or random guess, Reese, what this might be?
2 Emma Kickstarters in one box?
I'll give you a hint.
I can't even see it.
I can't even.
Shout fracking. Oh, you motherfucker. I hate you.
Yeah, my family was quite mad. They're like, why do you have a box of DVDs? I'm like, I have a box of
a DVD
posters.
God damn it.
So it's actually I have 2 of them. That's why it's so
You bought 2 copies?
I did.
Of what?
Asshole. Why?
Come on, I got a knife in my pocket.
What, did you buy two just to open one and then just to hold on to one?
No, one of them's a steelbook and one of them's not.
Oh, okay.
What is this? Insert anime here that you're about to show us?
It is insert anime here.
Wow, does insert anime here have a lot of additional voices?
Not really.
Not more than any other anime. There you are.
Oh, okay, that.
And apparently, pre-ordering them both gave me these.
Yeah, you
sick
got the
posters,
poster. That's
which
awesome.
I'm actually pretty hyped about that. I got two of them because now I have a poster I can actually put up and another poster I can keep
How
just
big
in
is
case
that
the one I
poster?
put up ever gets.
How big is that poster?
I mean, you can see it in the camera.
I mean, I guess
Well,
that'd be the width of it then. Not that big.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, so there's that one, and now, by the way, did you get yours yet?
No, I'm my Demon Slayer Part 2 and the 2 Haruhi novels, and also I think new My Hero Academia novel is holding up that order. That's the only thing in that order.
You bought yours on Right Stuff. Okay. 'Cause
Yeah,
I
that's
bought
the
mine
only
from
thing in
Shop
that order
Factory.
that's in stock at Right Stuff, and I was like, come
Yeah.
on!
Well, I want to know when you get it if they fixed. I'm sure they didn't. If they fixed the Jigen voice actor in the Letitia.
Oh, you mean yeah.
I'm sorry,
Zenigata.
That's what I
Yeah,
meant to say.
on Letitia. Well, you can check yours.
Oh, that's interesting. Why is the steelbook in a?
Bubble
Extra.
mill.
Extra protection. Oh, that's sexy.
It's so gorgeous. I'll just remind you guys.
Is it embossed? Or is it all flat?
It's flat.
Oh,
Much like myself.
hot.
I'll just remind you guys that Reese was the one. He manifested this into being by thinking on the podcast. It would be so nice if this was a steelbook, and they did it. Is this the actual? This isn't even. Is this?
It's the exact same image. Yeah.
It is, right? Okay.
Because it's got the Bruston Diary in the background, and yeah. Were
It
you?
looks weird with the English.
Would you
The
do
English
the-
title feels so uninspired.
I fucking hate that title. Yeah. Have you seen? Will you do me a favor? Will you do me just a favor, AC?
Yes.
Will you open that up?
The steelbook?
Yes.
I won't open the steelbook. I'll open the other one. You bought the steelbook, right?
I wanted to see what's on the back of it. I like my curiosity is killing me. but I guess I'll have to wait. God damn it.
Yeah. All right. Anybody else have pickups they want to share?
I have nothing. I'm not at
Mike-
home.
Mike Glad says, amazingly, Augie has come back from the dead. I guess that means she's very holy, especially when it comes to Sundays.
Miss Augie, do you have Miss Augie, do you have anything to say about that? I meant to click on his window and it
So
removed.
what's going on again? Right now I'm dealing with some people dying. I'm amazed that Augie has come back from the dead. I guess that means she. I guess that refers to AC's sick-mindedness of putting my face on a female body without consent here.
When have I ever done that?
Oh, just look at the thumbnails of past podcasts.
I think we just put Vanna White. I don't think I put your face on her, did I? If I did,
No,
your-
you put
put
my
your-
face on it.
You put her
But
face.
let me fade away. That way I
You
can
put
take care of
his
some
face
stuff.
on
One of my
Vanna White's
relatives
body
died,
from
so
now on.
I'll be right back.
All right. So,
All right.
should I pull up the baby photos? Speaking of non-consenting. All right. So, does anybody else have any pickups they want to share?
Nope. I don't have
All
any.
right.
All right.
All right. Here we go then.
I should have something next week.
All right.
That's
I
something
probably
fun.
won't have anything for a while. Got to get a job first before I can start spending money on these things.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I saw this, a interesting Kickstarter project that I wanted to bring it to people. It's not that expensive. I'm thinking about getting it, but I don't know what I would use it for. So basically,
That's kind of the boat I'm in.
well,
What is it? Oh,
okay.
this is
So
like constantly-
this little dongle thingy plugs in. It's an HDMI, plugs into your thing, and then I guess through Bluetooth it connects to your laptop or your computer, and then you can use your computer screen as your monitor for the game you're playing. The only problem is, I don't know any consoles that take HDMI, right? So I
All
need
of
to
them
like,
take HDMI.
I would need to like get it. I don't even know if this would work.
Would
I'd,
it
like, buy
work for
this
a
thing.
Blu-ray player?
Yes. Yeah.
Actually, it probably would, and then you could take screenshots that way.
No.
Could you?
It's,
Wait,
you
you
can.
could. You could. Because
Yeah.
they show it running on OBS.
Yeah, they use it as a virtual webcam on OBS, so you can hook it through that way. In fact, I could use this to stream gameplay to the
You could stream
the podcast.
Blu-rays to OBS.
Like if we all had this, we could 4-player game something on the podcast potentially. I'm not saying that we're going to do that, but that's an option. See, the reason that I'm bringing this up is because I have some game footage that it would be better if I had from for a video that's probably a long time in the sorry. First of all, Mike Ladd says my bad, Aki. And then Greenline 743 says that's why his voice is deeper. The nuns made him drop his balls.
Oh god.
Okay.
Greenlight.
So anyway,
Greenlight 743, sole proprietor on OCA Podcast LLC. He has the golden chair in the office.
Yes. So anyway, I'm thinking about getting this. I didn't look at it too closely because what I'm thinking is I don't know how it works, but if it works the way I would like it to, I'd be able to plug this into a dongle sort of setup, like that would go like a converter, right? From HDMI to what do you call it?
USB-C.
No. This is Bluetooth. I don't need to plug it in. But I would be able to do it from HDMI to like whatever the fucking PlayStation 2 uses, right? And then I would be able to record some of the stuff that I need for certain videos. Anyway, so if anybody is interested in looking at this and wants to get back to me,
how much is it?
$39 for it's called the Shadowcast, right? It's only $39 for a Shadowcast. But then there's like get a yellow edition. Okay. 99 for the
what is like 1080p 30, I think.
Is there a party pack edition where you get 5 of them and for like a fraction of the price?
I mean, they're not that expensive. That's why I'm thinking about it. But anyway, I just thought I'd bring it up because it's kind of cool, and it's one of those things where it's like if you're somebody like me, there are uses for this device, which I recommend you guys just watch the video, which is cringe as shit, but at least it tells you what it does. There are uses for this device outside of what their intended purpose is that would be very valuable for me, right? So I just thought I would share it with you guys. Anyway, I want to keep moving on, and I'll come back to this.
Kind of makes you wonder if there would be like software or something in it that would limit it only to those 2 consoles and not be able to do outside of what it's intended to do.
Now, because it's sending through Bluetooth, I don't think it has HTCP or whatever.
I don't know how it works, guys. Let me just be real. I don't know how it works. I think that the guys who made it had a Switch and a PlayStation 4, and that's why they're saying it'll work for Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 5.
It's because those are the most popular consoles.
Yeah, it's probably something like it's probably an SEO thing, but I'd like to get it and just play around with it because again, it's not that expensive. and if it works, it could be really valuable to have, for some different things that I'd want to do.
Well, this is presumably going to be sold after the Kickstarter, right?
Presumably, yeah, but I would still like to just get one and forget about it, and then have
It's
it
not
shipped
going
to
to
me.
get released for like presumably, I don't know, a year, like every
Couple
Kickstarter.
years, yeah. Anyway,
So I'll wait that
I'm-
year, and then I'll probably have money to throw around at it.
yeah, I you know what? Look, I'll just put it this way. I wanted to point this out in case anybody's interested. You can check it out. Anyway, I'm going to keep going. All right, so Wonder Festival 2021 Winter has been canceled after a new state of emergency declaration in Japan. So this is what I thought this was pretty funny. So the committee explained that due to the government limiting larger sized events to just 5,000 people, Wonder Festival 2021 Winter could not take place as the number of exhibitors alone is close to 6,500, right? So they're like, yeah, we can't do this. Anyway, that's sad to hear. Moving on. Kaguya-sama live action film sequel is coming in August 20th, 2021. And before I go to the next article, so you guys know that we watched Vexille for this podcast. By the way, I want to address something real quick. So I wish I had a button that would I could click it and then it would go to me. As you guys know, I recorded a 6-hour long review. And I opened up that project file because I wanted to refamiliarize myself with the stuff from Vexille. And number one, I want to acknowledge that I loved the title of the last podcast, Reese, because I thought it was funny to link it with Cyberpunk 2077. But the thing is that the actual Japanese title for Vexille is Vexille 2077. So it kind of breaks our not just using the title of the movie for our podcast title. It's got a longer title. It's like Japan, like something or other at the end of it.
Vexille Japan 277.
No, it's Vexille 2077 Nihon something or other. Like it has a subtitle after the 2077. Anyway, so I'm watching that, and by the way, I think the review was actually closer to 5 hours, maybe not 6 hours. I don't remember. I couldn't watch it. Something to do with the newer versions of Premiere or like variable frame rates and the old camera I was using. All the footage was like molasses, like super slow. Like I was, and I tried to. I thought it was the playback because it's such a long comp and there's so many things of footage in there. So I tried to render it as an audio file just so that I had just audio and I could listen to it. And when I got back after I left the house for a couple hours, the audio file was 5 hours of that molasses slow. So I don't know. I did watch it though, and I found something that I would have forgotten, and I've updated the doc for this. You ready for this?
Quick, hold on. Oh, God damn it.
Sorry. Universal acquired Vexille for a live action movie in 2013. And I had completely forgot about this. Just throwing that out there. I'm sure that they're not actually making it now. Like it's been several years. There's been no development. It would be a little bit too on the nose to release it after 2020.
Oh yeah.
I found it. It's Vexille 2077 Japan National Isolation.
Yes,
that's the English.
That's the title.
That's the English title. English
Anyway.
translation, I guess.
But yeah, just throwing this out there that that Vexille had a once upon a time in English.
Did you update
live action
the live
movie.
action
I
doc
did.
with that?
I did.
Okay.
All right, moving on. Retro Crush adds the entire City Hunter anime franchise and more.
Sweet.
G Kids announces an English dub for Night is Short, Walk On Girl, HBO Max premiere.
Okay,
So for
they're
the premiere,
not announcing the dub. They're just announcing that it's premiering on HBO Max. We've known about the dub for a while.
Okay. About to say.
they're announcing that the dub is premiering. Yes.
Yep.
Because the dub wasn't in the theater release.
Okay. It won't be
correct.
getting, it'll be
Yeah.
just going straight to HBO Max.
Yes. Armor Shop for Ladies and Gentlemen Season 1 is now live on Crunchyroll. Now, I think this is quite funny because I like the idea, like for ladies and it's like I just like picture like Victoria's Secret armor edition is what I'm getting from this. It's like it's a
I
bunch
wouldn't
of
be
real.
surprised if that was a run.
Well, so the reason that it's important that season 1 is now live on Crunchyroll is because they already had season 2 for a little bit, and now they've got season 1.
that's weird.
And in other news, season 2, just so you can see more of the scantily clad armor that they sell at this sex shop, masquerading as an armor store.
Ooh la la.
This is
You see the pieces of
4-minute episodes. No wonder. Okay.
They're all
So-
wearing
so
pretty
old-
much clothing.
Old Old man is saying you can get an HDMI to USB for $20 on
Does
on
it
Amazon.
work the
Yes,
exact same?
Sweet.
but the thing is that it's not about HDMI to USB. It's about being able to capture it on as a camera in OBS on your computer for the sake of recording gameplay footage for consoles easily.
Well, no,
right?
it could theoretically work the same way if it recognizes it as a device. So
Right.
if that works, then hey, I might consider that because I can get now, and it's honestly probably more stable.
Well,
than
so
Bluetooth.
here's something else that's really cool about this though is I could plug in a dongle to an HDMI micro, and I could plug that into my camera and see what my camera sees on my computer. These are the kind of like abundant supply like type things I could do. I could do a lot with it. So I brought it up. I really don't want to get hung up on it forever though. Oh yeah. By the way, this is I read it earlier in my head. I didn't say it out loud. Oh, get a job. Just get a job. Why don't I strap on my job helmet and squeeze down into a job cannon and fire off in a job land where the jobs grow on jobbies? Right. This is Charlie from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Speaking of getting a job, that quote came to mind. Yes, I actually watched that episode not too long ago. Okay, so he's saying that it does capture as a camera. Okay, well, I might get both just so I see which one's better. I feel like the Bluetooth one could have uses for me in a business sense in the future.
But like streaming, is it going to compress the footage and everything?
So here's the thing. Only 1080p at 30 frames per second, though. It's like, okay, well, yes, I would prefer 60 frames per second because I'm only going to make this stuff to go on videos. But 30 frames per second is plenty for me, for what I need. Anyway, so continuing here. Let me not cuck myself out of the stream. 16 years worth of One Piece manga now free to read online to celebrate series 1000th chapter. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Unfortunately, they're all in Japanese. The point here is the 1000th chapter. Hooray, One Piece! You got to 1000 chapters and still haven't found the One Piece.
Hooray! It's like DuckTales.
Demon Slayer.
Pirates and humans.
Demon Slayer Mugen Train becomes the most attended film of all time in Japan. So Mugen Train became the most attended film of all time in Japan with 25.48 million tickets sold for the film. Mugen Train has also topped the box office charts for a historic 12th week in a row. I'm pretty sure that 11 weeks in a row had never been done before. Right? Like, I'm pretty sure when it got to 10 weeks, they're like, wow, it's the first movie, of three. Like, it's the third, I think it said it's the third or fourth movie to have been able to do it. Yeah. Right? And now it's like, well, fuck that goal. We're going to the moon and back, So they had an interesting tidbit here. It says, if one person equals one ticket in Japan, then over 20% of Japan's population would have seen Mugen Train, or more than the entire population of Australia. Now the thing is, we know it's not actually one ticket for one person because a lot of people have seen it like 30 times. But they also said, but this coming week may be the last week of highs for the film, as Prime Minister Suga announced on January 4th that it may declare I guess Prime Minister Suga is an a new state of emergency for the greater Tokyo region by the end of the week. While the government may try and take cinemas off the list of venues to be asked to close, residents will be asked to stay at home after 8 p.m. and not go out unnecessarily. Speaking of which, Dan, we still need to figure out if there's any drive-in movies around us that are playing Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
Because I think that I mean, it's not the movie I'd want to go to a drive-in movie to go see. Like if we're because I kind of have this thing where it's like, okay, I really want to go see a 4DX movie, but I want it to be a special movie. You know, like I wanted to see the Detective Conan movie when they were doing that at Anime Expo, but we had to get tickets for that, and I didn't know about that. And then it's like, okay, well, yes, let's do My Hero Academia Heroes Rising, and then that kind of fell through because Duo didn't want to sit in the car with me for 3 hours. And now it's like, okay, well, I can't think of anything else that would actually go to theaters, though, come to think of it, in a drive-in. So we probably have to do Monster Hunter, come to think of it. Because, like, the art house shit that only gets, like, a limited screening, they're not even going to do that at a drive-in movie. So, anyway, we should try to make that happen, because that'd be a fun video.
Speaking of films, were you the one that bought the Shrek film reel for $1,400?
Why would I buy Shrek for $1,400?
It's on a film reel.
Okay. Why would I want a film reel version of Shrek and not the digital version that they produced through rendering out of DreamWorks pipeline?
That's the thing.
You can go through and make a 4K edition with your skills.
The 16. No, I wouldn't, because the 16 millimeter version is a pixel print of the render. It is inherently a flawed, lower resolution copy. There's no way I would.
Did they make a 4K Shrek yet?
Let's hope not.
They see it's your calling. That and also explain.
But
thank you for the explanation, AC.
Well,
I think what Augie's talking
if they're
about
going to make something on film, they have to render it first out of the computer. It's going to be a digital format compressed onto
the film.
There's a magnet. There's a magnet in a MacBook that catches my my cap, my beer cap.
I think that Augie's talking about that picture he saw on Twitter that was the eBay listing.
From Femboy Films. Yes. I didn't buy it.
He was only pointing that out. And by the way, there is a Shrek 4K, so literally there's no reason to even get the film.
Somebody bought that for the meme of it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Here we go.
That is way too expensive for that low brow of a joke. Well.
Evangelion 3.333, you cannot redo IMAX screenings temporarily suspended. Okay, so I know they say there's only 4 rebuild films, but they're sure milking this shit. So the IMAX screenings for Evangelion 3.333, you cannot redo a new version of the 3rd installment in the rebuild of Evangelion tetralogy film series, Evangelion 3.0, you cannot redo, is temporarily suspended due to a serious work deficiency. Whatever the fuck serious work deficiency means, 3.333 is a more advanced version of 3.33. Which was a recalibrated version for the DVD and Blu-ray release in April 2013 of the 3.0 version. It was reshot, don't know what reshot means in this case, and partially retaken in 2K under the full supervision of Hideaki Anno.
Retaken?
The general director, and was scheduled to be screened in Japanese IMAX theaters from today, January 8th to whatever, to the 22nd, doesn't matter. Anyway, so this is what they wrote. The official website, their statement, they said, the visuals and audio materials for the IMAX screenings of Evangelion 3.333, you cannot redo, which was scheduled to be released on January 8th, were delivered by Kara to the IMAX Corporation. Then, a serious work deficiency due to some audio tracks not being reflected was found in the process of finishing the film to IMAX specifications. We are sorry to inform you.
Why don't they, not fiddle around with it and just hand it to the people at the theater?
We're almost entering Kubrick levels of working on film here.
Well, no, they're they partially retook in 2K, which apparently it wasn't done in 2K initially.
Wait for the 10K
okay,
release.
no, hold on. It's phrased.
IMAX is 10K.
Hold on. 3.333 is a more advanced version of 3.33, and then this subsection here is about that, right? So which was recalibrating, right? So it in the next sentence here, that's referring to 3.333. It was reshot and partially retaken in 2K under the full supervision of Hideaki Anno. So going back to the Shrek concept we were talking about, what they're saying here is that it was put onto a film reel for the IMAX projection. So it was retaken in 2K and reshot so that it would be up for IMAX projection standards.
But it absolutely isn't, because it's like a fifth of the resolution typical IMAX is at.
Yeah, but when it's anime, it probably isn't as necessary to go full. Like, because look at all the crisp details in his bumpy skin versus, look at how flat shaded this is and doesn't have any variation at all. You know what I mean? Like, it probably doesn't change that much. It's probably just more color depth than everything than anything else. Anyway, so all right. Well, they apologized. Anyway, I'll move on. I don't know why I feel like I'm in such a rush because we don't really have a whole lot going on. I guess I'm just tired from fucking this day. Mother and daughter novel. Mother and daughter novel Gyoko no Nikuko-chan to get anime film in the early summer by Studio 4C. Can't tell if this is supposed to be the daughter because looks like a boy.
Rock the boat.
Okay, so Ghibli's Earwig and the Witch lines up theatrical and streaming dates. So it's going to be in select theaters across the U.S. starting February 3rd. Hopefully that's not the only day that it's airing because it's a Wednesday. Followed by a streaming debut on HBO Max on February 5th, which is a Friday.
It probably is going to be the only day.
Probably. Legendary basketball anime Slam Dunk is getting a brand new movie after like 30 fucking years.
Anime movie or live action?
So it's anime. And it's interesting that it's anime because they didn't outright say in the tweet here from the creator, which is just a weird like him drawing a reveal. But the website for the movie indicates that it's that's great. The video is not available. That's the first episode. Never mind. I don't know. I thought I had a thing on here. It said that the website claimed that it's going to be anime, and also they had a funny thing. They said that they link here. There's no reason it couldn't be done with human actors, given the fact that it's just high school boys playing basketball in Kanagawa Prefecture. But live action versions of anime have a spotty record, and Slam Dunk is a series that fans have been especially skeptical of making a transition well, which is funny because they had this previous article here from a while ago. About shows that should not get a live action remake, and it's literally for some reason the number one pick. Yeah, isn't that weird?
The creator of Slam Dunk was the understudy of the creator of City Hunter.
Well, this is the funny thing here is that the things that they don't want to get a live action thing. One Piece getting one. Ava was in talks to get one a while ago. Mazinger Z, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has one.
Yeah.
But Slam Dunk is this like normal something?
Yeah, it's not.
That would be pretty good. If he directed it, I don't want to enlist in the military.
Okay. So Saitama City decides to build the first new cinema complex in almost 30 years.
Okay.
The cinema will span 4,200 square meters and consist of 3 stories.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Apparently that's all I highlighted. Okay. So something that was interesting about it is that there actually aren't any theaters in Saitama. You have to leave the Saitama prefecture to go to Tokyo or somewhere else nearby in order to see it. to see a movie in theaters, is what they were saying here. So
that's interesting.
Uzaki-chan wa asobitai. What's the English title of
Uzaki-chan wants to hang out.
Yep.
Yeah, Uzaki-chan wants to hang out creator despised further due to controversial retweet. So the Uzaki-chan creator, Take, has been put in the crosshairs of whining social media users yet again, as those with nothing better to do than stalk his Twitter account 24/7 discovered he retweeted a message that, that many of the despicable Twitter contingent regard as slanderous lies. The message that Take retweeted suggested that those who infiltrated the Capitol building in the U.S. during recent events might have secretly been aligned with the group known as Antifa. It's funny, they say here, just in case, I spoke to my Antifa operative in Portland, and she said the one's going to blend in, but turning their MAGA hats backwards for identification. So feel free to pass along. So there's a video of them right before they start like trying to rail on the barricades and stuff. And this fucking guy, like fucking Ash Ketchum's his MAGA hat, exactly like they said here. Like right before he goes up there, he does exactly what that post says. So anyway, a translation of the tweet and Take's one message in regards to it. It seems like a lousy strategy. I wonder if they're doing something more behind the scenes. This screenshot is talking about Antifa members going to Washington, D.C. dressed as Trump supporters to blend in. That means they are trying to set up a false flag operation. No fucking duh. It is said that Take has since removed his retweet of the post, though this hasn't stopped the usual outrage mob from slinging insults his way. The Uzaki-chan director is retweeting stuff about how DC writers are Antifa in disguise. And I'm extremely surprised, shocked even. Anyway, I'm not going to read all these, but I just thought it was funny.
I guess by retweeting it makes it a fact, and they're like, no, this.
Well, it's seen as an endorsement. Because people, here's the thing: people who are perpetually offended by everything don't need to have logic in their life.
Ideas are harmful.
Yeah. So I still don't have I don't see any appeal to watch this show, but now at least I'll watch it.
It was fun. I liked it.
I hear it's good. Doesn't Monica Rial voice Uzaki?
She does, but I don't know.
I watched it in Japanese as it aired.
Out of spite, yeah. All right. Makoto Shinkai discusses how he got Precure in Weathering with You. Quote, I love Precure, so I really wanted to put it in the film.
Really?
Yeah, so here's the thing. I was going to read this article when it was like the first article I added to the doc, but now I'm just going to summarize it because it doesn't matter. Here's the thing. So Weathering with You is a Toho film, and Precure are Toei characters. So this just goes through like him talking about like he wanted it, and they fought for it, and they got it. Also, Aqua from
I wish I had followed Precure so that I could have even noticed it instead of just some random
Konosuba. Jesus Christ.
Pretty dress-up thing in the movie, but yeah.
Yeah, so Konosuba character, Godzilla, and Hatsune Miku are also.
Oh, Aqua, yeah. Oh.
Anyway.
I guess he got permission for every single one of these things from the creators himself.
I'm sorry, I think this was animated by Toho because I see Godzilla more accurate from
I
his
literally just said it's a Toho film.
Oh, listening skills.
Weathering with You, Toho film. Toei characters, Toho film. All right. Takagi-san authors another rom-com manga, Sore Demo Ayumi wa Yosetekuru, gets TV anime adaptation.
It looks like I was reincarnated as a molester in another world.
Yeah, he's holding a shogi piece, and he looks monstrous in size compared to how small that shogi piece is in his hand. Anyway, continuing. That's just a thing. There you go. Magi authors Battle Fantasy manga Orient to get anime adaptation. So there you go. This is also getting an anime adaptation.
And it's probably going to be by Aniplex and cost $1,000.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Maybe.
Hopefully, the series ends better than Magi did, because Magi's ending sucked.
I mean, maybe the manga's ending's better.
No, I'm saying the manga's ending sucked. I've read all the manga.
So there's also a new dinosaur anime called Dinosaur Biori. It follows a bunch of dinosaurs living in an apartment.
They are ripping off Barney the dinosaur's color schemes. Why isn't PBS getting on the phone? And
That's not even close to Barney's color. Barney was purple because magenta.
I mean, was the Triceratops green? Maybe that's.
Fuck! I forgot there was even a Triceratops in Barney.
There is.
Baby Bop.
Well, for that logic, there also isn't the character in Land Before Time also yellow.
Ducky?
No, she's green.
No,
wait.
The Triceratops.
Oh, Sarah.
Yeah. God damn it.
Jesus.
Images.
Okay, so Demon Slayer is the first manga series to have 3 5 million selling volumes in Japan.
She's kind of orange, not yellow.
Okay. The first, 7th, and 8th volumes of Demon Slayer have sold 5 million copies each. This is the first time in history of the reporting from Oricon that a manga series has had 3 volumes selling over 5 million copies. They started tracking the market in 2008, though.
AC, can I hijack the screen share for a second?
Sure. I hope it's not. I hope it's not Rule 34, Land Before Time.
Hold on, I gotta.
He has better taste than that. I hope.
It should be safe, but I'm just gonna turn Safe Search back on just for now. Share screen. Barney. Share. It is a yellow Triceratops and Barney.
Oh!
No,
there's a green one and a yellow one.
Thing in the center.
I've never seen this one here, but I remember these two. I don't remember this one.
That devil in the middle?
The Abomination.
They introduced him in 2000-ish.
Well, that's
you were still watching it?
Thank you for clarifying that for a second.
Yeah, you're welcome. That's
I think I
your
stopped
parents
watching Barney in like maybe 96.
Boy, I maybe have seen a total of 1.5 episodes of Barney.
When I started watching Power Rangers. All right. Add back to stream.
Okay.
It's the Olympics.
I clicked it. God damn, I'm clicking it. I'm trying to do it for you.
Click it real good.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't type it right.
Mute me, you son of a bitch.
I guess my wireless powers were not calibrated properly.
You told me to click it real good. I clicked it real good. Can you feel me now?
Brad likes to get nice and quick.
Okay. So they said, remember, these are only the physical manga volumes. Oricon does not track digital sales of manga.
Oh, yeah. I imagine those are even a lot. I mean, if they did, that'd be insane.
Overall, Demon Slayer has 120 million copies released and sold, which includes the digital versions. So, yeah, they probably have almost 5 million for every volume, at least.
Probably.
If you include the digital. Look at this succulent look. My Hero Academia manga reaches a milestone of its own with 30 million copies. Here are pictures. There you go.
Only at volume 29 right now. sadly. So that's considerably less.
Yes.
And Demon Slayer is only at only has 23 and it's ended, and it's at that 120 some million or whatever.
7 and 8 of volume 7 and 8 of Demon Slayer are the manga volumes for the Mugen Train arc.
Right.
So that's why those ones in particular and volume 1 are the ones that are reaching that threshold, I guess. But that tells me that there's definitely going to be like a season 2 after the movie, and that also means the movie's got to be canon, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's been known for ever since the movie. The
And
title
then we'll
of the
have
movie.
the conundrum
I just didn't really think about it until now because not a lot of anime movies are canon, you know.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, then you're gonna have to consider. Oh, do I put the movie in between the seasons and it looks lopsided,
Right.
or
I know, isn't that the worst?
That's kind of how a lot of people like. That's how people have like the My Hero Academia movies, because those are kind of technically canon.
Man, fuck that shit. Okay. I think that the first movie takes place in between episodes of season 3, though, doesn't it?
That's
It's mentioned
Second
that
one.
it happened like a month ago.
The second one is
Takes
treat that
place-
as a spin-off because what
It
the
had-
creator used was supposed to be the original ending he intended, but he's going with something else now.
Well, the second one technically takes place between seasons 5 and 6. It's not a spin-off.
All right.
Like the ending of the end, like brief reply to Augie. The ending was if he hadn't said, if the movie didn't say, oh wait, no, that didn't happen. He got all for one back, or one for all, whatever.
Terrible
Like
fucking ending.
if you know the spoiler had stayed that way.
Yeah, I'm just saying, literally, the balls it took to do that in the movie, and then cuck the audience afterward, completely invalidates everything cool about that movie.
I mean, if that before the cucking part was the ending that he was originally thinking of, which would have been a great ending.
Perfect ending. Except for the villain in that movie was fucking horrible. Anyway, so Random Woman says the world is ending. I concur. It's either ending or a global renaissance is upon us.
The world isn't ending. We're all aging to death.
Old Man says there's also Gallon Dino on Funimation, referring back to our Barney and all that comments. And Fox Boobs. Yes. Okay, so publisher Sekai Project.
The word of the day is Fox Boobs.
Fox boobs. They're real boobs, but foxy.
Cuck movie is My Hero. Yeah, the second My Hero Academia movie. I won't spoil it for you, but the ending is a very major cop out, and it's like. Let me put it this way. Imagine you watch the entirety of what's that show where they decided that all of one of the seasons turns out to just be a dream. You remember what I'm talking about?
Evangelion.
It was Dallas. That was Dallas. Yeah. They just decided okay, so season 5 ratings were kind of low. So season 6 starts. I'm just picking up random season numbers. Season 6 starts and the character wakes up. And it was all a dream.
What show is this?
Dallas.
Dallas?
Old sitcom with JR.
Never heard of it.
Yeah. So and let me put it this way.
Fine. How about Roseanne's 8th season when she finally writes the characters as millionaires and you lose the whole point of the show?
So remember in Breaking Bad, so the guy who plays Walter White, Bryan Cranston, was also the dad in Malcolm in the Middle. And I don't know that it was in Malcolm in the Middle, but they did a spoof where the dad from Malcolm in the Middle, like the ending to Breaking Bad happens, and then he wakes up in the bed with his wife. He's like, I've just had a horrible dream where I was dying of cancer. Right? Imagine that's the actual ending to Breaking Bad. That's what they did for the ending to the My Hero Academia.
Brian can pull that off.
Okay, so Publisher Sekai Project drops English release of Gate manga. So visual novel publisher turned manga publisher Sekai Project has announced it will be dropping the English release for the manga adaptation of Gate, following a disastrous release schedule and handling of the project. Here's the full statement. As some of you may or may not already know, we very recently finished printing Volume 2 of Gate and have shipped out all pre-orders for them. If for any reason you pre-ordered Gate Volume 2 and it has not arrived yet, do not hesitate to contact us at support@sekaiproject.com. First of all, sincere apologies are in order. When the idea of pursuing manga first came up, none of us could have imagined the ordeal that would have taken place to get all of this stuff off the ground.
See, Sekai Project is basically like a digital manga Inc. Except they actually eventually follow through with their projects.
Yeah, I love it. I still get updates from the DMP Kickstarters. Like, don't worry, guys. We're still going to actually follow through. We haven't spent all your money doing fuck all. Anyway, so a lot of users... Hold on. First of all, when the idea of pursuing manga first came up, none of us could have imagined the ordeal this would have taken place to get all this off the ground. Nevertheless, we offer our sincerest apologies to everyone everyone we let down on this release. While some factors were out of our control, it doesn't change the fact that we dropped the ball on this project. A lot of users have expressed their opinions on whether or not we should continue on this series, and the majority would prefer that we hand this license off to someone else. On that matter, we want to make it very clear that everyone at Sekai Publishing does not have any intention of continuing Gate.
What?
We have no control over which licensor can go and take up the mantle of localizing Gate, but whichever company chooses to do so has our blessing and any cooperation we can offer. We hope everyone that was interested have finally had the opportunity to enjoy both Volume 1 and 2 of Gate. It was a learning experience, and we were happy to have had the chance to work on the series. Okay.
I was going to say, as soon as you said the article, I'm like, have they ever done manga?
What on earth could be wrong with these manga? How hard is it to just remove the speech bubbles Japanese and put English Comic Sans letters in?
And then, like, the onomatopoeia translation in fine print, like what Young Press does.
Seriously, people scanlation sites, people with fucking MS Paint do this. How is this hard? Is it because they accidentally printed it like 1/4 the size of a normal manga because they're idiots or something like that? Like, Reese,
it's 8.5 by 11.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious. Reese, can you look up or anybody see if you can find anything about what the drama is regarding this?
I'm sure if there was any
Probably
non-drama,
delays and
Sankaku
stuff.
Complex would have already reported about it. I'm not going to waste my time on it.
Okay,
Sorry.
I'll look at it later. I'll hold it up.
Sounds
Okay.
like fake, though.
Yeah, Yotsuba Manga's next 15th volume set to be released on February 27th, 2021. It has been 2 years and 4 months since its previous 14th volume was released in Japan in April 2018.
Cries in Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah. The publication interval of this series has been getting longer in recent years. Its 14th volume was also released 2 years and 5 months after its 13th volume. Anyway, continuing. The ending date for Attack on Titan has been announced, and it's startlingly soon. So the upcoming April 9th chapter of Attack on Titan will be the very final chapter in the series. The final collected volume, volume 34, will go on sale June 9th. Though it didn't really enter the mainstream entertainment consciousness until its anime adaptation season in 2013, Attack on Titan debuted all the way back in September of 2009, which will make its complete run an 11-and-a-half-year event. Isayama has released a statement saying, "I've been saying the series will end in 3 years, since as far back as 8 years ago. But I think I can finally bring it to a close. It's been a very long time coming, but if you'll stay with Attack on Titan until the end, I'd be very happy. My editors have in no way pressured me into stretching out the series. If anything, in recent years, they've been the ones asking me, quote, when is it going to finish? And making me feel like I should wrap things up. I'm sorry for the wait, but it's finally ending." At least, like, I'm sorry that you've had to experience my trash for so long. like people aren't willingly, reading it.
The last arc has just been terror. The last arc is like the last arc of Death Note. Like,
okay,
Is that what you're saying?
the quality shift?
Okay, well, that's unfortunate. I'll be working hard on the last chapters and hope they will make you feel it's been worthwhile to read Attack on Titan. So he said that they didn't pressure him, right, to end it or to continue it. They didn't pressure him to keep it going, right? Well, funnily enough, the Crunchyroll article says, the editor also amusingly contradicted Isayama's statement, saying, quote, "The editorial department was in a rush to finish the series." Oh, so hold on. That doesn't contradict what he said, at least according to the other article. So he said, I've been saying for the last 8 years that I'd finish Attack on Titan in 3 years. And finally, it seems like it will be completed. It's been a very long time coming, but I hope you'll stick with me until the end. The editor team has never rushed me to finish the series. But I've been continuously asking, when will it end? Thank you for waiting for me. It sounded like, okay, it doesn't matter. Anyway, moving on. So it's going to end. There you go. Freelance manga translator arrested for alleged child pornography possession and distribution. Wah, wah. Stephen Koza translated a number of shonen titles for Viz Media. So,
hold up.
Stefan. Yep.
But they'll still happily promote Rurouni Kenshin? Are they going to, promote this guy when he's in prison? Go fund me to get his bail.
Just wait until we read their statement. So, Stefan Julian Koza, a 33-year-old freelance manga translator whose listed credits consist mostly of shonen titles ranging from the likes of One Piece to Jujutsu Kaisen, was arrested on December 7th for the alleged possession and distribution of child pornography. According to a weekly crime report from Virginia's Herndon Police Department, the arrest was made thanks to a joint investigation between the Herndon Police Department and the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. Following his arrest, Koza was transferred to the Fairfax County Adult Detention Center, where he is being held without bond. Charges made as a part of the arrest include 5 felony counts of child pornography possession and 5 felony counts of child pornography distribution.
Just watch, it was all distributed by Viz this whole time because it's lolly, and it's like, we couldn't help it. The translator
he just took his work home.
Yeah,
he forced us to publish it. We had no say.
And the hearing date is currently scheduled for March 3rd. So I had that thought as well at first, because you never know with this stuff. But the fact that it says 5 felony counts of child pornography possession and 5 felony counts of child pornography distribution tells me, I don't know. It could be that he was creating it himself and trying to give it to people. But when I read that just recently, just now, I thought maybe that he was trying to trade it. I think pedophiles create a network where they trade their stuff with each other. Because how else do you get it, kind of thing, And because otherwise, let me explain. If it was lolly, then fuck that. People just use the damn internet, right? You know what I mean? Whereas it's seemingly to me that he's probably, actually distributing it by like trying to trade, and that's why it's 5 counts and 5 counts. But if he actually was able to trade, then it would be like 10 counts, I would imagine. So anyway, I don't know. Or unless he tried to trade with an undercover FBI agent, he's like, got him. Anyway, so here's Viz Media's
has in his stash. I wonder how long he's going to get.
FBI gets to be immune to these things. They get to have as much of it as they want because they're it's under the guise of getting to stop the bad people. Right?
So are the FBI the actual, like, the bigger predators, and they're just like reaping the benefits of stealing all these illegal possessions?
Well,
they're taking all the hard part of going shopping for the good stuff. They just take it from the bad guys.
God damn it. So I'll say this about the FBI. Well, I'll say this in general about pedophiles. Something you got to always keep in mind is that pedophiles go where children are, right? So kids' favorite YouTubers and stuff, Let's Players, don't let your kids actually talk to them. Don't let them, get into a relationship where they do DMs and that sort of thing. You know what I mean?
I guess that's a good
really
thing
be careful with that.
Children can't comment on videos or whatever, the child's accounts, because they have someone be like, hey, I can give you candy virtually or something like that in the comments. You can't, I mean, you can comment, but you can't DM YouTube channels anymore, and you haven't been able to for years. But what I was going to say is our conversation that initiated our thing.
Yeah, it's gone forever. Maybe it's like stored in my emails from years ago.
Back when you helped me with my
join my Discord.
Hit the browser's AC.
The comment. What's up?
Hit the browser's AC.
Why am I hitting the browsers?
I'm not.
Because there's no context for why we should. Anyway,
sorry. You want the overlay?
Anyway,
right?
No, just freaking. What I'm trying to say is that like if pedophiles go places where they have access to children, or the whatever they're trying to get, because. If you get into the mind of a person who's trying to acquire illegal contraband, right? So if a pedophile wants to be around kids, they're going to go into occupations like teacher, working at a school in general, janitorial duties, even whatever they can get to be near their prey.
That's a weird way to put it. Access to children. So are you saying you have access to 2 children right now?
I say
for the love of God. And what I'm saying is that you have to argue. You have to argue how many pedophiles just go work at the FBI. This has been a long, drawn out thing just to get that stupid punchline out that you guys have interrupted every step you could.
It's like Silent of the
FBI's
Lambs.
full of pedophiles.
That'd be kind of funny how have like a Dexter situation. A pedophile works with the FBI and
the pedophile that killed pedophiles.
And just
there was an episode.
Stash.
Well, there was an episode of Law and Order SVU where a guy who had a bunch of child porn was working with the police. And what he was actually doing is he was a computer hacker, and he was hacking into the accounts of people that they suspected of being pedophiles and planting child porn on their computers, and then anonymous tipping the police so they'd go search for it and finding child porn that these people had never even seen and had no knowledge was on their computer because he was planting it there. There was a whole episode about that in Law and Order at one point. Anyway, back to this. So here's Viz's statement. Stefan Koza is not a full-time / permanent salary employee at Viz. He is, in fact, an independent contractor. It's like, hey, we barely know this guy. I don't know if we've even ever talked to him.
Well, hey, now there's a position open, right?
Yeah. We do have several translators who are freelance independent contractors working across a wide array of This is what I get when I try to read it on the tiny screen over here instead of the actual one right here. Contractors working across a wide array of properties, including those Mr. Koza has contributed to. And therefore, Mr. Koza's personal life will not have an impact on the release schedule of upcoming titles. What is the... Why you gotta phrase it like that? Like, this is, doesn't it sound like they're saying...
translates.
The way that they're saying this, though, Mr. Koza's personal life, that's Viz saying, hey, no judgment, pal. Right? Like,
Oh my god. Well, of course they can't
Mr.
judge him because they're simping for Rurouni Kenshi.
Right. Yeah, but it's like the way that they phrase it, it's like not Mr. Koza's arrest will not have an impact on the release schedule of upcoming titles. Why do you have to phrase it? Yeah, his personal life. You know, it's like, yeah, we don't we barely pay him anything. He's not a full-time salary employee or anything like that. And all that shit he's doing in his spare time is okay, but like he's not gonna slow down our pumping out these manga translations. Anyway, I thought that was just kind of bizarre the way they phrased that. Then they go say other freelance manga translation projects listed on Koza's LinkedIn page include Dragon Ball, We Never Learned, Ghost Reaper Girl, and Tokyo Shinobi Squad. Koza also ran the YouTube channel Steady Studios, where he talked about his translation projects. And the comments are a trash fire on the most recent videos. All right. Sony discontinues PlayStation 4 Pro in Japan. Only the PS4 Slim is in production.
No.
I thought I highlighted this, but apparently I didn't. Sony's making way for the PlayStation 5. Sony Interactive Entertainment updated the Japanese website for their PlayStation consoles today, revealing that the video game giant is discontinuing the production of every model of the PlayStation 4 except the 500 gigabyte version of the PlayStation 4 Slim. This cease of production also includes the 4-year-old PlayStation 4 Pro system. After the release of the PlayStation 5, it was only a matter of time until Sony halted the production of its last generation video game console to focus on its now current generation system. But no one expected Sony to discontinue the PlayStation 4 this early into the PlayStation 5's lifespan. So this is what I think.
Because they don't want every system, they don't want any more sellable systems to crash on Cyberpunk.
So I think that the reason is that they're God damn it, LeSean. Manga translations aren't the only thing he's pumping out. Jesus. So I think what Sony's actually doing is that they know because their consoles are so fucking expensive that now that the PS5 is out, there's just like, if you go to Book Off, I guarantee you there's like 30 PS4s for sale right now. You know, so I'm sure that like the market
prevent their past mistake, like with the PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 3. PlayStation 2, they had to force kill the console so PlayStation 3s can sell.
Okay. The reason why is because a PlayStation 2 at the launch of the PlayStation 3 was what? $60 to $80? And the PlayStation 3 was $600? Yeah.
Well, look at the game libraries at the time. You have like 1,000 games versus like maybe 20.
Well, yeah, that too, but it's like
I think
everything
the
was
PlayStation 2 had a
PS3.
Doesn't the PlayStation 2 have the largest library of games in gaming
Oh
history?
yeah, they allowed a lot of experimental games during the PlayStation 2. So
Well, it was probably really cheap and
so
easy.
let Sony learn from their real mistake with backwards compatibility.
Exactly, which they already have addressed, I guess. But the thing is, PS2, not only did they have that, it was probably really cheap to develop on, and the fact that they had 1,000 ports of games that were on other consoles, like better consoles, like the PS3. It's like there's a PS2 version of Call of Duty 5, which is a completely different game, apparently. But yeah.
So I think also PlayStation 5, due to COVID, had the amount of PlayStation 5s that they have to sell is lower than they wanted because the manufacturing plants have like switched to making like disinfectant or some shit for COVID. So I guess that if they say, okay, well, fuck it, don't make any more PlayStation 4s, use that resource to make PS5, probably a safe bet. Anyway, there's more stuff here. PlayStation is PlayStation in decline in Japan, censorship claimed as one possible factor. No! Also, I love this picture here of the PlayStation logo taped on this cardboard fake PS5 that what's her name? Gyalgaru? Is that her name? The VTuber?
I don't know. The Shark Girl.
Hideki Yasuda, an analyst at the ACE Economic Research Institute, has provided some factors that might possibly explain the reason for the PlayStation's decline in Japan, with one of the reasons being the absurd censorship targeting Japanese titles. The analyst believes Sony's hold on the Japanese market is starting to dwindle and has expressed concerns due to low launch sales for the PlayStation 5, which were described to be the worst of any PlayStation console aside from the PSP. So here's the launch, right? So which one's the PS4? PS4 is the orange one, right?
Can you
so
open
that
into another screen?
I can click on it. It doesn't get any bigger.
Zoom.
Zoom
in, Scotty.
Zoom and enhance. Okay. So yeah, basically the bottom line is that it's way down here. Now the PSP has an interesting. What's up? What's up, Reese? Can anybody hear me?
Did he say that he had to go or something?
What?
I don't know.
Okay.
He hasn't responded to us.
Anyway, PSP had an interesting trajectory where it like blows past the PS4, right? PS3's had a steady increase, but it also had a pretty bad, like the PS4 launch was way better than the PS3, if you consider that. And then what's this light green one? The DS? Or no, this is the DS. What's the super light green? The DC? What is that? The Dreamcast? That's got to be the Dreamcast. Anyway. And then the Wii. All right. Yeah, so that was interesting, right? Reset that. Close that. Now, it's been theorized that lifetime sales for the PS5 in Japan may turn out as less than half of the PS4 unless something changes. Yasuda suggested that several decisions on the part of Sony may have led to this poor performance in sales. The PS4 launched in 2013, but Japan's release came afterward. After fall 2018, Sony implemented its own regulations on depictions in games, which has censored content aimed at Japanese users. Now, I want to point something out to you guys. I've got a video I'm going to show you. It's a 3-minute video that I sped up to like 15 seconds. And what it is it's the top GDP, gross domestic product, for every country in the world, like the top earners over the years, right? So you're gonna see Japan raises up quickly and stays just underneath the United States. And I just want you to pay attention to how long Japan stays there. They're going to be the red bar. How long they stay there, and like how much they make. Like when you have to think about this, is that they are legitimately, for a very long time, the second highest grossing country on the planet, right? And then I want you to pay attention towards the end that Japan's GDP is actually shrinking. So here we go.
Is this going to be on the test?
Yes.
Shit.
Fucking look at that shit. That's 97. Now it's dropping. China overtakes them. And look at how much lower Japan ended up right at the end there. So I think that this is factoring into why the Japanese audience is getting cucked by Sony, because they're seeing China and especially the USA. Now, granted, gross domestic product is not a direct correlation to Sony sales, so to speak, but it does give us an indication of how much potential earning power the economy has for any given industry, right? Specifically something in the entertainment industry that has a large market, right? So anyway, continuing here, thank you, Reese. So the PS5 reveal video had no Japanese narration. while there were issues with the font used for the subtitles as well as their Japanese translations. So, yeah, the PS5 reveal video, I'm assuming, was in English?
Probably.
And had no subtitle, or it had poor subtitles with bad translations for the Japanese audience. They didn't do a narration of it in Japanese for that audience. The confirm button was also changed from 0 or circle to X in order to get to set a global standard, right? Because in Japan,
why
0
not give the option in the settings?
Yeah, well, yes. In Japan, the circle, there should just be a global setting in the console to remap the button, right? So that anytime a game tells you to push this button, just push this one instead, kind of thing, right? Anyway, so in Japan, circle means yes. It means it's maru. It means correct. And X means no. It's batsu. It's when you have a test in Japan. In America, when you have a test, they only use red pen on the stuff you get wrong, right?
Sure.
Yes.
So, like, if you get something wrong, they add to that section of the test or the assignment in red pen. They'll cross it out and write the correct answer or something like that. In Japan, they circle every correct answer and they X out every incorrect answer with red pen.
Why
so that's where this
circle
comes
correct answers? Why not just assume the rest are right?
That's just a lot of wasted ink.
It is. It's just not the way that they do it. So due to manufacturing issues, the initial launch allocation for PlayStation 5 in Japan was barely above that of the PS3, preventing the system from reaching early adopters. So the other thing I'll say about the 0 and the circle and X buttons is that I've always hated the Japanese console, like the Japanese games do that, because the circle button certainly doesn't feel like a natural. When I'm playing games, I'm just trying to get through the dialogue quickly, tapping X over and over again, and I don't like the circle button. You have to move your thumb in a slightly more uncomfortable angle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
in other words, they should have put circle at the bottom.
Weird Burger says we love the shark, and Old Man says The Last of Us Part 2 sales dropped 85% in the second weekend it was on sale in Japan. Well, yeah, it's because everybody learned what it was going to be.
Now, another thing that I don't know if they're going to cover in this article is if you look at the terms of service for the PS5, it includes you are not able or something to make any mentions of this protest going on in Hong Kong.
Right.
And all that.
Isn't that weird? Yeah, not allowed to talk about that.
Because, we want China, big
that
boy
in
China
particular.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Well, yeah, because again, and look at the chart I just showed you guys. China is number 2. They're the second. They're in terms of money-making opportunities, doing something to cater to the Japanese market, which originally was the second largest GDP in the world. Now it's better to do things that are for them that are seen as good by the Chinese market and fuck the Japanese market because they're not number 2 anymore, right? That's basically what I'm trying to get at there. Anyway,
is that why Japan doesn't bend the knee to everything because they've?
That's why I legitimately think that's why they did not bend the knee previously, because catering to their audience, their market,
what matters
was at that time easy to do because it's your own people. Right, it was easy to cater to people that you knew because you share the culture, right? And it was extremely lucrative. Yes, making something that catered to the American audience would have potentially been more lucrative, but you would have had to navigate the minefield of figuring out how American culture is different than Japanese culture and trying and probably failing most of the time to make something that tapped into that market better than American entertainment would, right? So I think what ended up happening.
Then they moved to San Francisco.
Yeah. Also looking like the 1980s with some of the anime. Some anime was kind of geared toward the Russians because at the time Russia was doing actually well. in the global economy, unlike today. So you do see a shift from it praising Russia to praising the US, and now trying to praise a little bit to China today, I guess.
So I wouldn't necessarily say that anime was praising Russia so much so as that Russia is significantly closer to Japan than the US is.
And they occupied an island that technically speaks Japanese and Russian, but Russia isn't doing anything with that island, and that's a whole nother story.
Okay. Anyway, so the point I was getting at, which I've now forgotten, what was I talking about a second ago? Oh, about okay. So
GDP.
So catering, trying to take advantage of the American audience would have been a minefield. That would have been a gamble, right? So jumping straight towards Japan was easy, and you were guaranteed a pretty fucking good return on your entertainment because you're making it for your own culture. It's right there. It's not that hard. You can market directly to it. You don't have to worry about, oh no, there was blackface and now we're banned in Zimbabwe or some shit. Right? Whereas, and the byproduct of that is that when they made content that was acceptable and enjoyed by Japanese culture, it just so happened that a lot of people in the United States and around the world really that it spoke to them and they favored it. It wasn't mainstream back then, right? But there was still a lucrative market outside of Japan. But in terms of the actual anime audience, Japan was king. That's where they were making the majority of their money. Now that it's gone mainstream, it's changing because they're going outside to try to increase their profits by catering to America with their backwards, woke, bullshit, regressive ideas, and China with their communist tendencies and genocidal Uyghur Muslims and Communist Party. Taiwan is part of Japan and Hong Kong isn't a thing and all that. Or sorry, Taiwan is part of China and Hong Kong is not sovereign and all those fun things.
Oh, yeah, another thing is that Sony, their headquarters is now in what, California?
San Francisco.
Yeah. Exactly.
That
so
was
the analyst
a big factor in a lot of their change in attitude.
Oh, for sure. Hold on, address the chat real quick. Doesn't Japan have a huge tourist industry that's been wiped out because of the pandemic? I don't know how much that would hurt their total economy, though. So I'm going to point out real quick that the chart that I showed you guys, that only went from 1960 to 2017. So the pandemic hasn't been factored into that chart. But yes, that is something that globally tourism has been hit pretty hard, right? Mm-hmm. Nintendo is still focusing on their core audience, and they are doing better than ever. Yes, and we'll talk about something in just a minute regarding that. That's even more kind of amazing.
But so, I mean, to your point about Japan not bending the knee, I think we're starting to see them slowly, much more slowly than in the West, but we're starting to slowly see them bend the knee.
Yes, and to be abundantly clear, you need to boycott everything that bends the knee because you have to contribute heavily to Japan realizing this is not where the money is to be made, right? And anytime there is something that reverts to the old, more obscure anime realm or video game realm, maybe there's a little bit of fan service or whatever, boycott that, meaning go out and try to get it. When I buy Lupin things, I buy every release so I can help bolster those numbers for a show that I want more companies to continue to license and bring over here, So, vote with your dollar, so to speak. Anyway. So the analyst also participated in a previous report issued by Bloomberg where they claimed Japan was, quote, sidelined by the company, as they instead focused on the U.S., on top of cuts to the Japanese development teams. PlayStation CEO Jim, did we lose somebody just now? Reese is gone. Oh, well. PlayStation CEO Jim Ryan, at least he can add himself back in when he gets here, remarked that these claims are false, though skeptics will think otherwise. Yeah, absolutely. device is not connected. You all right?
I cut myself by accident.
Oh, okay. I guess we'll have to start a cut counter for you too.
Oh yeah, where's AC's at?
Here's additional quotes from Yasuda. Japanese users aren't likely to channel their dissatisfaction on social media, so U.S. Sony Interactive Entertainment HQ staff might perceive that as the Japanese just politely accepting whatever is given to them, regardless of how cold they have actually become. However, that couldn't be further from the truth. They've simply begun to vanish into the sunset quietly. Early PlayStation 5 trends have shown that the PlayStation brand in Japan is in decisive decline, and ACE Economic Research Institute cannot help but be disappointed, Yasuda said. We think Sony will come to regret this. Yeah, I think so too. I think that they are going to see. The optimist in me is looking at the just fucking absurd steamroll, like freight train path off the cliff of woke regressivism, and I'm seeing things like Twitter falling apart, Facebook falling apart, and Parler growing faster than any other of those platforms have, right? Now, of course, they're taking Parler offline because they're using Amazon servers, but once they get new servers from some company that isn't going to cow to the council culture, that's going to be a pretty yes, it is easier said than done, but so was make your own platform. That's easier said than done, and Parler's come significantly farther than Gab. So it'll be interesting to see. What I'm getting at is saying that the optimist in me is seeing the state of the world and how just every day it seems like it's exponentially expanding into these directions that are less than ideal. And I'm seeing, again, the optimist in me is seeing other opportunities for in a free market, at least, for things to come up and kind of take over that market, So I think the doom and gloom, so from the fascist perspective, if you look at this as the fascism, which is, a hand in glove state and private entities working together, it can be very bad, right? But I see a potential for a renaissance of sorts in the near future, with different companies establishing, just let me put it this way, kind of like Studio Gainax becoming Studio Kara, so to speak. You know what I mean? It's a little bit more nuanced than that, but kind of the idea. Anyway, Nintendo acquires Canadian studio behind Luigi's Mansion 3 and more. So this is pretty cool. So next,
Brad, I guess speaking of, there's an article. Parler may go offline following suspension by Amazon, Apple, and Google. I guess Amazon has removed them from the web hosting.
Yes, they have. I saw right before we started the podcast, I saw a post on Parler saying that they would be going down in a matter of hours, and it's going to probably take them a couple days to get new servers, but they are planning to return. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so Nintendo acquires the Canadian studio Next Level Games, and I thought this is really interesting the way they phrase this. They said, according to the notification, Nintendo has acquired 100% of Next Level Games, and the deal is expected to close this March. So they said they did this in an effort to, quote, secure the availability of Next Level Games development resources. So essentially, this is an enormous compliment. Basically, what they're saying is Nintendo looks at the games that they franchised out to Next Level Games, and they are so on brand to the Nintendo, family, and they are such hits that Nintendo decided to just buy the fucking studio entirely, so that they never go to that studio and say, "Hey, we want to make this game," and they say, "I'm sorry, we're at capacity. We're working for Rockstar right now." You know what I mean? They want to have access to them exclusively. Yes, right. I think that's an enormous compliment from a company like Nintendo.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, I gotta switch AirPods real quick.
But
Looks
then,
like we're
but
better
then,
than more than-
it's an enormous compliment, but also that's probably gonna be
pressure.
like a really big pain in a couple of years, maybe when they see projects like, oh man,
It will be in the sense that it'll be harder.
Really
They
would
won't be able to work
want
on other things. I mean, it's possible that Nintendo might still let them work on other things when they're not using them,
Right.
but at least be able to control the timeline of events of when they will get to use them, so to speak. But it does kind of, in a way, mean that you're locked into doing Nintendo stuff, you know?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Nintendo buy Palladium games?
They've definitely bought a couple of game companies in the past, year or so.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm totally fine with it. That means if you think of it like a studio, well, never mind. You just explained that. Okay.
Better than
Okay, so-
just Assassin's Creed and what's that other game that they make Infinite of? Far
There-
Cry?
there's a list. I can just go through the list real quick.
No, I'm saying my country is better for just making than just making Far Cry and Assassin's Creed. Apparently,
Oh, your country's cheap.
what?
Your
Could you like?
So I
country-
need to show you. Pay attention to your country. Where's your country? It's the light red at the bottom.
Kind of middle there. Bottom now.
Oh, you're off the chart entirely.
I mean, we're
Barely
on.
hanging in there, aren't you? Damn, that maple syrup sure fluctuates in its value.
I can't hear you over no free speech.
Okay. Where'd my mouse go? There it is. Okay. So, Top Hat Studios provides evidence of death threats and harassment. So we talked about this last podcast. Top Hat Studios being the one with the busty ghosts or whatever it was, and they were getting they were attempting to cancel them, and they said, fuck off, right? So I'll just reiterate a point I've made before. When it came to the Gamergate phenomenon, and people like Brianna Wu and all them were claiming that they were getting death threats every single day and rape threats and stuff. And then they finally produced one. And then it was learned that they actually wrote it themselves, kind of thing. I just want to remind everybody, if somebody claims they're getting threatened, and then the threat that they produce is one that they made themselves, it means they haven't gotten any threats.
Yeah.
Because why on earth would you not just show literally any of the actual threats? You have to make one up, kind of thing. Now, Top Hat Games has a lot of them. So I don't think that they are making it up. You fucking minimizing cunts. Women are suffering from the pressure of body image, and you have to make this? Yeah. So
Yeah, I'm
there you
sure
go.
women are gonna suffer from this game existing.
Blame me for your bad body image and flabby muscles. All right. So anyway, yeah. So amazing. Accuse them of the things you yourself are doing. Where have I seen this tactic before? Old man says, I bet Top Hat has sold a ton of games because of the Streisand effect. I think you are correct. In fact, if I actually played games, I'd have probably bought one of their games just, again, to boycott so that you can make money for not kowtowing. Capcom video policy forbids content that is, quote, sexist or prejudicial to sexual orientation.
So is poison fit into this?
Fuck, what did I say in that Resident Evil video? She's like, hold on, flops her big old dick on the table, starts slapping people with it. Damn.
I don't remember that.
Well, someone's screwed.
So So Capcom has seemingly started putting its newfound knowledge in LGBTXYZ rights and diversity to use as they are now putting limitations on their adoring consumers in regards to fan content, as both videos and mods that are, quote, illegal, racist, sexist, prejudicial to sexual orientation, sexually explicit, disparaging, promotes hate crimes, or is otherwise offensive are not tolerated.
Remember I said something just a little while ago about Japan starting to slowly bend the knee. Case in point.
Yes. Well, yes, again. Here's the thing, though. All of these companies that are doing that have a branch in the U.S. that has overtaken the Japanese branch, it appears.
Yeah.
You know?
Do they have statistics proving that these alternative lifestyles buy their products?
No, they don't.
Being inclusive, but are they going
let me explain this. First of all, this person got a copyright strike for a video. Nude mod of Jill, bad cop, sexy. Right? So, so I think it was a Resident Evil 5 nude mod. Or I'm sorry, not 5. Remake, the Resident Evil 3 remake, nude mod or something. Anyway, so.
But see, Brad, this is the thing. You're like, oh, well, they got a branch in America. That's why. Yeah, but see, the branch in America is now telling the branch in Japan what to do.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Is that the companies that are going this direction are the ones who are, like you said, in San Francisco. And
how long do you think before they start influencing the companies that are based solely in Japan before they get
bought out? I don't think it'll be long at all.
It's exactly what's happened here. I think Japan's going down the tubes. They really are.
Yeah, people have been hope pilling themselves that Japan won't bend the knee. But this is kind of how this goes. So when you start a business and you have like 2 employees, what you do in that business is like, it's really free form. It's fun. It's exciting. The way that you handle problems, like seriously, like you might climb a fence and like go grab some junk from some other company's like dumpster, to kind of like compete. You do all these really like kind of, possibly quasi illegal things to become, when you don't have a lot to lose because the company's not worth a lot, it's just a more exciting atmosphere, right? But then as your company grows and it becomes more corporate, then the rules start really bearing down on you. Oh, can't use foul language or crass language. Can't, like when I used to work, I worked at a place in LA for a while. It was a studio that was literally like a garage, right? In the middle of LA. And they just put a bunch of computers up there. We worked there. And occasionally we would just walk down to the corner liquor store and buy like booze and drink on the job, and that's something you can do in an environment like that, but you can't do that in a high rise in the, in the middle of, a metropolitan area where everybody's expected to wear a tie. You get what I mean? So anime going mainstream and this kind of thing, that's the corporatizing of things. And that's why it's becoming less fun and more safe, and of course, that's why we oppose it and want it to, get bent. So basically they say for the creative content, it says you may make walkthroughs, tutorials, let's play, speedruns, reviews, reactions, first impressions, instructionals, and other commentary style videos using our game footage to be shared on YouTube, Twitch TV, or your website or other video streaming sites. Well, anyway, you can read it if you care, but they say you cannot commercialize, but ad revenue is okay. So we're totally good. As long as they don't find my Resident Evil video. And as long as they don't say anything in the Monster Hunter video.
Yep.
All right. Okay. GTA 5 voice mod that adds characters like DBZ's Cell gain a new popularity. Okay. So this came out shortly after the last podcast, a day later, and it was hysterical. So it uses the clip from the portion of Grand Theft Auto 5 where Lamar is roasting the guy, and it's kind of a viral meme thing, and a lot of VTubers have gotten in trouble for repeating the N-word without knowing what it means. And I wanted to share these with you, but each of these scenes is they're all 25 to 30 seconds long. So what I have done instead is I've made a supercut that I am excited to share with you. And it's the reason I was up so late last night and the reason we started late today. So I hope it's good because I haven't watched it yet. So here we go.
Man, shit, it's good to be home.
Oh, stay home. Yay!
What's up? Can a low come up in your crib? Man, fuck you. I'll see you at work. Oh, nigga, don't hate me because I'm beautiful, nigga. Maybe if you got rid of that old yee-yee ass haircut you get some bitches on your dick. Oh, better yet, maybe Tanisha will call your dog ass if she ever stop fucking with that brain surgeon, the lawyer she fucking with. Nigga.
Nigga,
don't hate me because I'm beautiful, nigga. Maybe if you got rid of that yee-yee ass haircut you get some bitches on your dick.
Hey, don't hate me because I wasn't around. I joined the dark side, smacked some backsides, and choked a lot of galactic bitches with the Force. And you could be doing the same and get some use out of your little lightsaber, you bitch-ass Jedi.
Nigga.
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 Nigga. Nigga.
Nigga, I have
acquaintance.
Dumbass.
Cockroach.
Nigga. Nigga. Nigga.
What?
Nigga. Nigga.
Hey there, can Crunk pull up in the crib?
So what's Gucci
just saying pull up to your pod?
Man, fuck you. I'll see you at work.
Do not hold disdain for my attractive physique. Perhaps if you groomed yourself more eloquently, you would not find yourself a bachelor still.
I told you, maybe if you take these chicks out for some ice cream, maybe they want to bounce up and down on your cock or something.
Maybe if your face didn't look like a chimpanzee, took a fat dookie and smeared it around like watercolors, you get some bitches on your dick.
And a tyrannical ruler pulled up to the crib.
Man, fuck you. I'll see you at work.
Typical monkey. Jelly because I'm succulent.
What's up? Can perfection come up in your crib?
Man, fuck you. I'll see you at work.
Nigga, don't hate me because I'm perfect, nigga. Maybe if you use the Dragon Balls to upgrade that cheap-ass haircut, you get some bitches on your dick. Oh, better yet, maybe Android 18 will call your dog ass if she stops fucking with that bald dwarf or old man she's fucking with. Nigga.
What?
Bitch.
Perhaps if you shaved off that Prince of No One's widow's peak on your forehead, you'd be able to pick up some bitches. Or, better yet, I could call Reese and he could give you that special training he gave the cheetah from behind. Nigga!
Nigga. Nimble.
What?
You niggas are in trouble!
Even more so, perhaps the young lady you court will return your correspondence when she tires of the surgeon or magistrate she fancies. Saddle goose.
Maybe if you got rid of that GT-ass haircut, you'd get some bitches on your power pole.
Man, fuck you. I'll see you at work.
Nigga.
Say on.
Loser.
Man, fuck you. I'll see you at work.
Hark, I scorn thee, thine stockfish. Hast thou become green with envy of mine beauty? Methinks you doth need to tend to your thatch, for it will impress the maidens of late. And lo, mayhaps your beloved shall reacheth you in a pursuit, lest she art colluding with thou'st cranial physician or legatolarian. Buffoon!
What? Nigga.
Fuck you.
What?
Okay, I just want to say that if this channel gets striked and all that stuff, now we know why.
It's all your fault, AC.
Hey,
you brought this on yourself.
I looked up YouTube's policy on the N-word, and I was completely within their policy.
That hasn't stopped them before.
Yeah, they banned for less.
Yeah. Well, like I said, there's a decent chance it'll be the last podcast on YouTube because of the trajectory of the direction things have gone so far, but we'll see.
Have you seen the hashtag them all trending on Twitter?
Have I seen what?
There's a hashtag trending on Twitter called "Remove Them All." I was scrolling through it a little while ago. Holy crap! They're literally talking about putting people,
in forced labor camps and stuff. Yes, I have seen these things.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
I didn't
ABC
hear that.
ABC called for a culling of Trump supporters. Yes, very unifying rhetoric used. Yeah. So Japanese police put Pokemon card fraudster on ice. So a Saitama man was arrested for allegedly forging popsicle sticks to win Pokemon cards. You guys remember we talked about the Pokemon Star thing from what's it called, Gira or whatever the
Yes.
So while in the United States, Pokemon cards helping put fans through medical school, that's the thing we talked about that other podcast, a man from Saitama Prefecture, north of Tokyo, has been arrested for the cold hard crime of allegedly forging winning popsicle sticks to claim the limited edition. To claim the limited edition Pokemon the Movie Secrets of the Jungle Zarude card prize. The 43-year-old Saitama man allegedly sent the confectionery company Akagi Nyugyo 25 fake lucky winning popsicle sticks from a promotion between Gari Gari-kun and the Pokemon anime film that ran during the summer when the anime film was scheduled to be released before moving to December 25th. Akagi Nyugyo alerted police after the company suspected multiple fake popsicle sticks came from the same person. He denies the charges and stated that he did not wish to intentionally deceive the company. The competition was only available to those who purchased Gari Gari-kun popsicles. To those who purchased the Gari Gari-kun popsicle stick and won if the words "You win a Gari Pokemon card" were adorned on the stick. The man supposedly forged these sticks to win an exclusive Zarude V card. The V card. That's virgin for those who are uninitiated. Punching the V card. Anyway, to win an exclusive Zarude, he wins the Zarude's virginity, which were only available through the promotion. Police are investigating the elaborate techniques the suspect may have used to recreate the winning sticks, which were branded with near-perfect replication of the design used by Akagi Nyugyo. The company further sent out an alert to warn consumers that winning sticks that might be sold online may be forged. So anyway, I think it's funny because this guy probably only got found out because he tried to win 25. Okay, so there's 20 cards here that we're supposed to give away, and we've got 38 sticks. Anyway, so he's been arrested.
I thought it was 25 to win one or something.
Was he arrested for? Falsely winning a lot?
Well, for fraud.
Yeah, forgery.
Don't say the word on YouTube, though. We're going to get banned. There's going to be an election thing underneath now. It's funny for the Adolf Hitler in Africa video. I've had to look up the Namibian elections, and every one of them has this election has been called for Joe Biden underneath the video. So Koei Tecmo files charges against creator and seller of bootleg Dead or Alive DVD. Suspect allegedly modified footage of the games and compiled them onto discs. And if anybody has access to these, I would love to have these in my collection as a weird oddity. But the guy's been arrested, so he can't ship them out. One overzealous or just opportunistic fan of the Dead or Alive series is in some hot water in Japan. According to an official statement, Dead or Alive series publisher Koei Tecmo has filed charges against an unnamed suspect who allegedly recorded and modified footage from multiple Dead or Alive games and sold the compilation DVD via auction. Among the games featured in the footage is Dead or Alive Extreme Venus Vacation, the fifth game in the Extreme spin-off series that took Dead or Alive Extreme 3 to PC in 2017. The charges state that the suspect modified footage from the games by, for instance, removing clothing from the characters before compiling it all onto an unauthorized DVD. Koei Tecmo reported the case to the Kanagawa Prefectural Police Department, citing it as a malicious infringement of its copyright. The publisher is currently looking to file a civil suit and a criminal case against the suspect. So, definitely don't sell DVDs that you made with content that you modded from games. Also, there was some more information here on the Sankaku Complex one.
Play, for example, and you're making money off of that. How's that not basically the same type of deal?
The way they see it is that it's free to view. It's so that on the Capcom thing that we were joking about earlier, their thing says that you can have ad revenue from YouTube, for instance, as long as the content is viewable on the service for free, meaning you can't lock it behind a paywall. So you couldn't have a Patreon exclusive episode of your Let's Play, so to speak.
Yeah, but they'll have to become a patron to find that out.
So on Sankaku Complex, that's a good point. On Sankaku
Make
Complex,
a
not nearly
Patreon called Capcom stuff that they don't want you to see, so everyone just
and the threshold is like $10,000 per
patron
content, and then all it is like some guy jerking off onto a pillow that has the word Capcom on it.
Capcom.
So,
Comparing some anime fiction volume 1 and 2
They
territory.
changed the name of the Famicom to the Fapicom.
Only plays
I don't
Flappy
want to
Bird.
let it go that was such a sick for Capcom. Not merely satisfied with pursuing the delinquent via criminal case, the company has also declared they intend to file a civil lawsuit for damages. The company concluded by stating they will fight against any and all instances of copyright infringement whilst working hard to produce titles that its fan base will enjoy. Well, it sounds to me like your fan base enjoys the nudie DVDs they were buying on auction.
Why not just officially make them?
Yeah,
do you guys remember when? Yeah, don't you remember when Blood Rain was coming out? They had a special Playboy issue with a 3D render of the character topless.
Nice.
Nope.
Not appetizing at all. If you've ever seen it. Because when I think of Blood Rain, I think of that's a game that horny teenagers want to play. Like maybe if it was Bayonetta or something, like where they really pushed it. Anyway.
Not a fan of the gingers, we hear.
Relive an iconic scene from the anime Weathering With You with Japan's rentable Hina umbrellas. By the way, we are officially in random merch news, so if you found anything from the right stuff.
I didn't.
You didn't? Okay. So basically it's like a clear file with the thing. So when it rains, you can look up
favorite collector's item.
Umbrellas, right? Yeah, they're easy to display. You get to use them on a daily basis.
That's like a stealth weeb. That's like infringing on stealth weeb's territory.
No.
He doesn't sell umbrellas.
I don't sell umbrellas.
It's just still a
And the funny thing is that they're not. I don't think they're rentable. These are rentable umbrellas. They don't even sell these.
We don't even keep them.
What the
Please,
hell?
that's like the steakhouse suing for someone selling milk.
Like you can't
I
buy
love
it.
this.
I guess people would probably just steal them.
Wear your favorite Evangelion scene on this rainproof gear. So they got scenes from all of the series, but I'm noticing a lack of a certain jizzed on hand. So I don't think my favorite Evangelion scene is included.
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
You can drink half your arm into Ava Unit. I'm sorry. You can turn half your arm into Ava Unit 1 with the crazy Evangelion drink holder.
Drink half your arm. That sounds pretty good, actually.
Look at this thing.
Why?
Right? Yeah. It's literally just a cup holder.
Why?
It's stuck in this position, right? Why?
Man.
Why? Like
Elliot,
you can't use your hand for anything else.
You might catch
Well,
COVID
if you have
from
a
the glass
really
if you
big,
drink the
you
contents.
could jerk off of it. If your dick is thick as a cup,
As thick as a brick.
That's taking
It's the brick. It's not going to stick.
that's taking MILF culture to a whole nother level.
I like the idea of having this on one arm at a convention and the Yu-Gi-Oh deck thing on the other arm.
You can't do anything at all.
You can fly away. AliExpress sets a new standard for creepy.
That would be hell trying to go to the bathroom.
Not if your dick is as thick as a.
What the taking a shit or something? Like, where are you gonna set these? Where are you gonna set those things?
Okay, so let's talk about the Pika Centipede.
Oh, those you just put them on in front of your door, like
excuse me, it's called the
Pika Analpede. What is that? What you're gonna say?
It's called a Pikapede, not like a Pika Pikapede.
The Pika Analpede.
That is one big ass for that.
But why is this a thing, we ask? All right, so also, you'll absolutely want to get licked by this plushie.
Oh, I've been saying that for a month. Looks more comfortable than the Kirby thing that we talked about last fall.
Yeah, so you lay on the tongue in a full suit for some reason and put your head in its mouth. Which means it's probably not going to be big enough for most people's, because it's only 170
centimeters. So it's perfect for me.
I'm too tall.
Because I'm 4'10".
Oh, might be the right size for Dan.
Dan doesn't speak centimeter, though. All right, so that's the thing. Moving on. 7-Eleven Japan to double the shelf life of their original rice balls. Okay, so 7-Eleven onigiri presently have a shelf life of approximately 18 hours, a time which will be extended to approximately 1.5 to 2 days. Negamatsu elaborated by stating that 7-Eleven locations in Japan sell an average of 200 onigiri per day. He predicts that this simple change would reduce the amount of wasted onigiri by 50%. As 7-Eleven does not currently use preservatives in its onigiri and has no plans to moving forward, the chain is currently considering different ways to achieve this goal. The most likely option appears to be increasing the nitrogen within the sealed packaging to preserve the freshness. All right, what's inside the lucky bag from Akihabara's largest adult toy shop?
Oh, God.
So you'll remember this time of year in Japan, they have like goodie bags that all the companies give away. And this is the one from M's. So is it for masochists?
I was just say M is for masochists. And
it's for necrophilia. Rubber hands.
So adult department store M's. Wait, is it M's eroticism? Oh no, okay, I got it. Adult department store M's eroticism expert picks out a blind buy bundle for women and couples that includes a tube of surprisingly gooey feeling super gooey type.
If it's an inflatable cow, I quit.
We can't overstate how prevalent blind buy Fukubukuro lucky bags are. Yeah, so that's what they're called, the Fukubukuro. That's the name of the grab bag thingies. So we can't overstate how prevalent blind buy lucky bags are at New Year's in Japan. Starbucks sells them, anime specialty shop Animate sells them, and yes, even adult department store M's sells them. Calling your business an adult department store might sound redundant, since aren't most of the people you'll find shopping for clothes at a department store adults? However, in M's case, the adult part of adult department store is the same as the one in adult toy shop, in that it specializes in products designed to make sexy times more pleasurable. The department store part is reference to the prodigious size of the chain's branch in Tokyo's Akihabara neighborhood, which is 6 floors. Jesus, which is 6 floors above ground, and even has some subterranean penetration with a basement. Are you serious?
Thank you, sir. News 24. Don't change.
Our Japanese language reporter, Suku Egawa, makes it a point to make a pilgrimage to M's every New Year's to buy their Fukubukuro. And this year's edition costs him $29 US. He's actually had a choice between two versions. He actually had a choice between two versions: the men's bag or the women's/couples bag, both with their content selected by M's eroticism expert. I'd like to have that as your LinkedIn, or your you go to a mixer, you hand out your business card, eroticism expert. Suku opted for the women's/couples bag, which is actually more of a box. Once back home, he opened it up and found 4 items inside. Apparently, Tasuku is bold enough that they make buying the M's Lucky Bag an annual personal tradition. Okay. But still squeamish enough to mosaic his photos. So Tasuku is the reporter. So as a result, we'll have to rely more heavily on his written account of the contents. First of all, there was a package of bath powder to make you moist and gooey. Basically, a personal lubricant that you prepare in your bathtub. That sounds horrible. Bathe in jizz.
Don't get it in your
The Fukubukuro also contained a tube of surprisingly gooey feeling super gooey type liquid lubricant. Okay. I don't understand that sentence at all. Bath powder to make you moist and gooey. On the electronic side, the bundle contained 2 personal pleasuring devices, a powerful electric massager, and the evocatively named Powerful Little Devil-style gadget that's suitable for your hole in the back.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Out there, I thought they were going to say ooey gooey again right after that.
Oh, God.
Finally, there were 3 boxes of condoms. Jesus. I got to be real here. For $29, this is a pretty damn good deal. Finally, there were 3 boxes of condoms, which made sense since this was the bag M's recommended for couples. At 29,800 yen, Tasuku didn't think it was a bad deal, and M's 2021 Fukubukuro is actually 10 yen cheaper than last year's was. However, what is that, like a cent in US dollars, though? However, the 2020 bag included a remote control massager, and in the current health climate, where social distancing is so important, he couldn't help but feel that sticking 2 non-remote controllable devices in the 2021 bag is a bit of an oversight. He was also kind of sad that the bath powder to make you moist and gooey is a single-use packet, meaning that it's one and done for the fun. So really, M's 2021 Fukubukuro should be seen more as a sampler and not a single box kit to get you through your whole year. Well, no fucking duh. $29 to get through the whole year.
For a whole year.
To get you through the whole week. Oh. Well, there you go.
I mean, making all holes ooey and gooey, once you did that once, you're not going to want to do that because you'll be having brown shorts all week long.
See, that's the problem. Is it
didn't open up just one hole. It opened up both of them.
All right. Kyoto's Kanagawa River turned blood red, and no one knows why.
Uh-oh, third impact.
Iron deposits.
I will start with the tweet. The water in Kyoto's Kamo River is currently red. The third impact has arrived, from Dr. Daza on Twitter. So yeah, it is quite LCL colored. There you go. Okay. All right, so Kyoto's Kanagawa River turned blood red, and no one knows why. A portion of famous waterway mysteriously takes on an ominous hue. I need to put down this back massager that I'm holding. That I keep
Back
dropping.
massager after that previous article.
I know. I realized as I said that it's one of these guys. I threw it across the room. Reese, switch back to me. It's one of these guys to like pop my ribs back into place.
Yeah, sure. That's what it's for. Sure.
I mean,
That looked like a weird.
I wouldn't want to wrangle it any other way. All right, so back to this. Like a lot of cities of Jesus Christ. I don't know what it is about the lighting in here that makes it so hard to read. Oh, maybe it's because I have flux on, or night shift, or whatever it's called on the built-in thing. Let me turn that off real quick. Huzzah! Everything is more readable now. Like a lot, he says, and then immediately fails. Like a lot of cities of historical significance, Kyoto is situated next to a river. The Kanagawa River runs along the east side of downtown Kyoto, and just about every visitor to the city spends at least some time strolling or driving by it. Ordinarily, the river looks like it does above, this river. But on Wednesday afternoon, a portion of it looked like this. Low-quality thumbnail. Around 2:30 p.m., locals start reporting that a section of the river in Kami Tobakan-Jinbashi-cho neighborhood, not far from Fushimi Inari Shrine, had turned blood red. The disturbingly hued liquid was found to be seeping into the waterway from a sewage pipe, coloring the waterway for several dozen meters before congregating on one bank. Officials were unable to determine on site just what exactly the substance is, and so they collected samples for lab testing to investigate its chemical makeup and whether or not it's harmful. The source is also still unknown, and no reported incidents or sightings of illegal dumping or animal corpses have taken place in the area. Yes, because like what, a school of humpback whales all just decided to bleed out. Like, this is quite a lot of blood if it's an animal corpse.
It could be counterfeit fish operations.
With lab results yet to disclose as of this writing. Okay, poorly phrased. With lab results yet to be disclosed as of this writing, it's up to online commenters to speculate, and current theories include, quote, well, the Kanagawa River used to be an execution ground, so... Wasn't there a story in the Kindaichi case files where a river turned red after a homicide? Wasn't this one of the disasters Moses proclaimed would happen? The next one here, firstborn sons, run for your lives.
You gotta smear the blood on top of your doorway.
That's true. Lamb's blood.
Yeah. I'm not sure what's going on, but I think, first of all, we should erect a statue of the Buddha just to be safe. Others saw parallels to video games such as Siren and ActRaiser. Low-ass resolution.
Of course.
But by far, the most prevalent theory is that we're all suddenly living in the world of Evangelion, in which much of the planet's water has been turned into the vermilion liquid known as LCL. But even though it's just a few days until the final Evangelion movie comes out, this would be a marketing stunt too crazy even for that franchise. And hopefully investigators can find the reason for the discoloration, as well as a solution soon. Can you imagine if that was actually what they were doing?
That would be hilarious.
All right, guys. We've bought every red food dye coloring in the entire country, and we're going to dump it into one place. All the fish start dying. Sushi industry's gone to hell. Yeah, so I'm more sharing this now because I'm curious what we get to talk about regarding it next week when they supposedly will have an answer. All right, sex offenders spent hours ogling child porn at an AT&T store.
The fuck?
Yeah.
The balls on this motherfucker.
Right? A 38-year-old man. So this is the thing, though. I got to be real with you. When you picture a pedophile in your mind, there's a couple different types. He's one of the ones you're like, well, that guy's definitely a child molester, but not the normal type.
Jesus.
Oh God.
Because he doesn't have a mustache.
It looks
like someone
3D animated.
So a 38-year-old man who previously pleaded guilty to sexual assault and second-degree burglary was caught staring at child pornography for several hours in public at an AT&T store. The employees only realizing his horrid deed after checking the device's browser history. The criminal, Nathan Woods, pleaded not guilty to sexual exploitation of a child and attempted sexual exploitation of a child during a recent court hearing. And the case was a result of a prior incident where the twisted man was found to have, quote, hold on.
Please read that again.
The case was a result of a prior incident where the twisted man was found to have stared at child porn for presumably hours at an AT&T store in Colorado. So they're talking about the same incident. I don't know why they phrased it that way. Like, it's not like he's done this at like 4 AT&T stores, I'm sure, right? So occurring back on April 18th, Woods made use of a display model iPad to grotesquely visit child porn sites in public. Employees scanned through the device's browser history at the end of the day and contacted the authorities soon after. I'm curious, do they do that all the time?
Insert ad for VPN.
Or do you think they
here?
just saw this guy rubbing his dick up against the counter for hours? They thought we better look into this when he leaves.
Better look at his
But this baffles me for that the interior store cameras wouldn't be covering every angle of the store, so people wouldn't be trying to steal display items. Like they wouldn't be able to see what the patrons are looking at or whatever.
Well, they might be able to.
It's hard to angle for someone's phone.
Look, no, you got to understand. If you angle the camera to be able to see the iPad, then when somebody steals it, all you see is yes, they stole it. That doesn't mean that they aren't angling it away from the camera, so that the camera doesn't see what is on the iPad. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So.
But still, standing there on one iPad for hours.
Well, if he was that suspicious, once someone
what
if he was angling it away, once someone come up to it to check it out,
the real question is how did he manage to do this for so many hours without getting found out by the? Excuse me, sir. Are you looking to buy a tablet?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm imagining the other customers might sneak a peek at what he's doing.
This is during COVID, though. This is during COVID, though, right? April 18th, 2020. So
not really had much lockdown.
That's true. That's true. I wonder. I'm just. It was either not much of a lockdown or the height of the scare for that type of person who really.
Even then,
I'm gonna die.
Even then, if he's the only person in the store, people be watching him with a hawk.
It's weird, right? It is weird. Anyway, so occurring back on April 18th, Woods made use of a display model iPad to grotesquely visit child porn sites in public. Employees scanned through the device's browser history at the end of the day and contacted authorities soon after. Woods apparently entered German words and phrases into Google in search of child pornography. Perhaps as a means of trying to conceal his twisted intentions. Yes, the Kinder. Give me the Kinders.
I mean, the funny thing is, dumbass didn't clear his browser history.
Yeah, should have used incognito.
Didn't use the private mode. Private browser. Yeah.
The detestable male was within the general area of the crime scene at another proximal store when police brought him into custody. Okay, so they mean just another store. They don't necessarily mean he's at the T-Mobile store down the street. Admitting to performing the illegal act of hunting for pornographic content of children, Woods expressed shock at what he was able to find on Google. Quote, I wasn't expecting Google to put out stuff that was illegal. He added that his fluency with the German language could have confused him with words that ultimately led him to the illicit.
I just accidentally went through the site and then went through each page individually, each browse.
I want the next line after this to be, but the courts determined that was a lie when the first search was translation child porn into German on Google Translate.
What's he looking for then if it wasn't that?
I don't know. It's weird. So he added that and it's weird that it's phrased this way, his fluency, like he is fluent. They phrase that in such a way that it sounds like, yeah, I mean, I speak German as my first language, and I was surprised.
I wouldn't call it fluent.
I was surprised that I looked up child porn in German and it came up in English. Right? All right. So Woods did say that he had been looking for a video of women that he had been tipped about. Look at this guy's face.
He's got a low
arrested back in 2011 and pleading guilty.
Women age-wise.
What's up?
He's got a low standard for women age-wise.
Oh, yeah. Arrested back in 2011 and pleading guilty to sexual assault and second-degree burglary in 2013, Woods was said to have forcibly entered into the dormitory of the University of Colorado and not only assaulted a female he knew while she slumbered, but also filched women's clothing. He looks like the type. It is alleged that he was handed a 6-year sentence with 2 years work release and sex offender probation. And after defying his parole, he was denied the ability to post a $10,000 bail. Okay. I was reading the comments. Okay. So I pulled up the Daily Mail article there that they linked, just because there's another photo of this guy. This is the guy you let near your kinder. No. Anyway, Bricklayer cheated on wife. A sharp-minded bricklayer took advantage of all resources and skills he had available to him in an effort to conceal his affair from his wife. Even going so far as to construct the tunnel in his home, leading to the abode of his secret lover. A construction worker from Mexico, known as Alberto, was said to have dug his secret tunnel so that he could easily sneak out and meet his secret lover. Both Alberto and his aforementioned secret lover, Pamela, were already married. Pamela's husband worked some form of security job and arrived home early one day, finding his beloved wife and the traitorous Alberto, and leading to a game of cat and mouse as the husband finally spotted a hole near his couch, opening into a cavernous tunnel created by Alberto. The length of the tunnel was not disclosed, though it was said to look, quote, professional. And the husband, Jorge, traveled across the tunnel to the other side and met with Alberto, who wanted to keep the affair a secret from his wife, but Jorge informed the wife regardless. A brawl ensued between the two men, and police eventually arrived on scene and escorted Alberto away to de-escalate the situation. Now, guys, I know that they said that the details weren't really known, but I happened to be an amazing investigative journalist, and I went to Mexico and obtained exclusive footage of this happening.
How did you get up here so fast?
Secret tunnels.
I liked it better in Mace Honey Koku.
Is that Nacho Libre?
It is.
Yeah.
So
I've
I just
never
want to
seen
point
it, but I
out.
recognize Jack Black doing that. In that. Yeah.
I just want to point out that the concepts of Mexican lovers having secret tunnels has existed for quite some time.
Apparently.
I think the main reason why he got taken away was because he didn't get a permit for that.
Yeah, because they need permits in fucking Mexico.
Oh, this was in Mexico? I thought it was New Mexico.
Did they say New Mexico? I'm pretty sure they said
You
Mexico.
know it's in Mexico.
Okay, never mind.
It's in Old Mexico.
Their
Never
names
mind.
were Alberto and
Old
Jorge.
Mexico.
Come on. All right, so getting into the discussion
Albert
of
and
Vexille.
George?
Yes. Getting into the discussion of Vexille, I found some interesting articles that I would like to share with you. A bitter vaccine history means hurdles for Japan's COVID fight. I have highlights, don't worry. With agreements to secure more coronavirus vaccines than it needs and legislation to distribute it for free, Japan may seem to have its inoculation plans in place. Yet a tense public history with vaccines and a cautious approval process has some concern over how quickly the country can return to normal. Japan has one of the lowest rates of vaccine confidence in the world. Fewer than 30,000%. I'm sorry. Well, what? Japan has one of the lowest rates of vaccine confidence in the world. Fewer than 30% of people strongly agree that vaccines are safe, important, and effective, compared with at least 50% of Americans. A recent poll found that 36% say they didn't want to take a COVID-19 vaccine. Japan is very cautious about vaccines because historically there have been issues about potential side effects. The government has been involved in several lawsuits related to that to the issue, which adds to their deep caution.
So is Japan the country that popularized the theory that vaccines give autism?
No. That was a doctor named... Oh, shit. I met the guy. He's actually a really good guy. I met that guy at when I worked for that chiropractor. And the story is pretty crazy, actually, when you hear it from his side. But anyway, Japan's modern vaccine unease has its roots in the measles, mumps, and rubella inoculation, the MMR vaccine, that some suspected of leading to higher rates of aseptic meningitis in the early 1990s. Though no definitive link was established, the shots were discontinued. And to this day, Japan doesn't recommend a combined MMR shot. So, first of all, editorializing here with the no definitive link was established. They're inconclusive is a better word. But the MMR vaccine is the one that launched the autism scandal that you just brought up. So it's not a good vaccine. I'll just say that. It's not, especially because measles, mumps, and rubella all have alternative treatments that are have lower side effects. Anyway, another catalyst was a 1992 court ruling that not only made the government responsible for any adverse reactions related to vaccines, but also stipulated that suspected side effects would be considered adverse events. 2 years later, the government revised a vaccination law, scrapping mandatory vaccinations. The handling of the human papillomavirus, HPV vaccine, also looms large in public memory. After media coverage on claims the vaccine's side effects included severe headaches and seizures, the health ministry in 2013 withdrew its recommendation for the shot, which has proven safe and effective in preventing cervical cancer. So I'll just say real quick that the side effects are, there's actually a lot more than the two that they mention here. And they go on to say that that the vaccination rate plummeting from 70% to less than 1% may have led to an additional 5,700 deaths. So you can die from, first of all, 5,700 is a pretty low number, let's be real. But the problem that they had is like, okay, so 5,700 deaths could have been avoided, but countless more people would have had seizures and severe headaches, potentially lifelong after the inoculation. Japan's drug approvals require clinical trials involving Japanese people. This is interesting to me. In order for them to approve it, it has to be done with trials of Japanese people. but an emergency authorization based on data from other countries is allowed, exactly in the case of pandemics, right? How the public will perceive some typical side effects is also concerning. Initial data from the vaccines show local pain in 80% of cases and fatigue and headaches in up to 50%. There has never been a vaccine in Japan that has caused reactions to these levels. There's never been a vaccine in general that has actually done that. Not to mention the claims of the COVID vaccines being 95% effective. That like literally no vaccine has ever had an efficacy rate that high. The final decision to receive the vaccine or not will be made by the people, Health Minister Tamura noted on Friday. So that was interesting to me. And then I found this other article. Major Japan CEOs getting under the table immunizations with unapproved Chinese vaccine. So,
oh god.
So, Augie, you haven't seen Vexille.
I have not.
So you should either dip out now if you care about spoilers, or be prepared for spoilers.
But first, what are we going to watch next time?
Wolf Children.
Wolf Children? Okay.
Yes.
So that, I'd like to say my adieu, like, subscribe, ring the bells, join whatever channels are here.
When is the idea for the next podcast? So that Augie won't be blindsided by what day it is.
Probably a Monday.
The 18th?
I will. So not this coming Monday, of course, but the one after.
I'd say not tomorrow, but like the 18th. So the following Monday.
Yes.
So Martin Luther King Day.
Well, assuming I do actually go back to work on Tuesday, which is, of course, the plan, and I can't stay off of the payroll forever, so I'll have to figure something out. But anyway, so yeah, that's the plan, is the 18th, or the night of the 17th, but I prefer to do it during the day, but it seems like these night ones might be more advantageous for the family. The only problem, of course, is that I have to do all of the articles, like get up, do all the articles, and then jump right into the show, and without ever having any time to, to let them percolate and all that kind of thing. So, anyway, but that's the plan, the 18th. Anyway, so in Vex, there's a key plot point where the Japanese, where the Japanese government manufactures, like the media hypes up a virus with a high death toll and very contagious, in order to scare the citizens into what they roll out as a mandatory vaccination. And the vaccination turns out to be a virus in itself that alters the DNA of the people getting it. Now, it was quite hilarious to me rewatching Vexille in the 2020/2021 pandemic. Because as I will read to you about what's going on here, I thought this was, it tickled me, the similarities here. I'm pretty sure I have highlights. Yes. Okay. So again, this is about Japanese CEOs getting under the table immunizations with unapproved Chinese vaccines.
They're going to get controlled by China and then make vaccines for their country that are mandatory, and then they'll be in control of from China.
So why was a company president approached for coronavirus vaccination? In response to this question, the Chinese man who's going around giving vaccines to CEOs in Japan said, quote, "We're not blindly offering out to a wide range. The people we want to offer to, we're already decided on." Weird. He opened a file on his desktop computer called VBFC, or Vaccine Business for China, which includes a list of Japanese people who have received the shots. Among them are business people serving in economics groups and even individuals referred to as some of Prime Minister Yoshihide Suga's top brains. Does this feel a little weird given the context of Vexille? With the opening in the movie with the mansion and the snow?
Yeah. All the big.
What's leading top company figures to take an allegedly What is leading top company figures to take an allegedly Chinese-made vaccine that's yet to be approved in Japan? Quote, if I were able to become infected with the coronavirus, it would indicate a failure in my self-control, which would be absolutely unforgivable as the manager of a company. So they're saying that, like, I can't afford to get it. I can't afford to get COVID because it reflects badly on my business. The vaccines were reportedly obtained from a Chinese state-owned drug maker, meaning the Chinese Communist Party is manufacturing this vaccine. What are the Chinese parties aiming for by offering vaccines to major figures in Japanese society? The US and European-made vaccines that Tokyo intends to purchase use cutting-edge mRNA vaccines and viral vector vaccines. Excluding those used to treat the coronavirus, there are almost no approved shots using these kinds of technologies, and records of its successful administration have not yet been accrued. Yes. As far as I know, there are zero. This has literally never been done before. And the mRNA vaccine, guess what it does? It alters your DNA. Weird, huh? Conversely, the China-made shot is an inactive vaccine containing virus samples that have been made to lose their infectivity. The method used to produce it is the same as has been used for conventional vaccines. So basically, China's vaccine is an inoculation or an immunization versus the mRNA vaccine, which is something completely chimera different, like just an amalgamation of a completely different approach that is untested, right? So the same as has been used for conventional vaccines, and compared to the mRNA vaccines that have begun rollout in the US and Europe, is cheap to store and easy to transport. The Chinese one is. And I gotta say, if it's true, let's just play conspiracy minded here. So one of the things that I talked about in the review that I originally recorded for Vexille that I never released was the concept of a company. What happens when a company creates a product that every single person in the planet basically uses? Bill Gates. What does it mean when you have the kind of power where you don't have any competition, right? Like the robotics stuff made by Daiwa is so advanced that no other team, no other company in the world can compete with it. So they take over that market completely. And the gross domestic product, like you're stealing, not stealing, but you're essentially pulling the wealth of any other company that would have been your competitor because your stuff is so far advanced. You're pulling the wealth out of their countries and back to your own, right? And in the course of something that's interesting in the course of Vexille is that you'll notice when the movie starts, they're talking about Japan. And they talk about Japan a lot. And they talk about Japan and Daiwa as though they're separate entities. But by the end of the movie, they become one and the same. They stop distinguishing between Japan and Daiwa because Daiwa becomes Japan because of the control that they have over the people. They basically take over the country, right? Through the power that they obtain in the film. Now, let's see. The senior official at the Chinese Communist Party reportedly explained their thinking is that if questions emerge around the continued efficacy of the US and Europe-made vaccines, the Japanese government may turn to China. In case of such an eventuality, they want to have laid the groundwork early. So again, I'm coming back to my point here. If it is true, and I think there's plenty of evidence to at least have me operate under the assumption that China was working on gain-of-function technology to make SARS-CoV-2 transmissible between humans, therefore making it so you're able to infect other people with it. That it seems a little weird to me that the country that releases the virus in the entire world and starts the pandemic is coming up from behind with oh yeah, we've got an immunization already. And as soon as you guys don't want the ones that were fast tracked by the West, we've got one right here, and we're going to provide it to the entire world, right? Doesn't that seem kind of like a scuzzy scheme to profit off of it? Pretty fucked up. And it seems to me, because they're talking about it being, and again, this is all conjecture here. I'm not trying to be medical advice on this channel or anything, but there's the way that they're phrasing it. They says that their vaccine, the Chinese one, here it is. The Chinese-made shot is an inactivated vaccine containing virus samples that have been made to lose their infectivity, right? So if you're working on gain-of-function technology in the lab, I kind of feel like they probably already have the vaccine created for the version of the virus before it was transmissible to humans, right? So they give you an old version of the virus that you get over quickly and build your immunities to and prevent it from spreading, right? So, or like when you get it from the shot, the version that you get isn't contagious, is what I'm trying to say. And it's also so low on the like it's such a minor version of it that you recover quickly, and it's almost like you didn't have an illness at all. Which again, the COVID-19 asymptomatic carriers, right? People who get it and never even get a cough and then get over it, right? So that's already a thing. So it just seems a little interesting there to me. So the man providing the vaccines who interpreted mainland China's intentions said he compiled the list by picking, quote, major figures in Japan from a variety of fields who would have many opportunities to make statements to the government. Among the people approached, only 3 turned down the offer. The 18 people include some company heads that were not well known to the man, and there were reportedly times when he would ask an associate who has a senior role at a Japanese pharmaceutical firm to sit in on meetings and help obtain the target's trust. How fucking underhanded does that shit sound? In 2021, I think I'll try and show my face in Nagaracho, an area synonymous with Japan's political circle. The Chinese man said as he showed a separate list on his computer, filled with the names of current and former Liberal Democratic Party lawmakers with connections to the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare. In Japan, it is possible for doctors to give inoculations from unapproved vaccines as, quote, free treatment. But the Health Ministry's Pharmaceutical Safety and Environmental Health Bureau said, quote, it is dangerous to receive vaccines that are not managed by doctors and which are not known to really be what they claim. So I've just got to say, I have worked in some way or another on this review for Vexille for months, right? In 2014, I spent at least 3 to 4 months trying to just organize my thoughts around this fucking film. And every day, it seemed like I would record something and then go to bed. And then the next day, something came out in the news that was even more ammunition towards the point I was making. And I had to re-record what I had said to include it because it was that much more compelling of the argument I was attempting to make back in 2014, which, by the way, I'm glad I never released the video because I don't think people were ready to hear at all what I had to say. But during the pandemic, I think it's a little bit more, I think I have a much easier venue to explain my concerns over how this kind of feels planned, right? And of course, we've talked extensively on the podcast about the weird shit, such as, I don't think we've talked about that what is that called? forget the name of it now. They had a meeting with the heads of state and everything to plan out how the world would respond to a pandemic in December of 2019. But we've talked about like the weird shit, like the Chinese company that was working, the lab that was working on it was called Umbrella and used the logo from Resident Evil except in blue.
Right.
The weird shit about fucking the head of the World Health Organization's name is Redfield. We covered the shit about him. We covered the shit about that guy not wanting to talk about Taiwan, which exposed the Chinese Communist Party's control over the World Health Organization, because Taiwan is a contentious subject in China, as they don't believe that Taiwan is a separate entity from China. Sure seems like a hostile world takeover from China, does it not?
I mean, basically.
Anyway, what did you guys think of the film?
Okay, Reese didn't finish it, but we had similar sentiments when I
no
first
comment
watched
on the film. That's my comment. I can't.
Oh,
I can't exactly
okay.
have a comment.
Did you like the film?
Well,
it was okay. I saw up to the part. We got to the opening credits, and then she's driving down the highway with the ads following the cars, and I think that was about it.
So you got to the part where the Daiwa robot makes her coffee or whatever. Which is kind of funny now that I think about it, because they literally show the morning coffee maker in their apartment, and then she basically goes to Starbucks on the way to work.
Right. Yeah, buys more coffee. Yeah.
It's like, what the
they
fuck?
also dispensed pills in the coffee maker at our house.
Yes.
Yeah, just
Yes,
pills
which I assume was a
coffee
multivitamin.
maker.
I don't know.
That's so weird.
It's kind of an eerie movie, right? Especially in the context of 2020 and 2021.
Yeah, Mr. Go to Starbucks after you go to Del Taco every day.
I haven't gone to Starbucks in months. So the thing is that some interesting things that I observed when I was making the review originally is that Daiwa uses a kanji that is also the way that you write Yamato. And what I talked about in the past when I was recording it is that my understanding of the word Yamato is that it's like an old, almost like the term Mother Earth, but if Mother Earth exclusively referred to the Mother Earth of Japan, so to speak. It to me, from what my understanding was at the time, it represents the Japanese, like everything Japanese, the Japanese culture, the people, the language, the land, everything. It's all encompassed in this term Yamato, which is why it was interesting that Daiwa overtakes and basically usurps the Japanese government, right, in their control. But the other thing I noticed as I was watching it this time, and I knew this back then, but I didn't make the same connection, is that Yamato, Space Battleship Yamato, that title of that show, that's a reference to the battleship Yamato from World War II, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Well, Kisaragi, the guy who basically created the virus and everything, is also a battleship from that same line in World War II, if I'm not mistaken. So I think it was partially the film is attempting to be a look back at the imperialist idea, sort of the conquest of taking over, and I think that it was a critique because the Japanese people all die from the infection and the course that what do you call it, the experiment, or if you will, of the virus on the people, right, from the mandatory vaccination. They all die from it, right? The Japanese people literally get wiped out in this film, right? And it's interesting that America is supposed to be the savior in this situation, and it's interesting that it follows Americans rather than the Japanese, right? And it's weird when you watch it in Japanese because all the Americans are speaking. What's up?
Hence the title of the podcast.
Right, Infiltration of the Round Eyes. Yeah. I will be real. I did love Vexille 2077 patch 420.69. I really did like that title, but I did.
It felt like a supplemental upgrade to the last title, though.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like we kind of talked about.
It was
we
funny.
kind of talked about Vexille last podcast, but this is the full version.
I liked it. I did. I do like the title. I had a title I came up with that I didn't write down like an idiot. And then when I realized, when I'm like, okay, I remember the part of the movie is, oh shit, I gotta get fucking Kiss Anime back up and click through all the stupid ads again just to even find that part of the thing because it was the English, you know. Yeah, I realized that after the fact, and I was really like, oh god damn it. I really wish I had the. I almost bought the Blu-ray, and Rush delivered it because I would like to have it on Blu-ray. I think. When I recorded the original review, so I started the channel in 2014, and I had that shit happen where I had to get out of the place I started it in February. I actually started the channel in 2013 actually, and Dan recorded a review with me that has never seen the channel either of Kitty Grade. Come to think of it, do you remember that, Dan? Right before I started, because I planned the channel's release to start like January 1st, you know, so like that's when I was going to start releasing content, was not January 1st, 2014, but like I think because my schedule was Mondays and Thursdays or something back then, because I was releasing two videos a day, or 2 videos a week. Damn. But I started it. Then February we moved out because of the mold issue, and then I started working on the review in the summer, and it for 3 months in the summer. So I'm holding in the review back then the case, right? And the DVD has a slipcover, and I've had to rebuy that movie because the version of it that I'm holding got so sweaty from me holding it that it deteriorated and kind of fell apart. And while I was working on the bootleg series around the same time when I was living in that place in 2014, I was holding the disc for Black Cat Volume 1, which was something I was using as a base, like non-bootleg thing as I was explaining things. Not only in some of the footage can you see sweat drip down my arm, but it crystallized into salt on the edges of that disc. Sorry, I'm just going down memory lane on this stuff from 2014. But yeah, I've rebought the movie Vexille in the one that has the ambient occlusion render on the front of the armor. But I realized I don't think I have it
special
on
edition
Blu-ray.
version.
Yeah, yes. I don't think I have it on Blu-ray though.
I have the
I would have bought
special
it if I felt
edition,
like.
but it's the Save Special Edition.
No.
Well, I'm sorry for you.
Well, no, it's
Anyway,
actually
so yeah.
perfectly fine. It just has no slipcover.
Anyway, so I this movie, I'll be honest with you guys. I kind of wish I had released the first 30 minutes of the review I did because it was fucking great. But then the next 3 hours after that are me completely lost in my head trying to throw all sorts of stuff that was happening in the world into an explanation of what I thought the movie was trying to say. Because there's a lot of things the movie's trying to say about Vexille herself, talking about how when she gets to Japan and is in Tokyo, she's in that shanty town and she says, this is the, you're telling me that everybody here is a cyborg or an android or whatever, but this is the most human place I've ever seen. Because as they talk about in the film, the only people that they talk to anymore are people who have the badge, the sword badge, and or they talk to them through a device like an iPhone, so to speak, right? So the movie again was trying to say a lot of things, And there was a lot of things back in 2014 that I was trying to articulate and convey that to varying degrees of success I was able to do, and to varying degrees of failure I was unable to do. But I do think that the first 30 minutes of that review were pretty good. It's just that they build up to 3 hours of wandering around the wilderness for 40 years. So I can't even work on it anymore because of the way that the file structure is in Premiere. But it was an interesting ride, and I look back on it and cringe over the fact that I tried to record those videos without any jump cuts. Like, fucking kill me! What an idiot thing to do when I started
Brad,
the channel.
this is effectively turned into a reminiscent.
I'm
video
reminiscing. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
So, let's see. Am I in the future right now?
Yes.
Yes, I'm in the future. I'm talking about like my delay. But anyway, so
you're good.
When I watched it it wasn't 2 years ago. This is like one of the first few anime I bought, I think, because it was cheap. I watched it, and there's something about it. I couldn't put my finger on it that I just wasn't into it. And rewatching it, after you like put that perspective on, like, you know, how it represents 2020 and all that stuff.
I want to watch fiction. God damn it!
Yeah.
God.
It was fiction.
This is also why I'm not going to release my first impressions of Gundam narrative. For that reason, I want to watch fiction.
It came out in what, 2007 or something like that? So
it did. Well, it came out in Japan in 2007. It came out in America on DVD in 2008. And I have a distinct memory that I talked about in the review that I don't have anymore. I have completely forgotten this, of going to pick it up from Best Buy on my way home from college one day. I guess I vaguely remember now, after watching myself talk about it, that I was looking forward to this release for some reason, even though I had no idea of anything about it other than that it was cel-shaded 3D. Keep in mind that in 2008, I was in art school studying to do
Blu-ray doesn't
animation.
look all that good because
the movie has not aged well.
No. I'm
No,
talking about like they exported it at like 720p and it's upscaled to 1080p, so it's not like.
You know, I'll
sharp
say
and
this:
crisp.
it looked fine on the rip that I had, which is the Japanese Blu-ray.
Who knows? Maybe they
maybe
re-exported it and gave it some
Yeah,
love.
maybe.
But
Well, I'll just say real quick that I talked in the past. We've talked about things, and I have said things such as, if it looks as good as Vexille, referring to like Ghost in the Shell, SAC 2077. What is the new one? You know what I'm talking about?
Ghost the
2045. Is that what it is?
Yeah,
the
that's
Netflix one.
Ghost in the Shell.
Anyway, I remember saying at one point, if it looks as good as Vexille, even though I had expected it to look significantly better, and I haven't sat down to watch it, but that I'd be fine with that, because in my memory, Vexille looked great. And look, I'll be honest, I think that the movie, in a lot of ways, does look phenomenal. Especially, fuck, man, the stuff they did with the
those worm
the computer interfaces. Well, the Jags were amazing. I look back at that now and I think that was a great effect for sure. But even I'm thinking about like when they're doing like the military stuff about Japan and the satellites, and especially like the flashbacky part where they're talking about the virus in the vaccine. Those effects were amazingly well put together. And I thoroughly loved that. But there's a lot of jankiness in it, and you guys kind of brought up before I had a chance to rewatch it. I think it was UFDM who brought up the jankiness in the animation, and how the movement is a little wonky. And there are a lot of scenes where the characters like have I think they were. I would almost guarantee the characters were not hand animated. That they were what do you call it?
Motion capture.
Mo-capped. Yeah, because you'll see Leon and he'll be like this. He'll be like, oh, over in the distance kind of looking. But there's like a slight like sway to him that just feels really out of place for anime. And it just...
I don't think I'm the one who brought that up or anything. I thought it looked relatively good. I think the only thing that looked particularly janky was like in the beginning when they're in the mansion, like when the robots suits are running at Mach speed, they look so weird when it's like really fast legs flapping back and forth. I don't get the point of the suit if the suit broke so easily and just provide, I guess, speed. Like I thought that
I kind of forgot about the so one of the things that I talked about in the review, which may just be like a over analyzation of things that are kind of obvious, was there's this phenomenon that I experience all the time where stuff that should blow your mind in a movie or a video game, like I don't know, Dan, if you remember the game Disgaea that I used to play with Andrew. Like I'm playing this game and it's the only game of that type that I played. So I'm not really noticing the fact that every one of Laharl's special moves are just absurd. Like literally one of the first ones you learn, he like takes an entire meteor and throws like planets on the opponent. And it's like, I'm just watching it and I'm not realizing just how ridiculous that is until it was pointed out to me. It's kind of like in the movie Kung Pao. I feel if he didn't say lighter while he's holding the Zippo, you wouldn't even register that it's unusual for him to have a lighter in that scene. You know what I mean? And so in Vexille, when they're fighting Saito in the mansion, which by the way, I'm not going to go into detail on it, but I think there is extreme significance to all that shit happening on Christmas. Historically speaking, regarding stuff politically that goes down on Christmas, but when they're in that scene, you like it kind of gets lost on you if you're not really paying attention how weird it is, because when you watch anime, there's always that guy who is like 30 times faster than everybody else, but he's just a high school guy who's super fast for some reason, and he doesn't actually have any superpowers. Like One Punch Man, he just trains real hard. I saw a post on Facebook the other day that said, it was a picture of Jean Grey, and it said, all she has to do is touch Saitama, and then she can beat Superman and Goku, and we can end this stupid argument. I'm like, that's not it at all. His powers are completely from his rigorous training. She wouldn't get shit from him. Right? Like, anyway, all right. So, but I was thinking about like the fact that they're in these suits, right? That they're basically 2077's version of SEAL Team 6, right? They're like the elite combat unit of the United States projected forward, right? So they're the elite of the elite in what is 2077, right? And these characters are fighting a guy who looks like he's just wearing a suit and tie, and he's beating the pants off of all of them, right? Even to the point where a fucking plane crashes through the goddamn mansion, and he grabs that conveniently located handle, to get away, right? And something I brought up in the review is this thing like I think I might have talked about this before. Do you know the show Unsolved Mysteries? Have any of you guys ever heard of that? There was a show. It's kind of like the Twilight Zone, if instead of like completely fictional, they were telling you true stories that were like mysterious and whatnot. And they were just like, they would do recreations while they're explaining it and everything. My dad worked on the show for a while, and he did this one that was about a guy who jumped a fence at an airstrip and ran up to an airplane while it was, taking off. And he grabbed onto the wing and held onto the wing as it took off. And he rode it up into the sky and eventually fell off when it reached altitude and fell down to his death, right? And so they were recreating the story for the sake of the the events or whatever to make it more entertaining for TV viewing. And so my dad was they had a harness attached to him that strapped him, like he had a wire that kept him attached to the plane. Right, so there was no way once it took off that he was going to fall to his death. Right, so what my dad did out of sheer curiosity is that he grabbed on, right, as you're supposed to the so that the cable wasn't taut, right? So that he could see how hard it would be to actually hold on, because he was just curious if it was a real story, right? And the second the plane started going, my dad said he went like it immediately was being held only by the cable, and there was absolutely no humanly possible way that you could hold on to an airplane wing, right? So again, you don't think about that shit while you're watching that scene where the fucking wing goes through the mansion and he grabs on and then he cuts off his own leg. And I was thinking, that they talk about in the film how these androids are potentially more dangerous than nuclear weapons, right? And I was thinking about how, they are actually, but this is knowledge beyond what the cast in the movie knows at that point, but they are significantly more dangerous than nuclear weapons in the sense that they assimilate and create the wasteland roaming jags. But the interesting thing is that, hold on, I'm not on the thing, so I can't see the comments coming in. But the thing is that they, fuck. I'm trying to run out. I'm trying to run out of energy here in my brain. I forgot what I was saying. Anyway, you know what I'm saying. It's just like it's a really interesting concept of paying attention to when absurd things happen in anime. That this anime is supposed to be more grounded in reality, and you don't really think about the fact that you're watching something completely absurd happen. Whereas if this was a live action movie and you saw them fighting Vin Diesel and then a fucking plane wing goes through there and he grabs onto it, you'd be like, what the fuck? Like, this is so unrealistic. He just got pulled through the... How do you even know it was there? And then you see him cut off his leg and the blood is all black and everything.
Now,
and
I thought that was a really cool scene where he cut off his leg.
Cuts off his own leg.
Oh, damn, son. But then we find out, oh, he's an android. It's fine. I'm like, well, that kind of takes away from...
And it's like the Chinese go, oh, we want that leg back.
Yeah. And they gave it to him.
So anyway, do you guys have any thoughts about the...
I was gonna say my two biggest questions about that movie was, one, why was there a Japanese girl named Maria? And
Maria?
Yeah,
it is 2067 at that point.
And also
multiculturalism is in Japan too.
And then like the villain, the
Kisaragi?
Yeah, the whole plan fell apart because he wouldn't let her leave. If he had let her leave,
yes.
When she
yeah. So two things. The plan falls apart for two reasons. Number one, because he doesn't let her leave and he won't let them confront her in ways that would cause her harm, right? They could have easily avoided all the problems that resulted in Daiwa's downfall because he was simping after this girl who wanted nothing to do with him. And number two, because this fucker wouldn't take the stupid virus himself. So when he gets the cut and the blood is red, Saito goes crazy and tries to break his neck.
Yeah, I always thought that was funny. It's like literally the whole plan fails because he didn't let her leave.
Dan, you need to watch the Marvel animes of the Avengers.
The Wolverine and the X-Men.
God, the Avengers one is so fucking bad. I think it's Punisher, Avengers Confidential, Punisher, Black Widow, or whatever. Like the villain's entire his entire motivation is that he's a stupid cuck or something. Like it's so stupid. You're like, I can't believe I'm watching this guy. Like, this is the villain I'm supposed to be scared of, this Ron Toye motherfucker. Anyway, so old man says, he says regarding the red stuff in the water, it's probably runoff from a factory illegally dumping. It happens here in the United States. That's true. Saitama thinks that's how he gets his powers. The bad guy gets their powers through their greed/evil intent. Their inner evil becomes manifest in their character. That's true, actually, regarding One Punch Man. I wonder if Saitama gets his power in part through his motivation to become a hero, not just his exercise regime, his inner strength becomes manifest through his will. But the question is that considered a power that Jean Grey could take? She just gets his will, his hero will. That's all she gets. She doesn't get his power. I think the heroes are a direct reflection of the heroes, and that their powers probably come from the same source. Or a reflection of the villains. Yeah, that's possible. That's a good way of thinking about it. I also like the theory, even though it's obviously not true, that One Punch Man and My Hero Academia take place in the same universe. But that's my headcanon.
I think that's the most obvious thing you could probably think up of. It's like the only two superhero anime in existence. But anyway.
Well, they're very. They aren't the only two, but they're very similar in their approach. Tiger and Bunny being another one, and that horrible Hero Man piece of shit that Marvel, was it Marvel? I think it was Stan Lee's anime. Hero Man. God, terrible.
I think it was Hero Man.
Yeah,
something like that.
Anyway, I'm gonna dip out for just a second, take a leak. I'll be right back.
Okay, so what was the last thing that I said? I was in the middle of saying what I thought of it. Yeah, so I had this like feeling of like I don't know what it was. Something just didn't click with the movie. Now, keeping the information in mind, like the whole 2021 and stuff. I mean, yeah, I can appreciate it for what it the ideas behind it, but the execution of it, I don't like. After I watched it, my impression was like I kind of didn't care.
It was very rushed, the plot.
The thing is, I think another major factor was the fact that I don't care about the characters like at all, honestly, because you have Leon, who is Princess Peach in another castle. You have the Vexille, who she just exists, as far as I'm aware. Like, I know nothing about her.
Considering the movie was named after her, she really didn't have that big of a role. Even though it did follow her most of the movie, she was really just kind of like almost like a supporting character, even though she was supposed to be the main character.
And then what was it? They were sent out on that mission to go to Japan. Everything like just fails, and she's like the only one alive along with Leon or whatever, technically. And it's like, great, was totally worth doing that. It's like it felt like it was almost unnecessary, even though obviously it was necessary to take back control and whatnot. But even at the end, have you heard this whole my whole thing in your AirPods? Okay, and the whole thing, what it led up to, with the satisfying, I thought the ending was good. It was a good place to end, but at the end, I didn't feel.
Lance says he'll join if we're still going. So if anybody wants to send him the link, you guys are welcome to. But keep going, FDM.
But at the end of it all, despite being a good ending, I didn't feel good.
Yeah. So I'll address a couple of your comments here. So first of all, I think that this movie has a different experience, obviously, if you're a Japanese person watching it, because you care about the fact that what's the mystery in my, I can't wait to learn what happens to Japan, and then you're like, fuck, you know what I mean? So I think that it has a different, because you're talking about you don't really care about any of the characters. Also, I want to ask you, because you said you bought this because it was cheap, so you experienced buying this from, look at the cover, and it's not that expensive, let's get it. Did you think Vexille was a guy?
What do you mean?
On the cover? Yeah, I was really surprised to learn that the character was female when the movie started.
I don't think I really had any expectation. I'm like, whoa, that's a neat cover.
Yeah. Well, so I thought,
and then I'm like, it's CG. What?
Yeah. So I thought that the what do you call it? The characters. I think you're right. They are kind of bland to a degree. I think that the Japanese dub fucking sucks for getting you invested in the characters. I think that the English dub is much more watchable because Vexille seems way more feminine in the English dub. than the Japanese one, to the point where it's like, because she kind of like a jarhead sort of sound to her in the Japanese one, and that part at the fucking end where she grabs when the helicopter's taking off, Kisaragi's trying to get away, and she shoots the gas tank and blows it up, and then grabs the gun turret and like pulls it, was like completely straight out of Ghost in the Shell, right? When she like where her arms rip apart as she's trying to take the head off of the tank or whatever.
Another thing that I think this contributed, because I haven't said this to you yet, Brad, but it's like I thought that what is it? The first, like, I don't know if it's the first third or half. I don't know. I was just like not into it. But once she was fine, like everything went to hell, and she was in Japan. She woke up in Japan. That's when things were starting to get more interesting.
Yeah, yes, because the story again is constructed in a way where the mystery, and I talked about it at length in the review. I won't go into detail on it, but about how you get to experience a bit of you get to experience a lot of what the characters experience, in the fact that when they get there, everything goes to shit, and it's not at all what they expected. And then the entire story, like the trajectory of the story, gets diverted off to being Maria's story, because she's the main character, not Vexille, right? Like you were talking about. And I agree, it becomes significantly more interesting because you've got people who actually know what's going on and have a history with Kisaragi and all these things, and they jump right into their plan, and then their plan fails catastrophically as well when they get the Jags into the Jags fall into the ocean, right? And then of course it turns out to not matter by the end of it somehow, the Jags looked cool, don't get me wrong, but there was some serious issues with the logic behind it, because those steel doors and whatnot, like, so what were they assimilating with? Was it metal in general, or was it specifically the virus infected?
No, it was metal.
That would make more sense.
It was metal.
Was it metal?
I think
because he throws a bolt or some shit into the cage when he's like.
The thing I thought was stupid is they tried to save those decrepit like legs that were just wandering aimlessly.
Well, I don't think they were trying to save them. They were saving the legs for the parts.
Okay,
Remember,
I was
he
going to
gave
say they
parts
do
to
that,
the-
but then they let the child who got shot have his Viking funeral. I thought that was kind of cool. But what is it? I thought the logic was weird there. So the other factor for this movie is you see the cityscape, and it feels so sterile and like bland. I'm like, where's all the like advertisements and posters to make it feel alive? So that's why
You talking about America cityscape?
I guess because when they get into Japan, it's like the opposite, and it's
it's
lively.
a shanty town.
Yeah, I think that was kind of the point. That was what they were going for.
And Brad,
but he's right though,
theory
because
that this is North Korea. No,
you're right. So, and in fact, let me just. So you said that I had not rewatched the movie, right? But when I rewatched my review, I made the exact same comparison. So you are correct. It is very clearly because it's isolationism, right? Which Japan was. Again, this is historically an important film to Japan because Japan was isolationist at one point in their history. And I think the idea is that the plot of this movie is diversity is not a strength. And therefore, when we isolate ourselves, we are capable of becoming the highest grossing economy in the world. But in doing so, we wipe our people out, right? I think that was the purpose of the story.
maybe. But yeah. So overall, because I don't know, I just didn't care. Like the thing is, I didn't care about the characters, and I kind of didn't care about anything that happened consequentially. Everything that was going on, like even the villain was like, what?
I just got your Hitler Agumon message.
That is canon. It is in a game. That was in a card game. That's why I shared it. I'm like, this is real? They're gonna get canceled.
Hitlerman.
He's referred to like as the Fuhrer or whatever. I stumbled upon it. I'm like, wait, what? This is real?
I like the side mouth and the slant eye.
He's very unimpressed. But yeah, so
That's
like
very nice.
I kind of didn't care about like so the villain, like he had it like an okay setup. It's like, oh, he survives, he persevered, but then he just gets yeeted by his underling, and I'm like, okay, or no, he is the underling, isn't he? And then no, he just gets yeeted by his own boss, and it's like, well, great, cool. So I don't know. I didn't feel like I got any sort of I don't want to use the term fulfillment because I use that a lot, but like there's nothing to make me feel like, oh god, that was great. I just kind of didn't care.
Satisfactory?
But like the way you seem to view it, Brad, is like this means something, and then it's the conspiracy whole go.
It's not so much that it means
well,
something as I thought that the message
like
that they were trying to convey was poignant.
Point of view. You look through what everything means.
Yeah. Well, I again back then I had sort of. So there's a. I'm not gonna be able to pull it up from memory. There's a YouTube channel. I forget the guy's name now too, but he coined a concept called the. How many stages of death are there? Five stages of death. He coined it the 5 stages of awakening, and they are actually the same stages as death, right? Denial, anger, right? All that.
Yeah.
And I would say that while I was working on the review, I was going through a portion of this phase because something that I've articulated recently.
What the stages of being woke?
No. Well, see, my wife is coming to terms with a reality. She's become politically aware to a degree with what's happened at the Capitol and all this stuff, of something that I've known for, going on a decade or so now, that we are in 2 alternate realities. And I've talked about the concept of the internet is essentially become a second Tower of Babel, where we are fractioning off into groups that can't communicate with each other anymore because the narrative sources through which we view the world are not compatible, and in some cases starkly opposed to the other viewpoints, right? And so my wife, her uncle will come over here and talk to my wife's grandmother, his mom, who is a Trump supporter, about Biden and stuff. And my wife is like cooking and like just sawing the potato even harder, like bite your tongue, just don't say anything, right? Because he's just listening to him spout narratives about there is no fraud. And it's like, well, there's 700 signed affidavits and at least 40 hours of testimony that have been released that you just didn't see, and all that sort of stuff, And I've had to explain to my wife, like, you have to understand that there comes a point in conversation where
there's just no point.
So, well, let me explain it. Let me explain it this way. In Nazi Germany, they used to say, I forget if it was, I think it was Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda minister, used to say, if you tell a lie big enough and you keep repeating it, the people will eventually come to believe it. And I think the reason for this, and this is true, this is absolutely true, but I think that the reason for this is because, have you guys ever heard the phrase by Mark Twain? It's easier to fool a man than to convince him that he's been fooled.
Well, I have now.
Well, so this comes from a concept of the first bit of information that you hear becomes the basis for which you view information on that subject going forward.
So in the same way that everyone sees tentacle hentai, they're like, oh, all anime is this.
Right.
Yeah, to a degree. But more specifically, the reason why media outlets rush to report on something without having any information and just putting out their narrative, and then it turns out that they were completely wrong.
Well, yeah, because no one ever sees the apology article of we were wrong.
Exactly. It doesn't matter that they were wrong and they redacted their statement, or they put out the 12th page retraction.
The 5-word tweet.
Right. So the point is that the tweet that says,
"Oops,
white supremacists storm Capitol building in violent riot," or whatever, that gets 80 billion retweets, and the one that says, "Correction, black people were there," or something, that gets 5 retweets. You know what I mean? So the point I'm getting at is that when you have a narrative that you're trying to craft, and your media or anybody presenting the information with the slant that you're giving, and this is that meme of the guy chasing the guy he's got a knife, and the other guy's running away, and his foot in the drawing, like it's got the camera, the mainstream media focusing, and they see the foot and the other guy whose mouth is open, and that guy's the one holding the knife. But in the framing, it looks like that guy's about to get stabbed by the foot that also looks like the knife. Right, and it's the idea of framing things in a perspective. And now the reason why this works is because the way that your brain thinks and the way that we construct information and knowledge and store it is based on repetitive thought patterns, growing the strength of our ideas. Right. So when you get an idea and you start learning about a subject, that creates a nest in some part of your brain, and the neuron and pathways that you access that information continues to get stronger the more you go there, right?
This is why ideas are harmful.
Well, I've described this weird phenomenon I've experienced working on the Grab Bag series, or just any video in general, where my memory of the event, which I experienced from a first-person perspective, is overwritten by the third-person perspective of the camera, because as I edit the footage and stuff, my memory is getting constantly enforced from that other camera angle of the camera versus my eyes, right? So when you want to control information and you present an idea, and you constantly hark on that exact narrative, it's the one that you always run with. People who aren't paying super close attention, their brain is seeing those little bits of information, just the headlines most of the time. They're not even bothering to read it. They're just seeing the headlines. They're hearing the talking head say things without backing it up with evidence. And it's reinforcing the brain pattern, and it's literally brainwashing. That's what it is. Right? That's the purpose of propaganda. But what happens is, and this is getting back to the point here, is that, and I forget how this ties back into our other conversation, but at least I'll get to the point of this conversation, that when my wife is like talking to me about, like, it's so frustrating to hear my uncle like spout all these talking points from CNN when we have seen the evidence. In fact, even her grandma has sat through the Right Side broadcast streams of them presenting the evidence in the hearings, right? The video of them pulling ballots out from under the table in Georgia, the testimonies of the ballots not being folded, indicating that they definitely weren't sent out absentee or mail-in. They're freshly printed off of a computer. There's no creases, right? All of these sort of things that we've seen. The reason why you can't communicate that to somebody who has been experiencing their information input through a different source that has a sophistic desire to spread a separate narrative for control is that your brain waves, when you hear information, that information comes in and it tries to reconcile itself with the information that has already created all the pathways in your brain. And it's kind of like when you jump into a maze and you start drawing the line and then you hit the dead end. right? That doesn't go anywhere. So your brain retargets back to the preconceived, predetermined outcome of your belief system. And that's why it's so difficult to communicate with people. I remember where I was going with this now. And so what I've recently explained to my wife is that in order to get through to people, they have to have that red pill or black pill, whatever you want to call it, moment where their reality is shattered so severely that they start to question everything that they know, right? And this is what happens to conspiracy theorists, is that they see something that proves without a doubt that something that they've believed their entire life is completely untrue, right? And for a lot of people, like something I brought up in the original recording of the review was the Gulf of Tonkin incident, which is the pretext we used to go into, was it the Vietnam War? Dan, do you remember? Was it Korea or Vietnam? The Gulf of Tonkin? It was
Vietnam. It was Vietnam.
Yeah. So there was an incident that was known as the Gulf of Tonkin incident that was used as the pretext to get us to go to war in Vietnam. And later on, it was admitted that it was completely made up. It didn't happen at all. It was completely fabricated as a pretext to go to war, right? So when somebody sees the footage of the BBC reporter on 9/11, this just in, we're hearing reports that Building 7 has collapsed. And all the time behind her in their live feed, Building 7 is right there. You know, these are the types of things that people experience that shatter their perception of reality and the things that they believed were true for a long time, and gets them to start questioning. And then it puts you in this dangerous mode where everything is wrong. Everything you've ever known is wrong. So Vladimir Lenin used to say that the easiest way to control your opposition is to lead it yourself. So what happens is people go through this narrative change of experiencing that, you know, moment where everything I've known up to this point is a lie, and they are very susceptible to believing the rewritten truth of any random conspiracy theory. You know what I mean? So going back to when I was working on the review, I would say that to a degree I was entering, like, I would say like level 3 or level 5 of those deep red pill moments. And it put me into that weird realm of not knowing what was true again, right? I lost my bearing on reality while working on the review, because it caused me to research a lot more. And there's that thing about, have you ever seen that graph of information relative to confidence in a concept, where the less you know about something, the higher your confidence in talking about that thing is. And then as you learn more about it, you become less and less confident. And then you come back up as you know even more about it, to the point where you're so confident because you know it as on an expert level, right? And I would say that was largely what was going through my mind at the time when I was working on this, which is why, like I said, there's a good 30 minutes of review, 3 hours of flailing.
Owls got lost in the forest.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm glad that we get to talk about the film, because it is a very important film to me, and has been on my mind a lot, especially as time has gone on. And I'm glad to have had the opportunity to sit down and rewatch it, especially in 2021. But you know, it's one of those things that I feel like a concept. And again, I'm not saying that all of the things that I thought back when I was originally recording these things, I still believe so strongly. But one of the things that I considered back in the day when I was working on the review was the idea that there's a saying in Hollywood that the only way to tell the truth is through fiction. And the idea is that like the actual truth outside of the narrative shaped by media in, you know, news can't be exposed in nonfiction ways, because it's so dramatic that it's not believable, so to speak, right? So they have a saying that the way that you tell the truth of what's going on in the world is to do it through fiction. So to give you sort of a more outlandish idea, there's the whole Pizzagate phenomenon. And again, I'm not going to speculate on it too heavily, but you've got varying degrees of provable things occurring there. And so there's a conspiracy group following this, a group of people following this conspiracy, and they're under the belief pedophiles are harvesting a substance known as adrenochrome. And the concept is that it's sort of like going back to a Kabbalistic ritual sacrifice of terrorizing children and people and basically getting their adrenaline as high as you can possibly get it before killing them and bottling that adrenaline-filled blood for consumption. Now, let me ask you, are there any movies that remind you of that? Have you ever seen Monsters, Inc.? A movie where they bottle screams, right? So I'm saying that if there is truth to the conspiracy, right, it's told through fiction, you know. And one of the things that and again, I'm not saying necessarily that the adrenochrome theory is true or not, because you can purchase adrenochrome on Amazon pretty cheaply. I think that you could explain away some of it, but other aspects of the overarching Pizzagate theory are very troubling. But one of the things that I thought of back in 2014, very like when Edward Snowden came out with the NSA scandal stuff that he went to The Intercept with, I couldn't help but think about the fact that just before that disclosure happened, the Batman movie came out, where Batman had the Christopher Nolan Batman, where he had a tool that hacked into all the cell phones in the area to give him the ability to see through walls. Yeah,
basically
through radar. Yeah, and that was a tool that he determined was too powerful and had to be destroyed. Right? And then we have Edward Snowden come out and disclose all of this. And, it just about the fact that you're being spied on 24/7. You know, Facebook's app, the Messenger app, has access to your microphone and is listening all of the time, 100% of the time. In fact, if your phone is dying, if the battery is dying constantly, delete all of your social media apps and just see how much longer that phone battery lasts. And Facebook admits that they're doing this. And the reason that they claim is that, when you first joined Facebook, you were supposed to tell Facebook some stuff about you. Oh, I'm this old. I'm interested in men or women or whatever. I'm this religion. And here are my interests. Here's the music I like. Here are the movies I like. So Facebook said that, we're listening to you because we're just listening for songs that you're listening to. And then we can recommend you bands you might like, and then when you like those things, then our ads can target to you better, but this kind of goes back to that discussion we had where I talked about the selfie and how they popularized the selfie in selfie culture, and Facebook has you tagging your photos with your, who's in them. And what they did with that information is they developed the most advanced facial recognition system in the world, which they gave to the government, right? Because they had your face tagged in all sorts of different lighting conditions, with a beard, without a beard, different hairstyle, different makeup looks for women and everything. And they were able to utilize that for that purpose. I love this. Lance says, I'm heading to the bunker. AC is getting into the shit. Yeah.
Hey,
So,
on the subject,
yeah.
I gotta go, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
guys.
man, it's getting late. No, I appreciate you being here, man.
Yeah.
Take it easy, dude.
All right. Have a good one,
I
guys.
think we're gonna wrap up pretty soon, anyway. All right, man. I'll talk to you soon.
See ya.
Bye.
See ya.
Sorry.
I was like, wait, where'd he go?
Okay, so here I want to read some of the. I love these comments I'm seeing.
Yeah.
And thanks to you, my face is in the Chinese database.
Because your baby face, you mean?
Yeah. Well, no, I don't know. Did you use AI to do that, or is that like manual?
it's the Snapchat camera filter. I didn't use it through the phone. I used the desktop one.
There's a thing like that.
Yeah, it's so that you can use Snapchat filters as your webcam. Like I could use them right now, right? I could actually enable it as my camera on StreamYard.
So you can connected to online though.
Say what?
So you can be a bearded baby.
Yes, although it sometimes takes away the beard and sometimes doesn't. It's funny. I had my son. My son came in here while I was working on it, and I had a really hard time telling when the effect was engaging on him because he still looks like a baby. Anyway, Lance says that FDDM's avatar looks like buff DDMN. I think you meant NM. Fused with Migi from Parasite.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hitlermon. Denial is a river in Egypt. My wife believes in multiverse theory. This is the concept that the multiple timeline theory, I suppose.
Parallel universes.
Yeah. The idea that we're entering a dark timeline right now, guys. People live in their own bubbles, and unless you cross that barrier, you will never see things from their point of view. Yeah, I agree, and that's why I've talked in the past a lot about. I've endeavored to try to understand why people believe the things that they believe, and in doing so, I have gained an appreciation for viewpoints that previously I would have said, no, that person's just stupid, or no, that person is a bigot,
just a furry.
Well, I'm not trying to uncover everybody's fetish reasoning because I don't think that's based in logic. But I'm saying, like, for instance, let me give you this was a pretty significant red pill for me. Do you guys know who David Duke is?
I just know him being referred to in that one Sam Hyde sketch.
Well, David Duke, for some reason, is like the boogeyman. Like, they refer to him, he's like the most evil person in the world. He's a KKK guy and stuff. So in 2016, before YouTube was like heavily curating all their stuff, I stumbled across some videos of his when he was promoting Donald Trump for president, and he talked about how Donald Trump is the second most hated man in America behind him, right? And what's interesting is I found out who other people said he was, right? And I watched a bunch of his videos, and I got to be honest with you, he does not come across as a racist at all. But granted, this is an important caveat to that. Granted, all the videos that he puts up on his own channel are videos by him to make him look, as good as possible, right? Like, you're not going to put up videos that make you look bad, right? But the point that he had, and again, this is just trying to elaborate on the idea of trying to understand why people believe the things that they believe. Is that the reasoning behind why he joined the KKK, which he later left shortly after joining, according to him, was that there were each race in America at the time when he joined it had a group that promoted identitarianism of their group, right? So he said there's the Black Panthers and groups like that or Black Lives Matter today for African Americans. There's La Raza, which means the race for Hispanics. So he claimed that he joined the KKK because it was a group that promoted
white people,
white identitarianism, right? Or the survival or advocating for the white race, meaning that from his perspective, and again, just to be clear, I'm not saying I agree or disagree with any of the things, of the individual things I'm going to go through here. But I'm just saying that when you actually sit down and listen to what people believe and listen to them, you can start to at least understand their reasoning. And see, I want to be abundantly clear about it. The reason why this is so important is because right now, literally this week, right now, what's going on with Twitter and Facebook banning people off the platform? The reason why there's a hashtag "We Are All Trump" trending on Twitter is because getting rid of somebody like Trump, or years ago getting rid of Alex Jones, which was the domino that led to this occurring, is dangerous, right? Because it and all those people from Tumblr lost their home and flooded into Twitter, right? The idea people are talking about ban them all is trending right now on Twitter, referring to find every Trump supporter, every person who supported Trump, or whatever the wrong think they want to talk about is.
Oh my
and
God.
get them off the platform, right? That's trending right now. They are people advocating that. But the idea that people they're short-sighted. They don't realize that, okay, look, I'm fully for the concept of getting rid of pedophiles completely, totally on board with that. But the problem is,
if you censor them, then they're going to make a cesspool of their own. And
the thing is that there isn't a feasible way to do that short of murdering them. There isn't a way to do that, right?
I thought you were talking about just social media here.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is, like, okay, so you think, okay, so such and such site has hosted child porn, therefore ban that site. Okay, Google, then those guys, they're just gonna. That doesn't stop them. That doesn't do anything for the root problem, right? You know. Now, I'm not saying that you should. Oh, well, they're hosting child porn, just let them host child porn. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is that if you are saying, oh, well, people who supported Trump, they need to be banned off of social media. Okay, well, that doesn't make them disappear in real life. Okay, that doesn't
just makes
do
them
anything.
angrier.
That just makes them, like, you got to understand, this is the really dangerous thing. What causes people, and again, to be abundantly clear, I have seen plenty of footage that indicates to me that there was some shenanigans going on at the Capitol, that police did stand down, let them in, and in some entrances to the building apparently gave them a tour, let them right fucking in. Okay,
yeah, follow me.
Yes, the narrative being pushed is a lie. Okay, but with that said, and I do think there were agent provocateurs who were there, who, once the first person breaks through the barrier, a flood of people follow, whether rationally thinking they would not actually want to get into the Capitol, because once you get in there, what are you going to do? Also, obvious sabotage of the fact that what was happening in the Capitol up until the moment that they broke through that barrier was going their way. The purpose of getting Trump supporters in D.C. was to have every one of the senators and congressmen in the Capitol to realize, look, I know you might not want to contest the results, but there are not 74 million, but there's at least 100,000 people outside. So maybe we should think about this, right? Rather than just cuck and do what they eventually end up doing.
Think logically past Orange Man bad.
Yeah, well, so my point is that that thought process of, and I'm seeing this a lot, of people doing what you might call a victory lap over Trump getting banned off of Twitter, not thinking at all 2 steps into the future of where things go from here, because they have resigned themselves to the idea that Trump supporters are racist, sexist, white supremacists, right, or something of that nature, right? Mm-hmm. They've resigned themselves to that predetermined outcome because, again, the narrative is to constantly reinforce that, right? Just like, and I think this was a red pill moment for some people back in the day when they overstepped things so hard with that video of Trump dumping the koi food into the pond after showing the clip of Abe throwing it into the pond, right? As in, look at how he disrespects our allies. Abe throws the fish, Trump just dumps it in. He throws the fish food, he dumps it in, right? Even though they, in order to make that post,
they cut it like 3 minutes out of it
and cut out the part in the middle where Trump also threw the food in, and then Abe dumped the fucking thing right before Trump did, right? So that is one of those. That is one of those Building 7 moments for people where you show them this clip and say, "You are being lied to," right? Now, but when it comes to this thing, again, it's that pathway and the way that brainwashing works is that, and again, the whole idea that I talk about of the internet being the next Tower of Babel is
Buy
that
Anime Collector's Guide on how to brainwash.
I honestly, brainwashing isn't that hard. The hardest part about brainwashing is getting people to trust you before you start doing it. At least in my opinion.
That's where it
tell you guys,
with all the kids shows.
Well, let me tell you guys, something that happens with cults and abuse is that people don't realize they're being abused necessarily when it's the only thing that they know. Like, things have changed a lot since I met my wife. But when I first started dating her, her dad was outright abusive, right? To the point where we would come home from a movie or something, and we literally just stepped into the house. Like we step in the house, take off our shoes, walk into the kitchen, and in the minute after we get there, the garage door closes, and my wife would start having a panic attack because her dad was home. And he would come in, and he'd go into the house and look for something to yell at us about. He'd walk into the house and go into the big den area and yell at my wife for the pillows being askew or something. It's like, we literally have not even been in there, like we literally got here a minute before you did. And these were really bad times, Now again, things have changed a lot since then. We still have issues, but not to the same level. But I noticed immediately when I started dating my wife that she was being emotionally and verbally abused, right? And I got her out of that as fast as I fucking could, And I got to tell you, coming back to California was a huge mistake in that front, because my wife's family is manipulative, but it's one of those things where when it's all the people in this family don't see it. For example, right now, it's a really weird situation here because I'm living with my wife's grandmother, and her grandmother is, I don't want to use the word invalid. She's she's bedridden, right? And so she's at a point in her life where she does not even have the faculties to control her own finances. So my wife's mom takes care of those things. And it's actually dangerous for my wife's grandmother to get money because she spends it a lot. In fact, I heard recently that my wife told me a story where one time she spent $20,000 of it in a single day from her bed with her phone, right? At one point, my son was waiting for me to come home from work, and he was sitting on the stairwell waiting for me to get home so that he could ask me to beat a boss in a Game Boy game or something like that for him. And while he was waiting, the mail got delivered. And my son, trying to be helpful, opened the door and got the mail and brought it in and gave it to grandma, or his great-grandma. And my wife lost it when she found that out, because apparently great-grandma's not allowed to get her mail, because if she gets her mail, she gets her bank statements, and if she gets her bank statements, then she's going to start making calls and trying to get money, and it was a whole big thing. And I'm like, you have to stop. You cannot do this. You cannot yell at my son. You can't tell my son to lie, first of all. I'm not going to have that, And it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, these are dangerous, manipulative situations that get created that look normal to people who aren't used to, a healthier environment. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And so anyway, what I'm trying to get at here is that this is a very perilous time to be alive, especially right now, this week, this month, this year going forward is going to be uncomfortable. And I do expect to get banned off of YouTube because I'm not going to tell lies. I'm going to do the best I can to report the observations until we're gone. And I do think it'll happen, just to be clear. I really do. Unless, save some miracle, which the hope, the optimistic side of me, like I said, I feel like we are, I think they're advancing so quickly that they're going to collapse. And I think that that leaves an opportunity for a pretty unbelievable change in culture in the country. And so I'm rooting for that. And I'm hoping that that's the world my kids get to grow up in versus the hellhole we're currently in. So anyway, I'm rambling a lot and I appreciate you guys listening, but I don't know if you guys have any thoughts about 2021 going forward. What do you think? Are you, it's kind of a, yeah, buckle up, right? Yeah. So some chats here real quick. Okay, I'll just reiterate this one. People live in their own bubbles, and unless you cross that barrier, you will never see things from their point of view. So this is, again, I went into the concept of you have to shatter the reality with evidence that they cannot refute. And the thing is, the amazing thing, again, to quote Morpheus from The Matrix, some people are so inured, so hopelessly dependent on the system, or in this case, their narrative, their worldview, that they will actively fight you. Trying to, they will actively fight to defend the cult, right? The narrative that's wrong, their worldview, whatever it is, the dangerous lie that they live. They'll fight you to protect it. And again, I believe personally that this is why our friend JT Master believes the way he does regarding the Vic Mignogna situation. Because even though there's all this evidence of these people being complete shitheads.
He's so far into the cult.
Well, no, the thing is that he's trying to become a voice actor. So the narrative that's easier for you to accept is the one where one guy is evil versus the industry being a den of vipers, right? So I think that that's something really that needs to be registered in the core of your brain to orient your life forward, that it's extremely easy to fall for comforting lies, right? Now, Lance says, this is why people hate me. I watch both the right and left arguments. Yes. Again, this is why I don't consider myself a Republican or a Democrat, because, for example, this is something that really irritated me about Trump supporters, because again, I support Trump. I supported him through his presidency for the most part, but I don't consider myself a quote Trump supporter, because I watched a bunch of people who they themselves did not consider themselves right or left, who jumped on the Trump train, and I watched them take Mitch McConnell, somebody that no Republican has ever liked, and start parading him as, quote, cocaine Mitch, right? Because they basically started to trust people on the right that they should not have trusted. Lindsey Graham being another one. And I watched them fall for putting their trust in a bunch of people who we had no reason to trust, have always been spineless traitors to the country, and yet they were going. If Trump was running a marathon, they're at the very back of the line, but at least they're still walking in the same direction, whereas everybody else on the other side was taking a car the opposite direction from the race, right? And I was a little bit worried, and obviously we've seen where that's come. And then I'm just going to go through these real quick. Look, if someone is not willing to clear their mind and look at the world from a third-person perspective, they will never see the truth. I totally agree with that. But it can be hard. It is a consciousness, an evolution of consciousness that people are not all at the same level and can't quickly get there. It's hard to it's like leveling up in a video game. All of a sudden it happens and your perspective of the world changes and matures. And some people will go almost their entire life or even through their entire life and never reach that, blind people have an advantage since their object permanence is not a thing. Just because you don't see something or experience it does not make it real or not. Holy fuck, I dipped out for like a minute and came back to that last sentence. What the hell I missed? Oh, I need to know what sentence that was. Oh, no, that's super creepy. This was the AC getting into the shit, yeah. Any gathering of information without the app being activated should be a crime.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Facebook app, yeah.
Any gathering of the information, I just heard I'm like, magic.
I learned a long time ago to not ever feel like I know everything. Yes, these are the teachings of Plato. Life is a teacher, and if you ever find yourself feeling like you understand everything, you actually know nothing. Again, this is the confidence versus information you have. It gets real high. And this is the thing that my son does this. It's so frustrating being a parent seeing this happen. My son will learn like 2 little factoids about a subject and starts talking authoritatively about it. And like, for instance, my wife would be talking the woman who was shot at the Capitol. She was talking to me about it while we were driving my kids in the car, so my daughter would fall asleep. And my son says, yes, she got shot and it broke her windpipe and then she couldn't breathe and she died. And I'm like, no, that isn't what happened. You don't know that. Stop treating everything that you hear a small little thing and just assume the end of it. And again, this is something I used to do as a kid. There was a distinct memory I have when I was in like Boy Scout camp or something. And one of the kids that was at the camp was born with 6 fingers. And he had a scar from where one of them was removed, right? And his thumb, like when I look at my thumbnail, and again, you base it, your the sort of normalcy bias that you have on what things look like is based on yourself, especially as artists. When you draw people, you draw them based on the one that you observe the most. So I look at a thumb and I think that's what a thumb looks like. And his thumb was kind of more pointed, almost to the point that it looked like it was missing an edge, right? So when I had heard, and again, I'm like 5 at this time, maybe 7 at the oldest. I had heard from this kid what happened. That, oh yeah, I was born with an extra finger and I got it removed, right? And in my head, I'm like, oh, like I had come up with the explanation for the weird shaped thumb that they had accidentally nicked part of his thumb, right? And then that was also part of the story. So when I relayed that information right in front of him to the next kid who asked about the scar, he's like, no, I didn't. Like, that didn't happen. You know, and I was like, holy shit, yeah. He said that didn't happen. You know what I mean? And I just,
you said, oh shit, yeah, when you were 5 years old? Wow.
Well, it's just like that was
it's quite advanced.
The experience of realization that how easy it is to convince yourself of something that isn't true based on that moment where you get that little bit of information and your brain wraps around the whole concept. So sort of this is how I kind of picture it. So think about the file structure in a computer. You've got a folder and folders inside of subfolders inside of folders, right? But concept, right? Here's the concept that you've just learned about this concept. Now you've got a folder in your brain titled that. And that folder is a certain volume, right? And so the actual structure of the walls of this metaphorical folder exist on a loose understanding of the basic of the sort of whole concept of what this thing is, from the idea of observable reality surrounding that subject, right? And then as you learn more things, the folder gets populated with files and more folders and subfolders and things that are in it that are existing inside of the framework of what it is. And maybe the folder starts to grow beyond the empty space. And maybe it requires you to scroll wheel and stuff, but you at least had with the original folder some idea of the thing, right? And that's the dangerous area where you start to think Like I can see the edge of the wall of this folder before it gets so big that you have to scroll to see the end. You get what I mean? So anyway, he also said, Lance said, LOL, I am the canceled master.
Yeah.
Old man says, you can't beat identity politics with identity politics. So I think this is going back to the David Duke argument. I agree. I don't think that you can. I don't think that you can beat identity politics with almost anything, largely because it's. I don't think it's a Marxist identity, right? And that's why Marxism is so dangerous, because it is. It's an us versus them identity idea, right? So, and cults use this. When I was growing up as in a Christian household, my parents told me, well, look, you got to understand, all religion is a cult to a degree. Just the idea of a cult, has a negative connotation, because the cults that we talk about and use the term cult to describe are the ones that are manipulating and taking advantage of people, right? And to a degree, religious cults can be like Pied Pipered, so to speak, by people, different people with varying degrees of malicious intent. But it's not to say that the core pillar of the group is cultish or whatever. So what I'm trying to get at is, I was told growing up that I would be persecuted for my faith, and that's not untrue. I mean, look at Vic. Look at Vic Mignogna getting persecuted for being a Christian, for wanting to spread his ideas and his faith, and not taking guest appearances at conventions unless they agreed to let him do a Sunday panel church service. Absolutely, you get persecuted for that. But so it's not to say that it's untrue, but it is also in a cult sort of setting, a method of controlling people by telling them you're right, and you will be challenged. People will persecute you, and sometimes they're not persecuting you; they're challenging your ideas because they might be flawed, right? But the cult aspect of it is to deny any alternate reality to the one in your mind that is shaped by your narrative, right? So
I think it would have been culty if they said that every religion but yours is a cult.
To be clear, my parents didn't refer to Christianity as a cult. I'm saying that as an adult, I have observed that all religions are cults to a degree. I'm pointing out that, because that's what it is it goes back. I'm trying to get back to Marxism. Marxism is us versus them, right? And this is a dangerous place to be, because it is a belief that you are right and everyone else is wrong. And anyone who challenges your ideas is attacking you, right, rather than your ideas. And I don't remember who said this. I think it was probably Jordan Peterson who said that the reason we have mouths and the ability to speak is so that your ideas can die in place of yourself, right? For oral. It's funny you mentioned that, because there's a deep fake, like the Photoshop for sound of Jordan Peterson reading what he calls his next book, Chapter 1. How to suck dick. There's like a whole video on that. It's just like an audio.
That's the thing about these creepy technologies. While they can be used for such evil and terrible things, there's so many possibilities of great memes you can make out of it, like deep fake voices.
It's funny. A lot of people talk about the show House of Cards and relate it to American politics.
Every time
it's weird to think
boring as balls.
Oh yeah, I have not been able to get through more than an episode because it seems boring as shit. But so did Game of Thrones until the first season ended, and then it was like, then you were hooked. But I'll say that I find it weird that I find the politics in 24, which has no basis should not have any basis in reality, to be significantly more compelling for what's going on. Because one of the early seasons of 24, they developed the Photoshop for voice. and they're typing things out and getting like the president to say things he did not say as a means to control him and scandal, insurance and whatnot, which I find quite interesting. With the for the record, I don't think that the Billy Bush tape of Trump saying "grab him by the pussy" is faked. I don't think that. I also think it's hilarious and not something he should have apologized for. But anyway, I think it's interesting. I'm compelled constantly to go back and rewatch all the seasons of 24, which is a hurdle in itself. There's a lot of interesting things about the 25th Amendment and all the stuff going on that they kind of touched base on there, and how close the president is to danger at different times without the rest of the world being allowed to know it, or the concept of plausible deniability and how fucking guilty the damn president is, but can't let it be known that he knew about it. Otherwise, he's the one who will get in trouble for it. Anyway. But yeah, so where were we? Oh, we're finishing here. Lance says, I hope they ban my Twitter account. Yeah, a little part of me was kind of disappointed I wasn't banned on Facebook already, because we do need to make the switch to another platform for the docs. I just don't know what it will be yet. Because I guarantee you, okay, here's the thing. I don't want to get banned off of Google. I don't want to lose. That would be the worst thing that could happen, to lose my Gmail account, because I have so much stuff in there that I need to have access to.
YouTube.
Yes. I know someone who got banned from Twitter just for putting Raichu from Pokemon as their avatar. Well, that sucks.
That must be like the manga panel.
Did it have was it Raichu Rule 34 hot ass version or something? What doesn't kill dumbasses will only make them dumber? What doesn't kill dumb ideas makes them dumber. I think that's one of the reasons why, and building on the concept I've discussed today, why flat Earth has exploded to such a degree. And it goes back to the idea of you're very vulnerable at that stage when you get that red pill that makes you question everything. Because then you start to believe, oh, fuck, we're ruled by reptilians and they're using cloned people. And this person is a crisis actor who's also this person, although some of that shit is probably true. And the Earth is flat because NASA
God
admits
said so.
that all the pictures of the Earth from this time frame are artist renderings of what they think it looks like, because you can't take pictures. Also, how the fuck did you record footage on the moon and beam it back to Earth through the Van Allen belt? All this stuff. So yeah, it quickly becomes challenge. You get challenged on ideas that break that sort of, for instance, one of my favorites is who filmed the moon landing. One small step for man. I'm the first person on the moon. Who the fuck filmed it? Right? That sort of shatters your perception of reality, does it not?
Apparently, it's something that was attached to the leg of the thing, but who knows if that's true?
There are plausible answers. Although, and it would have been fun to have had this ready. There is video of Stanley Kubrick on his deathbed saying he filmed it. So
what?
Yeah, I had heard the theory, just like I had offhandedly seen it. There's too much. Again, I like to know why people believe what they believe, but there's so much. It's literally impossible to rabbit hole all of them. So that was one I had seen from time to time and thought, yeah, I don't know, maybe. And then years later, I'm like, motherfucker, there's video of him saying it. I thought that was just a claim.
Well, I just found out about that now, apparently.
Yeah, there's so the theory that I had heard previously was that because Stanley Kubrick did 2001: A Space Odyssey, I think right before the moon landing. So he had experience creating
fake moon
space, fake space stuff. Again, this is the theory. I'm not saying it's true or not. So the theory that people put forward was that in exchange for faking the moon landing and keeping it quiet, he got unlimited funding for all the rest of his movies after that point. He could do whatever he wanted. And so there's some compelling arguments there. I do find it interesting that the movie that I think got him killed, Eyes Wide Shut, was filmed in a Rothschild mansion. And apparently he was quite distressed while the execs were watching the movie that he created. And then after he died, they edited out like 20 minutes of footage, censored a bunch of shit and stuff. And there's no like full version of the movie available to watch. But anyway, back to, I want to get through the chat before we end. No one ever thinks about the consequences of their actions. Also, what is racism to someone who is colorblind? So again, see, this is the problem that we have, is that racism, the concept racism, that is the I know this word and therefore I know everything, and then that I know nothing and then I know that phenomenon. Racism is a overly simplified prism of perspective that is weaponized, right? So realistically speaking, God, for everybody, the 5 viewers who just came in with the title Infiltration of the Round Eye, this is the worst time for you to come into the video. but the concept of racism, like for instance, to say that so and such group is white supremacists, or they hate black people or whatever, or it's racist to think, like racial profiling, for example, is racist. It's like, no, it's not, right? I forget who said it. There was a prominent black, I don't know if he was a politician or some great thinker. It might have been Thomas Sowell, who said racism doesn't exist in America. And again, I'm quoting him, just to be clear, I'm quoting him, because racism is hating another person on grounds of their race without reason. And he goes on to say, the African American community has given plenty of reason for people to hate them, right? That's his quote, right? I have not been able to, I've looked numerous times to find out who actually said that. And I have been unsuccessful in figuring out who it was. I think it was either Larry Elder or Thomas Sowell. It sounds like something that one of them would have said. But the concept is that you put the perspective of quote unquote racism over the concept of simply being about race and not being about culture, right? So, for example, and I'll be abundantly clear, it is unfair, especially for the black community, because statistically speaking, crime being committed, especially there, like black communities are hit very hard with poverty and crime, and it's like a very rough cycle. So therefore, when you come to the police and racial profiling, you can call it racist, but statistically speaking, being more cautious of a certain group based on the probability of violence, especially when you're in the ghetto, so to speak, versus, you're going to react differently in high-end Beverly Hills to different people who are walking about than you are in, seedy underbellies of different places, right? But the problem is that, of course, there are the concept of racism is also accurate in some degrees, because there are people who live through the life lie that the Jews are bad, or black people are evil, or whatever it's going to be, and that taints the systematically easy to classify realm of what truth is, right? Because two things simultaneously being true due to the fact that you can't group everybody together. You get what I mean? So like there are going to be cops that are going to see somebody of a certain race and treat them differently, and even like aggressively and violently go after somebody without addressing the scenario of whatever, like a traffic stop or whatever, and they're going through that prism of race, right? And again, this goes back to understanding why people believe what they believe. I'm looking at the Black Lives Matter movement and saying, yes, there are significantly there are things in the pillars of their belief system that they're accurate to some varying degree about, for sure. But the overarching, stated goal of destroying the nuclear family and all these other things get out into the weeds away from those varying things. Or you could, let's say, agree that something exists and is a problem, but the solution that's being offered by two separate groups are completely diametrically opposed to each other, right? So, for instance, if you take gun control for an example, you could acknowledge, okay, so you don't want there to be guns on school grounds because guns are dangerous. Therefore, you create, Joe Biden, gun-free zones, right? But then the alternative becomes, okay, well, now that you've created gun-free zones, no law-abiding citizen in those areas has a gun to defend themselves. Therefore, the people who aren't going to follow the law and take the gun in there, they're shooting fish in a barrel. And you make them that much more deadly, right? Because there's nobody to stop them. And in fact, in Israel, they armed their teachers, and the mass shootings in schools basically dropped to almost nothing, if nothing, and it's one of those things where, like, you can acknowledge that there's a problem, but your solution is going to be different. That's where you disagree. Not that you're disagreeing on the problem, but you're disagreeing on the solution, right? Anyway, I want to get through these. Colorblind. Just watch any TV broadcast where someone is trying to make a case as the point that someone is evil. Just listen to the music tonality, photograph positioning, etc. Yeah, well, again, this goes to whenever something happens. For instance, look at what's going on right now. The photos that are used when crafting the narrative of what happened at the Capitol, right? So I saw on the day that was occurring, people showing a picture of the guy in the lobby of the Capitol holding a flag or whatever, or the guy holding the lectern, Nancy Pelosi's lectern, and they juxtapose that to black people at a previous protest being beaten by the police, right? Saying, you can't look at this and say that racism isn't a thing or whatever, but the thing is, like, they're claiming that the white people didn't get hurt or whatever, but the thing is that there are videos of the event of exactly the same kind of policing happening to the Trump supporters in D.C., and they're choosing not to show that footage, right? Of the police. It was specifically when the curfew violators were getting their asses beat by the police. As soon as it was 6 o'clock or whatever, they were straight up. I'll do it this way. They were straight up France. Okay, just to be clear, that was France. That's footage we've had for a long time on the podcast. But that was essentially what it was like, And again, that's going back to, like, whenever there's an article about Trump. Am I here? Okay. The photo that they use, is it the picture of Obama looking triumphant, or is it the one of him looking with a furrowed brow, looking ashamed? You know what I mean? So that's the narrative. That's the way of producing your narrative, right? Anyway, let's go here. I'm sorry to hear that. I know how that feels. When you see, I'm assuming this is the abuse stories. When you see someone who is being mistreated, it's easy to tell them from the outside looking. Yes, and that's something I observed about systems of control and cults. It's funny about it. It's extremely easy to observe a system of control for those who aren't in it, right? This Church of Scientology is abundantly, obviously a cult. But to all the members, it's not. To them, they don't see it looking from the inside out. Abuse is evil of many colors. E. Castro says, yeah, it's tough because in such an environment, coping mechanisms are actually adaptations. Yes. Holy fuck, AC, you have no idea how much I could relate to your situation. I've seen that bullshit so much in my life. But in a healthy environment, can one see they've adapted to really bad stuff? Sorry, only in a healthy environment can one see they've adapted to really bad stuff. Your story feels very accurate to my experience coming back home during the pandemic. Yeah. Oh man, there's so many extra comments. Okay. You guys are still alive? Yeah, we're mostly just shooting the shit at this point, though. Never allow yourself to fall into the mindset of I am right and I can't be wrong as long as this is the case, for sure. Free speech is dead. Yeah, well, let's put it this way. The tree of liberty is about to get a fresh batch of blood. Nothing is black and white. You will always be presented with more facts. You should have a base of morals that cannot be moved, but nothing more. So I agree with that. That's the thing. Morals, your sort of moral compass is an important thing. But the problem is that you get to the point where it is, and this is a direct, intentional thing by intelligence agencies. I believe it was the Secretary of Defense or whoever at one point said, we will know that our misinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people know is a lie, right? And the thing is that no matter what occurs, for example, for every election I have seen, except weirdly for this election, there's footage of an election from Russia of a woman stuffing ballot boxes. Just stuffing them during the thing. And weirdly, I didn't see that one come up this year. I'm glad people have finally stopped sharing that. It comes up every single election. I see it. It's like, this is from Russia. It's from like 8 years ago. Stop sharing it, But that's the thing is that like you get to the point where no matter how, because you see evidence, video evidence, you're like, look at this. This is irrefutable. And then you get something that shatters your belief in that. And it becomes the point where you don't know what to believe anymore, again, which goes back to the danger of thinking everything you know is wrong and rewriting all of your information, which is a trap people coming into conspiracy theories fall into. Anyway. You may have to start selling portions of your collection to help your family and move out. Your collection is still sealed. Your wife could help you with shipping while you work. So you're not wrong, especially the direction the world is going. I may end up selling it in a lump, some like $100,000 or whatever, just getting out entirely. I don't know what country to move to right now, but I've got a couple in mind, and Bitcoin's gotten to $40,000, so that's not anything to scoff at. He also says, I would not take any cards off the table for sure. I believe that information is the only true path to progression. I would really like to talk to you privately and share some personal stories with you. Dude, anytime. It'd be great to have a chat.
Your Discord is restored, right?
Yes. Weird how I've gotten locked out of everything recently. If you are told not to look at the world around you for fear that you may learn a new truth is cultism. Yes, and that's actually why it's weird. Free speech platforms become more and more right-wing, and controlled speech platforms become more and more left-wing. And I've been going to 4chan lately to read what's happening in the politics section. And I mean, it's always been sort of tongue-in-cheek racist to a degree. So you guys remember the movie Gran Torino? Have you ever seen that movie with Clint Eastwood?
Nope.
Like it's like the weird racism where white guys are racist against other white guys from other countries. Like he refers to his barber, you dumb Polak or whatever, like because he's Polish or whatever. There's that sort of racism. Well, yeah, but there's that sort of racism where it's like, okay, who even cares? 4chan historically has always been that tongue-in-cheek level racism, but like a little bit of a step further, you know. But holy shit, is it hardcore, like neo-Nazi these days? A lot of it, and again, it becomes a thing. There's so many shills there that you can't even tell what perceptions are even the beliefs held by the actual people. But anyway, it's been an interesting phenomenon to look at it post-election, with the factions of pro-Biden, pro-Trump groups just bitching at each other constantly all day, to the point where I just can't believe they're still going at it after 2 months or whatever it's been. Also, just putting this out there, I got banned from eBay within 14 seconds. I am really proud of that. How?
Exactly.
Keep going.
Also, I would like to make it clear you don't have to discuss all my comments. I appreciate it, but I will not shut up at the chat. I'm more just trying to. I kind of just feel like I want to get through all of them today. Hi all. Hey Danny, how's it going? You're coming at a weird time. The Earth is flat because flat is a denial of large bumps. Yeah. Lance, it is all the lolly figures you checked out that first 14 seconds for eBay.
Damn.
There is a new theory apparently that the universe and Earth is egg-shaped. Yes, I was thinking about the fact that Pluto has a separate elliptical path than the rest of the solar system. And I was thinking about that recently as to it's a tangent that doesn't need to happen. Never mind. To be fair, it's possible that they had footage made to air while also still going to the moon. Just to be clear, this is one of the realms where I've seen enough stuff that I question it a lot, but I haven't seen enough stuff to believe the questions over the official story. When I was a kid, I believed conspiracy theories in a fun way because it made you unique and it was fun, like the Bigfoot and Loch Ness monster style stuff, right? And when I was a kid, I used to think, like, just because it was a fun perception of reality, that we faked the moon landing only to beat the Russians, and we did eventually get to the moon, but we faked it because we were racing the Russians at the time. Remember?
Yeah.
It was important for us to be number one, the first in the YouTube comments, right? Moon landing. Although I will say there's a lot of weird stuff that were surrounding the moon landing. For instance, NASA didn't give the moon landing footage to the. They didn't give that footage to the broadcasting news people. Instead, they projected the footage onto a wall and made the broadcasters record the footage off of the wall. And then later on, oops, we accidentally overwrote that film, and they lost the moon landing footage originals. So, oops, yeah, it seems real convenient. In the same way that, the judges are allowing us to investigate the ballots, and what? Oh no, there must have been a mix-up. A hard drive shredding service has shown up outside of the ballot places, and the Dominion voting machines were accidentally dumped in there. Okay, well, that's shady as shit and obvious that was intentional, but I can't prove that wasn't some weird happenstance unless I got a recording of you making the phone call saying, we have to keep this hush, we need you to do it right now, Anyway, E. Castro says, to be fair as possible, they have footage. Yeah, we read that. Danny says, there is a photo that the Mars rover apparently took of part of itself, which shows a shadow of someone working on it, also photographed in a studio somewhere. Dude, I don't know. Look, I don't know. There are so many schools of thought on the conspiracy theories of space that I am tired of them, because I have seen photos of somebody in like New Mexico who apparently stumbled across a bunch of NASA stuff on a part of New Mexico or whatever that looks like fucking the photos of Mars. And like, what the fuck? They start taking photos of it.
What's this flag doing here?
But it's like, is it possible that they're testing the equipment in New Mexico because it is similar to Mars, and they're trying to make sure that it can go over terrain, and they're trying to figure out what sort of issues they're going to run into so they can preemptively do them on Earth before they send it to Mars, or are they filming a movie, or something, that's where reality becomes so tricky, because the narratives, again, and I'm not trying to suggest that it is a lie, but again, if you tell a lie big enough and you keep repeating it, people eventually come to believe it for that reason, because if it's in the history books, even if it's a lie, if it's on TV and you have a memorial for the 9/11 victims and everything, and you yearly remind people of the events and everything, then it becomes harder to separate from the belief, because every year your brain revisits your thoughts about what happened on 9/11 and reaffirms and strengthens those ties in the pathways in your brain, right? And it's also, I think, why the concept of predictive programming exists, why they try to tell you things before they happen, so that you already have the pathway loosely drawn out in your mind for them to then solidify with potentially the lie they want to tell you, so to speak. I'd love to see this photo. I'm sure I've seen it before, but I'd love to just peruse it again for the fun of it. I've never made any searches. That is what makes me laugh so hard. I never got to do anything. That's so weird. I wonder if there's something in your email.
Keep going.
Well, I was gonna say, okay.
The answer is
I made the account, refreshed the page, and had 2 messages. Instant ban mission. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder if there's something in your email that is like German for child porn or something, right? And so when you create an account, it flags all of your accounts and pulls you off the platform. You made some background check, yeah. Oh, you failed some background try to do a new account from scratch. Maybe it's your IP address. Yeah, I was guilty of not being dumb enough to try to buy some third-party trash. No, I'm done. I am a very proud person, and I take pride in my stuff, and where I buy it is very important. Made in America, baby. If eBay is going to be that way, I'll keep my hard-earned money. Before I was able to buy Region 1 DVDs on eBay, I think it has been... Wait. Before I was unable to buy Region 1 DVDs on eBay, I think it has been sold. I got 2 Lupin DVDs from the official Discotheque page so far. Right on, Danny.
I know what they are. Food Conspiracy and Mystery Your Mama.
Right on.
Also, no. Sorry. Food Conspiracy and Episode 0, The First Contact, not Mystery Your Mama.
Okay. So Danny wants to know, how can you activate your YouTube channel to upload longer videos? So I think your YouTube channel is too old. YouTube has had so many rollouts of different policies that some accounts are grandfathered into some bad policies. For example, there was a time when you had to apply and go through sort of a rigorous thing to become a partner and get advertising, right?
Yeah, I remember that. For some reason, I got out of it.
And then all of a sudden, it was like, okay, it's open to everybody. Literally everybody can run ads on their videos. And then we have what we have now, where we're trying to maintain monetization by not dipping under our yearly watch time threshold, which, by the way, we are really sucking at lately. But I honestly, there's nothing I can do to compete with that other than strongly suggest, without outright saying, that you guys should watch the playlist of all my videos in the background.
Just have it going on.
Just have it running all the time. But yeah, there's nothing I can do to fight it right now because of what's going on in the world. People's interest is somewhere else. They're watching stuff about the election and the theories, and they're watching the news. It's more important right now. So anyway, just to answer your question, I don't think it's a restriction anymore. It shouldn't be. But I think there was a way back in the day. What you had to do, I think, was you had to basically activate partnership. Maybe you had to verify your email or something weird. I don't remember. I don't know how it all works, but I think at one point it had something to do with your Google Plus. Is that what it was called? Google Plus?
Yeah.
I had to do something with that Google social network that was
Yeah,
trash.
it is Google Plus.
Yeah, but I don't think that's not a thing anymore. Google Plus doesn't exist anymore. So
Yeah. I remember when that was a thing. When that first came out, it was like, oh yeah, I'm on Facebook, Twitter, and Google Plus. And I was like,
yeah, the Google. I'm on Facebook, Twitter, Google Plus, and MySpace, and
MySpace.
That's like fucking Google Plus is even. Google Plus and Google Glass are like, well, Google, maybe you should just stick with search engines. Like
yeah. Just keep the email server up and the search engine. That's all you need.
Lance says, look, you can let the deer defend themselves or they can stand there and get shot. The options are clear. Yeah. Turning people against each other, men versus women, black versus white, gay versus straight, etc., keeps everybody fighting against each other. Yes. Divide and conquer is like the oldest trick in the book. A member of the band Iced Earth is now on the FBI's most wanted list because of the events there. What? What did I miss? What? What? The photo of the Mars thing? That's contextually, that's the last thing I find. Was it something else I was talking about that you were? This is why I'm trying to get caught up. I have my complaints with this podcast, but I always appreciate how you will talk about the real shit in the world. I would be really pissed if this channel gets taken down. Well, you know what? I would be pissed too. especially because I've got
somebody like, you know what?
especially
be pissed too.
Especially because I've got like 50 plus projects that are varying degrees of completed that I would like to release. See, the largest problem that I have is that because I'm ADD, I can't focus on one project long enough to just get it done. And if I could hammer out so many of these videos, but it's like, oh, the Adolf Hitler video, that shouldn't take too long. It is very funny and topical. Let's jump on that, you know?
It's
anyway,
topical because Hitler's come back from the grave.
Yeah, Hitler is all sorts of like one of the top searched things on YouTube for sure. There would be much more pushback against big tech corporations and government overreach, but people are infighting. Yes, and again, that's divide and conquer. And the as I said before, the best way to control your opposition is to lead it yourself. So, COINTELPRO, agent provocateurs, you get people to infiltrate groups. For example, BLM. BLM may have been started with intent, like good intentions, Black Lives Matter, right? And then it got co-opted and controlled by the people who fund it and direct it exclusively at causes that are ambiguous and will make the people fighting for those causes look stupid to the people who say, hey, maybe we should wait till the evidence comes out. No, I'm going to burn down the whole fucking city. And it's like, oh, the guy was innocent. Oh, fuck. Now you've reinforced in the mind of the people that you're stupid. And it's, again, this is the purpose of Black Lives Matter, is to reignite racism. Because the bigoted belief that black people are irrational, violent, whatever it's going to be, it's like, well, you're putting it on display when you're doing the riots and stuff and you bust people in. That's the purpose of it, It's to get people
had a
fighting.
Theory that white supremacists are the ones who started BLM or whatever. Well, not necessarily BLM, but like popularizing it to create divide.
I mean, I will certainly agree that there are people who want the world to burn. And, for instance, in some ways, like Tim Pool's constantly talking about how Joe Biden's going to have a fucking horrible presidency because the right all hate him. And most of the left also hate him. He's just not Trump. So they voted for him, And so it's like, and they would say, like Antifa used to say, we're going to vote for Joe Biden because it's easier to overthrow a doddering old fool than a fascist, right? So, yeah, I mean, for sure, there are definitely people who want to promote certain ideas that they don't agree with for ulterior motives. Good God, you're still going. Oh, shooting the shit. Got it. Yeah, what's next week? Wolf Children. AC got locked out of the OCA Discord. Yes, I did, actually. So one day, I went back to the Discord, and my profile picture, which should always be Lupin, was a woman in a wedding dress.
I thought that you changed it to like.
That's
oh,
what
I'm
I
gonna be
thought too.
sweet
Is this like
today and,
a wedding
like,
picture
my
of his? I
wedding
can't
picture.
see the dude's face.
Yeah, so that was weird. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how did that happen? So I changed my password and everything. And so what happened with Discord was I got locked out of Discord later, right? And I couldn't get into it. And I thought it was because of the person who hacked it originally to change the profile picture, even though I had changed my password and I had two-factor authentication. So what happened is I could not log in because when I tried to put in my password, it said it was wrong. Or I don't know if it said it was wrong or that it was going into the two-factor authentication part. And no, I think it was saying it was wrong, right? So I had to reset my password, right? And I think, it was because when my account got compromised before, I think I created a new password that combined two of my other passwords that I used previously. And I could not for the life of me remember what it was. So I had to try to reset my password. And then it would take me to a page where it said, you're going to get a text message with a 6-digit number in order to, two-factor authenticate to make sure you can get in, and then you can change your password. And sure enough, the text message would arrive, and the text message would say, you've been sent an email to reset your password. I'm like, oh, no 6-digit number. Go to my email to reset my password, click it, takes me back to the page that says it's going to send me a text message, and I got stuck in a loop where I couldn't get anywhere. But then I realized that I had a app on my phone what I had actually done is that I don't think I did combine two different passwords, so to speak, but I got an app on my phone that works as an authenticator. And what I had to do was go to that app and not the text messages it was telling me to go to in order for it to activate me back in. So that's how I got back in. And it's clearly a problem on their end of telling you to do the wrong thing. Like it was indicating I should be getting a text, and it was actually giving me a text, but not the right one, and all that stuff. And my AirPods died again. By the way, how great was that fucking supercut I did?
That was pretty
the
nice.
GTA stuff. Hold on, my AirPods.
It was pretty fine.
Yeah, I'm glad. It was like 3 minutes long. Like I hope people are enjoying it, because the only persons who could unmute their mic were you and me, Reese.
Well, I just unmuted my mic because I had come back.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't think to unmute it. I just
when I had
watched
said
it
I
on
was gonna be right
I
back,
couldn't tell if anybody was laughing or not.
I came back right in the middle of that. I was like, what the oh.
Yeah. Okay, so Lance says it
You
is
need
easy
to
to
upload that
lie.
onto your channel.
If I did, I would want to get better quality versions of some of those, because of like the what do you call it, the watermarks and stuff. I want to get the
all you have to do is download that and then replace the footage in Premiere, and then boom, you got it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what so you'll notice on some of them it said like Meme Sheep or something from the website I got a compilation of them from. As I was looking for, like, I got it edited like 2 hours in or so, maybe 3 hours in, and it's like it felt like it was missing stuff. So I came back to it and just looked for some more stuff to pad it out a little bit more, so that like there were two different Dapper Dan versions of him, right? The hark, blah, 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 maybe if she stops fucking with that magistrate and legalitarian, there were two versions of that, and I needed to spread them out further so that they weren't right after each other. And when I went to find more of the when I went to find more of them, I actually was finding the clips without the watermark and replacing them as I was going. But I don't know. It's like I got uploaded to my channel, but it's kind of like it's none of that is my own content, other than the fact that I compiled it together.
Yeah.
You know. And also, I can't wait to get canceled for quote saying the N-word, which I didn't at all, and the whole thing was other people, including VTubers who were doing it, but. Anyway, Lance says, it is easy to lie if you can be sure no one can prove you are full of shit. Yeah, it can be easy to lie even if you're not sure of that. Look, if you smell a stinky smell long enough, eventually it does not stink anymore. True. And back to this comment. Some people, even if they can prove you're full of shit, you can just gaslight them into thinking that they're crazy or convince other people that they're lying about your lie, you know. I was asking about long vids on YouTube for Lance. Oh, okay. Yeah, there should not be a limit. I mean, unless your videos are going to be like 1,000 hours long, you know.
I have
I think
a secret catalog of Lance's YouTube channel.
Isn't 10 hours the limit, or is that not a thing anymore?
I think there are some videos that are like 99 hours long.
Mm.
Oh, Christ.
Ricada's stream was 25 hours long, but he then cut it up and re-uploaded it as chunks. Ice Earth equals capital chaos. Oh, yeah. A guy at the Capitol incident was seen before at an Antifa event. Main aim is to destabilize. Yeah, for sure. One of the guys at the Capitol event was a West Virginia lawmaker.
Well, the guy Danny's talking about is the guy with the bison helmet thing.
I don't think. Okay, so that guy was seen at an Antifa event.
Well, yeah,
I do not believe that guy was Antifa. Just to be clear, I think he was a useful idiot who ran in with the people who pushed him first.
From Iced Earth?
I think that. What?
From Iced Earth?
Well, the guy. No, I don't know. Who are you talking about?
I don't know. Danny's comment about Iced Earth. That's a band. Oh wait, what?
Okay. So let me clear this up. Previously, he said somebody was getting hell for the event, and then he's saying, "Oh, it was the Capitol event, the event that happened just like 3 days ago at the Capitol." Right? So then this is a separate thing. He's agreeing with me that there were Antifa agitators here, saying a guy at the Capitol incident was seen before at an Antifa event. Main aim is to destabilize. And Reese was referring to the guy with the horns and the face paint. And I was clarifying that I do believe that guy he's a QAnon. He calls himself the Q shaman. He is not actually part of Antifa. He has been at Antifa events or BLM events, but not on their side. I think he's a useful idiot. However, there are other people who have been photographed who have been confirmed to have been Antifa operatives. And we talked about the text message and stuff. And I don't know, I think I sent you guys the Shadowgate documentary about the plans for civil unrest post-election where they had the group that had the satellite images for map views that were so advanced that when they handed that data over to law enforcement, the team, I think it's Millie Weaver's team, handed that stuff over. They were actually very concerned that a group of former government and intelligence agency people had access to these things because they were significantly more advanced than they should have had access to in civilian life. So anyway, plus footage of security just letting everybody in. Disgusting, right? Lance Parrish says, I am blocked at 15 minutes. Okay. And I have to get YouTube verified. Ice Earth not related to the guy at both ends. Gotcha. Okay. Yes, so that was a separate thought of the guy who was at the Capitol and the Antifa events. Gotcha. All right, we are caught up on chat here. So unless anybody else has something that they want to say, I'm ready to start winding us down. Also, I have failed as a salesman to acknowledge the fact that I'm wearing the Katamari embroidered shirt from Katamari Damashi on Stealth Weeb. So there you go. That's the thing I did. I'm wearing it, and I didn't address it until just now.
So next podcast is
Probably the 18th.
Probably
The Netflix executive got fired for using the N-word in a meeting on words that offend in comedy. Yeah, so again, this is something that really
How do you
irritates
think the
me.
Rockstar meeting went when they discussed the script for GTA's ending?
Well, this is something that troubles me greatly. The concept that people are so, like, for instance, that guy who recently, did you guys hear about the story about the girl who got accepted into a very prestigious school for college, and then somebody from her high school who had recorded a video of her singing a rap song saying the N-word when she would, like, in freshman year in high school or whatever, had been holding on to that video all this time, and then sent it in and got her invitation to the college removed, like revoked or whatever. Have you heard about that?
No, I haven't.
Like, this is something that is so troubling to me that, like, for instance, look, there's a difference between flipping somebody off, like actually flipping them off, or, oh man, I got a cut on my finger, and then saying, stop flipping me off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there's clearly a difference there, right? And I think that in a lot of ways, that's what the N-word has become, is that there is a hateful way to use the word, as with any hateful language. Hateful language contains words that you use on a daily basis. It's just the inflection and the direction of those words.
You can say white people and just mean it's like what white people what? You know, white people are good, white people are bad. You know?
Yeah.
I agree.
So I am very I am very concerned about the. I have a link. Please watch what I'm sending. Oh, this is to UFDM. Do not play it on stream, though. Gotcha. So I'm very concerned about this concept of.
You want me to send it to the boys here?
So I'll just say that I disagree with the concept that there is any word that I am not allowed to say.
Yeah.
But I choose not to use the N-word for the reasoning that it is so, for the same reason that I wear a mask outside. Because it is more tiring to deal with stupid idiots who are gonna interrupt my day with their moral grandstanding than it is to get in and out of a store quickly with a mask on.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Yeah. But I do think that if I were to ever utter the phrase in the way similar to the VTubers were, that I would quickly find out who my friends are, because I do have friends that are African American or whatever, and I know a lot of them in the same way. Let me put it this way: in the same way that Rakeda and Drexel are best friends, and Rakeda dressed up, quote unquote, in blackface as Drexel for Halloween one year, right? And that's a joke between them that is obviously not hateful, was not done in a hurtful way, but everybody else can be offended on all black people's behalf, so to speak. I am concerned with, like, I don't want to be put in a situation where I have to watch some friends that I expect to make a big deal about something to do so, because what it is a power play. It is a sophistic attempt to basically gaslight control over another person, and I would immediately lose all respect for anybody that I know, African or American or not. You know, in fact, I think a lot of the people in the anime YouTubing community would disown our friendship or disavow or whatever. And it's like, granted, if I'm doing it in the PewDiePie way, where what happened with PewDiePie, I would understand. But doing it the VTuber way, or for instance, if God help me, I was reading Mark Twain on stream, right? Reading the actual quote in the context of that, I would be very disappointed in people for for how they would react to it. Anyway,
my best friend, he's like a fifth black. So the joke is he gave me a fifth of an N-word pass. So it's like.
So you can just say the N. So is that what the N in FDD&M represents?
Oh.
Freaky,
the word is 5 letters long, right?
Dick.
Oh no, it's 6 letters, right? Anyway, yeah, my friend Andrew my friend Andrew used to claim that he was black from the waist down.
Oh god.
He's half black from the waist down, right?
Nice.
Banned words will be replaced with new words that will eventually be banned. Yep. Lance says, but I can't put the title in a YouTube chat. Don't want us to get pulverized. Yes, in fact, you have to be careful. I should have said this at the very beginning. YouTube is taking down. I'm actually surprised we have a chat today. After the Capitol stuff, for like a day and a half, every live stream I watched, the chat was disabled. Not by the uploader, but by YouTube. YouTube was disabling the chat because they don't want people spreading the narrative they don't want people to believe, right? Because what happened at the Capitol, come get me, YouTube, because I watched the live streams as they were happening. What happened at the Capitol was Alex Jones was asked by Donald Trump to lead the march to the Capitol building. And Alex was supposed to start the march halfway through the Trump. Yeah, halfway through Trump's speech. Because by the time everybody was leaving, the speech would be over, right? Trump's speech started like an hour later than it was supposed to, right? And Trump said that he was going to go with them to the Capitol, and then he didn't. He didn't go to the Capitol. He got taken back to the White House. Now, I don't know if Trump's Secret Service said, I know that you promised them you're going there. That is a security risk we can't do. So they took him to the wrong place, or if they didn't even tell him until he was already there. I don't know. I don't know what happened there, but he did not go back to the Capitol. Now, I watched the speech. There was absolutely zero incitement of violence, none. This was the purpose, again, just to make this crystal clear. The purpose of the presence of people in Washington, D.C. was to embolden the people who were going to object to say, hey, we're here for you. We support you. This is the right thing to do, constitutionally the right thing to do. There's plenty of evidence of fraud that has been brought up in 30, 40, maybe 50 hours worth of testimony in different states that has been broadcast and live streamed to Senate hearings and whatnot. 700 plus affidavits of people under penalty of perjury to say that they witnessed fraud, right? And so these people in the Capitol were there to embolden the people who were going to have to do something that was going to get them scorned and attacked by the media, as we have seen happen since this occurred. The purpose of being there was not to occupy the building. Although I will point out that numerous times in the last few years alone, people have occupied the Capitol buildings, and they have not been called insurrectionists, as the people who walked peacefully through the majority of the Capitol were. Now, again, the purpose of them being there was to be a presence outside of the building. Hey, there's like 100, 200,000 people here who are supporting you in this difficult call that is uncomfortable and causes a constitutional crisis for you to object to these votes, right? Now, when they got there, according to reports, I have not seen proof of this, but according to reports, people said that there were buses that brought in groups before they got there. So there were already people at the Capitol building, supposedly Antifa. Again, this is speculation. There is video going around of a guy claiming this occurred, and he pulls out his phone and shows the person recording footage of the buses arriving and all that stuff. But I have not confirmed that video of the guy saying that and showing the thing is from that day, right? It is possible that this is a prior event, because you'll have to remember there were events across the country where pallets of bricks were just conveniently located where the riots were about to occur to allow people to cause mayhem, right? So the busing in and all that seems to be a theme. I'm not saying that it didn't happen at the Capitol on January 6th, but it's hard to say if that particular video floating around is indicative of something that happened on that day, or if that footage is clipped out any qualifiers that say, oh, it's Easter or whatever day instead, right? So Alex Jones gets there, and the agent provocateurs at the front of the line are literally fucking getting maced by the police, and then somebody else pulls out their bear mace and returns fire with it on the cops. Alex Jones climbed up on top of like some pile of chairs or something. They reported that he was standing on a car parked on the lawn of the Capitol, which wasn't true. He gets up on some like rig to get higher up and using the loudspeaker to tell people, stop what the fuck you're doing, right? They broke through, and again, there are photo ops of the breakthroughs, and then there are separate entrances where they're like, all right, come on through, separate footage from different places showing them letting people through. And they went in, and again, this is something that's very important to understand. As a lot of people said on that day, this building belongs to we the people, right? You are supposed to be able to go to different Capitol buildings in the United States as long as you are not carrying a weapon, right, and are an obvious threat, and walk right into the office of the senator who works in that state, and be in their office and watch them work and communicate with them. And, to a degree, sometimes when they're extremely busy, they might, ask you to wait to see them or whatever. But you're supposed to have free roam of these buildings. These federal buildings are there for, the state capitals and stuff. They're there. They belong to the people, right? So I understand the security risk of letting a huge number of people into the U.S. Capitol while every senator is in there and Congress is in session and everything. But being let in,
but not searching anybody.
But see, the thing is that DC, you aren't allowed to have guns in DC at all, right? It's not supposed to be something. But how can you possibly determine that every single person who came through, because a lot of people drove there, don't have any guns? You know what I mean? It's like it needs the place needs to remain secure. So you could not argue that everybody there wasn't armed. That's not an argument you can actually make, right? But what I'm getting at is that being let into the building, especially being waved in, appears to be like that's not something necessarily that you would question. But the problem is when one side of the Capitol is being waved in and the other side of the Capitol is breaking in, and there's all this kinetic energy behind that, it gets these people riled up. And for just to be clear, there were people who were trying to get through the barricades. They had other people come up and grab them and yank them away. Some guy pointed out somebody that was Antifa right away, and that guy got the shit kicked out of him while he was being pulled back because they knew they were there. It was an obvious thing that was going to occur. But then they got into the building, and in some places there was full-on brawls happening with the police, and in other areas they were just being walked down the hallway. There's a famous, or now like sort of famous thing of the entrance, and then they have like what are those called? The rope lines, like at a movie theater to like the and they're like they're not throwing shit, they're not breaking shit, they're not doing anything to it. They walk right through, they don't even knock them over, the rope wall lines or whatever. And then they get to the part where they actually get to, because I guess you've got the House and the Senate on opposite sides of each other in the chambers, and these things are happening simultaneously. So the live stream I was watching was following the House, while the Senate, where Mitch McConnell was doing his shenanigans, was happening simultaneously. And I'm watching this guy. I'm watching somebody, I forget who specifically it was, the first guy objecting. And again, this is the goal, is for people to object. And he brings up a sheet, and he's got like fucking visual aids and stuff to make his point. He brings up a sheet about there's 190
visual aids that Lance has.
190 Republicans are backing this objection. 0 Democrats are, right? And then like literally the thing that Trump supporters are vying for is happening. So the worst possible thing you could do while the thing that you are there to support is happening is break into the fucking Capitol, right? And stop it, cause a security breach that causes them to have to cease the activity and reconvene later after they escape the Capitol and then are brought back in later, right? So anyway, while that's going on, I'm watching the guy behind, like in the background, watching the guy behind him, and he's wearing a mask, but you can see the shit-eating grin on his face, and he keeps looking over to the corner, and the camera has been on like the main podium where Nancy Pelosi is the Speaker of the House is, and then it cuts away back to him, and he's like laughing and like watching, and then it cuts back, and Nancy Pelosi's just fucking gone, and then they had to they had to tell people to like get under your desk and everything, and then the woman got shot. I guess that was in the Senate part of it that I wasn't watching. The woman gets shot by the Secret Service or whoever, the Capitol Police who are there. And she gets shot like in the neck, and she's bleeding from the neck and her mouth and everything. And that basically sets everything weird. Like that could have been the thing that would set everything off. And instead, like everything immediately calms down, you know? And the weird thing is that I understand, like if we're looking now, look, there's a whole separate narrative that I'm not going to entertain. Might be true, I don't know, but I'm not going to entertain it as a real thing right now, that this was a planned crisis actor shenanigan with her in order to grandstand on her death and all that stuff for the agenda that's being pushed right now and everything. But I understand why the guy in there shot her, because they broke through the window of that room, and she's climbing up through the broken window to enter the room. And if there are senators in that room that have not been escaped, they are being put at risk. And the continuity of government, for whatever reason, is so important, even though the Declaration of Independence clearly outlines the right of revolution to the people to alter and abolish their government when it no longer serves their interests. So part of me watching it was like, fuck, man, I'm ready for this revolution. If this is what's going down, it's like, I'm not there. I'm not doing it. But, well, I guess I for one, welcome our new robot overlords, so to speak. And it could have gone that way if that was their intent, and those several 100,000 people all were working their way in or blocking the exits, or, knew where the secret tunnels lead. Or so to speak, but
oh my God.
But I understand why they shot her. But the problem is that there's a bunch of armed cops right behind her. Why didn't they stop her? You know what I mean? It's a weird stuff going on. So anyway, again, I don't condone the people who got through. I definitely don't condone the fact that it looked like they were being let in some entrances. Some funny shit happened. Apparently, Nancy Pelosi's laptop was left in her office. because they had been evacuated so quickly. And Elijah Sharp, I think his name is, or a journalist, had tweeted out a picture of it. And you could see her emails, that she gets email alerts for Trump's tweets, which was funny to me. But then that photo has been pulled down. I'm sure you could still find it, but Elijah Sharp pulled it down because security risk, national security risk. But apparently that laptop was stolen. And again, I don't know. You'd be a fucking idiot to turn that shit on in the continental United States. If you wanted to get in there, I hope you're smart enough to like clone that drive before opening it, because I just wouldn't want that. They've got Find My Device on in that MacBook. Yeah, so there was that, and then also the somebody stole like an envelope addressed to Nancy Pelosi off of her desk, which again I believe is a felony to touch other people's mail. So great job, idiot. Then the other guy stole the lectern, which again, this is all, I enjoyed the epic lulls of that day to a degree that you will never quite understand the irony of how funny I found all of it. But at the same time, it was a Leroy Jenkins of the plan that supposedly the Trump people were putting forth. But I will say this. There is no way in hell that Trump is stupid enough to think that wasn't going to happen. There is no fucking way in hell that he would actually think they weren't going to do that, right? That there would not be agent provocateurs in there, that there would not be a photo opportunity and a narrative crafted, that there is no way he was stupid enough to not think that was all going to happen. So does he have another plan? I like to think so. I don't know. But I'll tell you one thing. I know he's not stupid enough to actually think that was going to work, that wasn't going to happen, And I've been seeing this thing, an old Trump interview going around of Trump talking to like Larry King or somebody when he was much younger. And he talked about something that he had said. I think I wrote it in my first book even. Someday I'd like to just lose it all for a little while to find out who actually remains loyal, right? Because you'd be surprised who the people you think would remain loyal when things go dark and things get bad. You'd be surprised who actually sticks around, You
mean how if you put that Grand Theft Auto video up?
Yes. Again, the fact that we are still live is a miracle to me. Like in terms of, I fully expect YouTube.
Are we still monetized?
Oh, I don't know. Probably not. But after YouTube, look. I'm noticing the people I'm following on Twitter. The number is getting smaller every day. The channels that I follow is shrinking, and the fact that I have not been pulled off of any platform, and again, I'm not really a radical or anything, like there's no reason to ban me, but I've seen other people like Lance, for example, banned for less, Let me pull up the link to the thing. I'll find out if we're still monetized. I'll find out if I remember to actually monetize us to begin with. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I did. Hey, Reese, when it got close to hold on. When it got close to time to stream, did it give us an error or a warning about Facebook?
No.
It didn't. Okay, so here's why I'm asking. Oh, I'm not logged in. I'm not logged in on YouTube anymore. Hold on. It's got me logged in. I'm like, where's the edit button so I can look to see if I'm still monetized? Okay, so the reason I ask is because when I created the stream, I didn't know if we were going to do it today or not because I went to bed so fucking late. But I created the stream without inputting a date. and time.
Oh yeah.
So that because what I wanted it to do is I wanted it to alert people that we are doing a stream, but not give them a date because I hate it when we have to keep pushing it back because they're always a guess. I don't know when we're actually going to go live. I'd like to go live at certain times, but it depends on, especially where I'm living now, whether or not that's going to even be a possible thing. I just don't know, you know. So, but I noticed what I did is I did that, and then I looked at the stream on YouTube, and it was saying like waiting on the anime collector, and it basically set immediately as the time, right? So that wasn't going to help because then it seemed like anybody who found the stream would think, oh, he's about to go live, and then just wait there for like 17 hours or whatever, you know. So I didn't want that to happen. I guess actually it would be like 14 hours even, not 17 because I went to bed so late. But I didn't want that to happen, so I changed it on YouTube specifically, but not Facebook. And I'm wondering if I've learned a way to trick Facebook into not giving us the error. Otherwise, maybe we're not live on Facebook. Anyway, so let me see.
That
We
one
are
time,
still
like
monetized.
that one time.
Yeah, last
we
podcast.
only got like half
through.
the podcast on Facebook. Yeah.
God damn it! At least I was able to download it before because I one of the reasons why I have us streaming to Facebook as well is if YouTube did take us down and I wasn't able to get the footage back, I want to be able to have the Facebook streams as a backup. And of course, also I just want to grow our audience ship from there too. Wouldn't be a bad thing to do that.
I forgot to link it to Discord. God damn it.
Well, we had a considerable number of a considerable amount of viewers tonight, regardless. So I'm happy for that. Thank you guys for being here, and remember to like the video. Anyway, so I was. So just to wrap up the whole stuff about the Capitol. So what happened after? Trump recorded a video, and he posted it to Twitter, and the video said, "Go home." It said, this is a travesty. Nobody should have entered the Capitol. This is wrong. Please,
love you. Go
home in peace, peacefully. Please go home. Posted that, and then in like less than a minute after that was posted, Twitter deleted that tweet and claimed he was inciting violence and froze his account for 12 hours for saying something like that. Right? Yeah. And of course, people downloaded it and started sharing it immediately, right? And then because you're going to ban him and claim he's inciting violence for telling people to leave, right? And then long story short, he came back on with another video after the 12-hour suspension, and they've pulled him off Twitter outright for saying largely the exact same thing. Condemning the violence and agreeing this isn't quote unquote who we are and all that sort of stuff.
And they're saying that he's been inciting violence.
Right, which again,
reading between the lines.
I was watching the live stream the entire time. No utterance of violence. No, let's burn this fucker down. None of that. Absolutely obvious that there wasn't a desire for violence.
I feel like a lot of people are trying to read between the lines, even though there's nothing between.
I know. Well, it's because again, the easiest trick is it's the dog whistle. You just don't know because you're not trained to hear the dog whistle. So again, that's the cop-out answer of claiming that it's a racist dog whistle. The whole point of getting there, it was the implication you're supposed to storm the White House or the Capitol building, but and again, and so
maybe
and then
it was their people that stormed the White House.
Oh, there goes Reese. Count. So yeah, yes, I think that is one of the narratives forming is people are saying, false flag. This is the burning of the Reichstag. This is what Hitler did to gain power, right? He lit the Reichstag on fire and blamed it on his political opponents in order to gain support behind him. It is literally what they appear to be doing. Because if Trump actually said something to the effect of, let's kill every one of them, tar and feather, whatever. And then they deleted the tweet, but then people had that tweet and they were showing the evidence of him saying that, so to speak. Then yeah, you could totally understand. But the problem is, of course, that the tweet and the video didn't say that at all. And everybody had it. And we were like, are you serious? And then everybody who brought it up and reposted it, they were getting banned off Twitter. People are losing 30,000, 40,000 followers a day since this is happening because all the Trump supporters are reposting that video. And every person who does seems to be getting banned, So this is a con game. And because they've had 4.5 to 5 years of that narrative pattern and brainwashing in the brain pathways, when they tell you, oh, he's inciting violence, it's like, orange man bad, rather than thinking rationally, So this is the hostile. This is a coup. This is an absolute attempted coup. Now,
did you see the video of what is it after Pence announced the results? He was getting an elbow from who was it? Nancy Pelosi.
Yes. Yeah, I did see that. And again, this is the thing is that fucking all these people I was saying earlier, like Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham did a fist bump with Kamala Harris in the Senate floor, I believe. Right? Was that him or somebody else? I think it was him. Yeah. So this has been a charade. And again, to go back to the theory of find out who your loyalists are, this was, make no mistake, fucking the night before the Capitol storming, Trump was in Georgia doing a rally for Kelly Loeffler and is it Purdue? Is that the other guy? Yeah, Purdue and Loeffler. And fucking Loeffler claimed that she was going to object. And then, well, I had planned to object to these votes, but given the violence that occurred today, I can no longer do that. It's like, I'm sorry, hold up. First of all, you're objecting on grounds of fraud. What happened today doesn't change the evidence that is out there that you've seen and claimed to agree about fraud. It doesn't change it at all, right? So you shouldn't change your objection based on a couple people, like 20 people getting into the Capitol building and taking a dump in the stairwell.
Oh my God.
Which apparently one guy did.
Oh God.
So, but what I'm getting at is that this is the et tu brute. Julius Caesar, the stabbing of Caesar is that, all these people who claimed that they were going to stand up for the fact that there's just an absurd amount of fraud that appears to have happened, and every step of the way they've been blocked in taking it through the legal channels and everything. So when it comes down to people being ignored, and you go through this process of trying to object to the votes, this appears to be, like I said, that Julius Caesar moment where it's like, okay, well, everybody's going to turn immediately because, Twitter banned him and they say that he was inciting violence. Oh, well, disavow, because I'm going to lose my career, my political career. It's like, first of all, do you really think that the 74 million Americans who voted for Trump will ever vote for you? Ever? That ain't going to happen. The people who voted for Trump, his loyalists, believe the election was stolen. They believe it. They have seen evidence that has provided them with a reasonable belief system surrounding the narrative that the election was stolen, right? And all it takes really is the fucking graph of the chart, like 3 a.m., to make anybody even doubt it, right? And these people believe that it was stolen. You're politically dead anyway. Okay, if you're elected now, which you're not, Loeffler lost the race. If you're elected now, if you are, then you will not have another term past this term. That's it. You're done, right? Very short-sighted for all of these people. Because even if it turned out that the race was legitimately won by Biden, which I very much doubt, but if it turned out that the fraud, all of the fraud that was seen, when overturned, would still only put Trump within 10 votes or something of that effect, then the people would still be like, first of all, the amount of fraud that we've seen in the first place indicates that an election can be stolen, even if this one wasn't. Which I do believe that this was obviously a coordinated effort rigging, but even if it wasn't stolen, we have seen enough evidence to indicate that the system that we're currently using is hackable and very easily, let's just say it's broken, right? So conspiracy theory idea on what's going on. And again, I'm just entertaining the thought. I think it's very unlikely that Trump thought that that there would be no agent provocateurs, that this was not going to happen. The fact that he said, come to DC on January 6th is going to be wild, right? I feel like this was intentional because, and again, this is just my own theory. I'm entertaining the theory. I think that there is more going on here because even if Trump won in 2020 and the agenda that he is putting forth, that his supporters are supporting him for, this populist agenda, even if we got that for another 4 years, it all disappears in 2024. There is no other Trump, although I will say that General Flynn should absolutely run in 2024. But I think that he's the only person out there that I currently see who could carry the torch another 4 to 8 years. And I absolutely hope that if Trump does somehow circumvent what has happened and come back out on top and actually maintains the presidency for the next 4 years, that General Flynn is the vice president during those 4 years. But what I'm trying to get at is, and again, this is just entertaining a wild theory here. If this is what's going on, and it might be, who knows? Who knows what to believe anymore? I like to think that this is perhaps not a plan, but the outcome of a switcheroo here would fix these problems, because the exposure. I mean, somebody poignantly said today, who would have thought that Trump getting banned off Twitter would be a bigger red pill than stealing the election, right? And what I'm kind of saying here is that the forcing people to move so far, so hard, so quickly, perhaps is waking a lot of sleeping people up. And I kind of think about it like one of the things that's important to recognize about the 2020 election is if they did steal it, and I would argue that they did, we forced them to have to, and I think that that's something that is worth acknowledging for sure, because I'll say this for the fraud. I think the simplest way to get people to understand where we're coming from on the fraud is that if you are trying to tell me that there was no fraud, that 80 million people actually voted for Joe Biden, then you have to come to terms with the fact that what you're saying is that Joe Biden underperformed in every single county as Barack Obama. Every single one of them, except the ones in the swing states. And that Obama, what did he have, like 50 million votes, 63 million votes, something like that? You can tell me that Joe Biden got 80 million, set a new record, and that he got those votes exclusively in the states where they allege fraud happened. That doesn't pan out for me at all. That's absurd, right? Not to mention all the other stuff we've already discussed. Anyway, I'm gonna finish up these chats here, Danny says, we had a similar event here in Senegal. After a farm murder, people gained access to the holding cells and assaulted the suspects. Stop copying us. Right. Dude, in working on the Adolf Hitler of Africa video. I have learned far more things than I care to have wanted to know about South Africa, and it further ingrains my previous opinion that you need to get out. My friend, please, for your own livelihood, get out. Also, I'll jump on Discord in a second, Lance. Let me at least open it before I leave. Okay, so old man says, wait, hold on. The crowd shouted at people not to try to gain access. Yes. Going into the building was stupid. Those people will serve federal time. It has also hurt conservatives for years to come. Yes, which is the plan, right? Well, if you had agent provocateurs, that's the plan. Now, here's the thing, though. If you actually got Antifa to go there, you have a bunch of people who previously wore masks and hoods and stuff to hide their identity, who now are on a bunch of live streams not wearing masks and very obviously identifiable based on their tattoos and whatnot. You've really got to have a lot of faith in the justice system that they're going to be able to let you off the hook in the Biden administration. I'm just saying. I think that those people are about to go to jail for, I think, didn't Trump had I think it was like 7 years minimum for monument destruction, which the Capitol building probably falls under. Yeah, because of the statues being destroyed and everything is why he did that executive order. And then, has anyone seen the movie Idiocracy? What happened could be a scene from that movie. Yeah, to a degree, for sure. How did the police officer die? I don't know how I heard that. I do know, actually. He was bashed in the skull with a fire extinguisher. So can't wait to find out who did that and see them rot in jail, because that's uncalled for.
Or they'll get a medal for, police bad.
Smart move here. Danny says, did you see the clip of Biden, which is, I think, a way to screw up the algorithm, telling a factory worker he is full of shit? What date did that occur? I did see that, for sure. Yeah, he's unhinged. He's too old, that guy. Biden is too old, as we have seen with all the gaffes up to date. And again, but this goes back to the separate narrative thing that I was talking to my wife about, where people so the stuff that you see of Biden getting marble mouthed and not being able to get the words out and stuff, that does happen to Trump too. But they don't show that on the right's. They don't promote that on the right's media outlets, right? Biden stuff they do promote. You promote everything that makes your opponent look stupid and weak and ineffective, and you don't echo the stuff that makes your guy look that way. Same for both sides, right? So everything that they see on, let me put it this way: most people who support Biden have never seen that video. They've never seen the video where he fell asleep on in the interview. They've never seen the video where he said that if you have trouble deciding whether or not you're for me or for Trump, then you ain't black. Or poor kids are just as bright and just as capable as white kids. They've never seen those clips. They suppress them. They don't echo them because they make their guy look bad. So let's see. You're still live? Yeah, it's morning. Yes, I am so ready for bed. That video started very ambiguous. Which one? The Biden one, telling the factory worker he's full of shit. Maybe that was Corn Pop.
I think it was
maybe he recognized him after all these years.
I think it was when we were talking about the Trump one, maybe.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll tell you. Some people are saying that the second video, the one after the one that got him pulled off Twitter, I saw a documentarian guy that I follow said, I don't want to be that guy, but why does this look like a deep fake? And I watched it, and I'll be honest with you. As a visual effects artist, I don't think that was a deep fake. But there is something very weird about it. I don't know what it is. I'd have to look at it more deeply, and I didn't download it. I don't have access to it right now.
What?
I'm sure I can
Did
probably
you
find out.
Snapchat filter
No.
young or less
No,
orange?
some other people are saying that they think it was green screen. The current narrative, and again, I don't know if this is true. I can hope that there's something going on. But the thing is that we're going into the day, what you might call the days of darkness, where we're in the dark ages, so to speak, on what our leader is doing, because we don't have access to his thoughts through Twitter. He's not able to convey messages to us because he's been banned off of Twitch and YouTube and Facebook and like Pinterest and fucking everything. He's been banned off of Spotify. They are actively attempting to prevent him from presenting information to his followers. So, but the current belief system that people have is that video was green screened as a way to make his detractors think he was still at the White House. And in actuality, he's in a military command base in Abilene, Texas. Is that true? I don't know. It beats the idea that he's cowering in the basement. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see where things go. I don't know. I really don't know. I've said numerous times, I do not follow Q. I don't think that QAnon is I think it's a psyop. Whether or not it's a nefarious psyop or not, I don't know. But I do think that I have a problem with it on the grounds that most of the things that it is exposed are things that the rest of the conspiracy crowd has already known for years. And it creates what I have called in the past the pacification of prophecy, meaning when it says trust the plan, and everybody is expected to follow the plan or just stand back, have faith, and know that everything's going to be okay because there's a plan, it stops you from activating. It stops you from doing anything. You think all I have to do is sit back, and then you don't engage and be a part of the crucial process of the mechanism that gets things to move the direction that you want it to go. So I don't know. I don't agree with QAnon. I think that it is probably let me rephrase. I think that a lot of the things that the person purporting to be Q has said are true. But as I said before, nearly all of them were things that have been known in the conspiracy-minded circles for decades. But I think the danger of Q is the interpreters, the people, because the drops are so what's the word, ambiguous. I think that it opens up that cultish like approach to interpretation and gatekeeping that is probably doing a lot more harm than good. I don't know. So I'm not gonna. I don't know where President Trump is. Is he in Abilene, Texas, at the command center? Maybe. Is he in the White House? Maybe. Is he at Trump Tower? Who knows? Mar-a-Lago? I don't know. Maybe he fled the country. I don't know. I don't know where he is. I haven't heard anything from him. It's an interesting time to be alive, for sure. So I'm going to just move on from that and say, I don't know. But I will say that I only watched the video once when it first aired because I have notifications turned on when President Trump tweets. I wanted to see those videos as soon as they came out. I did, and then they were gone. And there's something weird about that video. The thing that I thought was most weird was the camera angle change midway through the speech and then changing back. It was weirdly placed and seemed to me like perhaps it was trying to hide a cut in the footage the way that I would do on the old Anime Collector videos. So it was I was a little wise to the tricks, and that was it, because it cuts at a weird moment that seems to not have any direction towards, like, there's no reason to cut. Like if you take a breath and you cut before you share another thought, or you look at a different camera or something, there's a reason to cut, but it's weird. It's weirdly placed, and I'm not sure what's going on about it. Maybe after I'm done here, I'll see if I can find the footage and take a look on BitChute or something and see what it's about. Because there's definitely something weird about it, but I couldn't on my phone viewing immediately piece together what that might be. Anyway, I didn't even read this. This became a very tense conversation very quickly. LOL, I'm clenching my butt. We never know what is going to happen. I've been telling people, shut up, listen, wait, watch, and most of all, stay calm. Yeah, I agree there. The world is a horrible place, and it will eat you alive. You have a very effective tattoo database. Well, see, the thing is that, and that's another thing I should point out, just to at least dispel the disinformation.
That you have
the
mad
picture that's going. Well, the picture that's going around of the Antifa guy with the tattoo, people are claiming it's a hammer and sickle on his hand. It's not. It's the tattoo from Dishonored or whatever that game is. It's very clearly that. It's not a communist symbol. Let people keep hating police. When something goes wrong, they will call them. Yeah, I love Matt Gaetz' 5-minute speech with the people in the Senate when he said, obviously we all condemn what happened here today. Although I am relieved to have one single day this in the last year where my Democrat colleagues have not called to defund the police. Because obviously they were calling for the police when they were storming the Capitol. Right. It is not a contest of how good you can do in proving yourself to be the best candidate, but a contest of how bad you can make your opponent look. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Human rights have rendered the police here pretty much toothless. Yeah, for sure. That's South Africa. Trump should have left Twitter years ago, establishing a new platform in the process. It is too late now. See, here's the thing. I've been in this for a long time, very long time. And I was watching InfoWars when Matt Drudge came in. A first appearance in public in possibly ever. They had him lit in one of those ways where they had him lit in one of those ways where you couldn't see his face and everything. And he told Alex Jones that he had been briefed by a Supreme Court justice what the plan was going forward for how to control speech. And he said that they are going to come for your platforms. You need to get out of these internet ghettos and establish your own platforms. And Alex Jones did. And shortly later, he was banned off of YouTube and Twitter and Facebook. So Alex Jones created Band.video, their own YouTube for their product, their InfoWars stuff. And again, this isn't a staunch endorsement of InfoWars. You have to understand, again, that I watch everybody, especially back in that time of my life. I was following everybody. To quote Bill Cooper, read everything, listen to everybody, but trust only what you can back up with your own research. And again, this goes back to wanting to know why people believe what they believe. I followed the Young Turks. I followed Tim Pool. I followed Alex Jones. I followed people worse than Richard Spencer to just know, what different ranges of extremists were believing and spouting. And there were some people, I'll tell you, I'll be fully honest with you, there were some people who said things and expressed things that were so vile to me that I actually sighed a sigh of relief when YouTube did a purge and they were gone, because I could not take it anymore with some of the racism that I was experiencing on YouTube's platform on a weekly basis with some of the people there. And I forgot where I was going now, but the regarding old man's comment here, boy, I'm really losing my brain here. So I think that we are seeing it is impossible. That's the purpose. Again, this goes into people thought the mark of the beast, so to speak. And again, I look at the Bible more metaphorically than literally, right? I'm one of those fools. I don't think that. So I argued years ago to a friend of mine. Who's to say the mark of the beast, which in the Bible it says the mark of the beast will be on the right hand or the forehead? And I said, who's to say the mark of the beast isn't your smartphone or your Google Glass, right? Because the way that you get people to take, quote unquote, the mark of the beast is to make it something that they want to have. And what the mark isn't even some nefarious looking thing. If you really read into the Bible,
it's dildo.
Well, it's what it is it's a gate. It's a key to the gate of society, right? Meaning that because it says those who do not have the mark cannot buy, cannot sell, cannot live, right? And what that means is, look, if you are living in the information age, and we're about to roll out what did I call it, the interverse or whatever it was called, the new internet 2.0, that's going to be like that they're trying to work on right now. The people who made not Fallout. What's that game PUBG is based on? Oh my God. Starts with an F, right?
The what?
The game
Fortnite?
that PUBG, Fortnite, yes. The people who made Fortnite are working on. It's going to basically be, the internet is going to be what you see when you watch Ghost in the Shell and they're hanging out in the cyberbrain, right? It's going to be a VR experience where the current internet is a 2D realm where you're access it based on a flat screen, and the new internet they're trying to make is going to be a 3D world that you experience in a style similar to Ready Player One, right? And so if you can't access the internet, you can't live. They are creating a system where you will not be able to live. So what we have here, when we say that, like, okay, so if you Eyes of the Wolf 101 is coming in here with some interesting. So Eyes of the Wolf 101 says, or the chemical luciferians to detect whether or not you took the vaccine. Yeah, see, this is an interesting concept about this pandemic, and this is why I'm treading so softly when it comes to Vexille, and like the lessons sort of learned from this movie is that there has to be an end game beyond the actual vaccine. I don't believe. See, the thing is, I don't think that the vaccine is the goal. The fear of the virus is the goal, because they want you to be afraid of the virus and create the problem. Again, it's problem, reaction, solution, the Hegelian dialectic of thesis, antithesis, of create the problem, make it fucking horrible, lock down, destroy small businesses, make life unlivable, and then offer up a solution. And at that point, after you've been yelling and screaming at the government for months, you stupid fucking idiots, stop what you're doing. Open the economy, blah, 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 blah. When they offer that solution, when you're 8 months behind on rent and about to be evicted and lose everything that you have, and they say, okay, we're going to start universal basic income. Just give me fucking money. I'm about to lose everything, right? That's the problem, reaction, solution. So what I see here is you create a problem, and as far as I'll go, look, fuck it, we're going to get banned anyway. I'm going to give you my thoughts on what's going on with the pandemic. COVID-19 has a 99.7% survival rate for people under 70. So how do you actually get people scared of it? Well,
inflate the numbers.
You give everybody the wrong treatment.
Oh, crap.
Ventilators are killing people.
Really?
It's the wrong treatment. So, and of course, you report literally every single death is COVID, right? To inflate the numbers.
Yeah, someone gets
but what we
decapitated
do-
from like a train. They're
Yes,
like,
they're reporting them as COVID deaths. Yes. You have a heart attack, it's COVID death. You get a gunshot wound to the face, COVID death. Yeah. Right. So you can inflate the numbers.
The common cold is non-existent this year.
Yeah, and you know why? So, and again, this is the guys. PCR tests to find out if you have COVID. They test to find out if you have a coronavirus. A coronavirus is a common cold. In fact, I don't have it on hand right this second, but I could play for you a call of a guy calling the CDC to ask about the vaccine and how the CDC recommends that you get the vaccine and then continue to wear a mask and social distance, and that you may still be contagious, and all the, like, literally completely all the things that make a vaccine worth getting completely invalidated by the thing they're saying you should still do all of these other things, right? They claim it's 99% effective or whatever the fucking number they say the vaccine is, but you still, just to be safe, need to, blah, 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 right? And he calls them in, and they explain literally exactly what I just told you about the PCR tests. They test for coronaviruses. SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19 is not just a coronavirus. It very much is a real, identifiable virus. But again, the problem is that the death toll of COVID-19 is being inflated and causing fear in people because they're using the wrong treatment, and they are incentivizing people to continually make things worse. Because when you give a subsidy to a hospital, if you've got a COVID patient, we're going to give you $3,000 to help get this under control. If they're on a ventilator, you get another $34,000, right? If they die, you get $70,000 or whatever it is. Like, don't quote me on the last one. There's another number in there. I don't recall what the stipulation was for it. And then, of course, with the fucking old folks home, if you've got an old folks home and the person in there has COVID, then it's an extra $30,000 per month or whatever it was. Don't quote me on the numbers here. And then, of course, okay, so 99.7% survival rate for people under 70. Nobody in an old folks home is under 70. And you're creating an incentive for the people who are most susceptible to get the illness. Because the more people in the old folks home that have it, the more money the old folks home is being gifted, right? So this is how the system works, right? And going back to the whole mark of the beast idea, I don't think it's the vaccine itself. I think that the goal is ultimately going to be a loss of anonymity. It is Chinese Communist Party style control, right? They want an internet ID card. They want a vaccine passport, which they've already put forth. All these different. They're moving in that direction. They've already outwardly come out with this plan, right? And the way that you do this, and again, the Bible doesn't say that the mark of the beast is something where it's like, oh, this is an allegiance to Satan, so to speak, necessarily, as so much as it does say that what the beast system is a way to that if you do not take it, that you can't buy or sell or essentially live, right? And the way that you create this is to create fear in a virus, and then you create more and more viruses, or rather, let's just say more and more viruses occur. The pandemics keep getting worse, and you say you've already got all these people who are a year and a half almost now, let's say, by the time this rolls out, behind on their rent, right? Because UN Agenda 2030, global reset, all the things that they've been, telling you that they wanted to do for all this time, and then conveniently, the timeline seems way more realistic now that COVID's happening. You're going to own nothing, and you're going to be happy for, your home will be rented. You won't own anything. You will. When you're not in your house, it will be used by other people. When you go to the store, it'll be used quickly for some meeting or some shit. All of these things are things that they've been talking about for years and years and years. And the way that I think that you get that beast system in place is to get people afraid, make life unlivable, during the pandemic, and then say, oh, a worse pandemic is here, right? And then you can use that to gain more and more control, get those databases running, and then eventually the side operative going on right now is regarding the the anonymity on the internet. Can't have that. Can't have anonymity. Got to have somebody tied to it, because what's going to happen when all of a sudden, you ban Trump off of Twitter, and then he just posts a video on our new account, and then everybody retweets it, right? All of his supporters start finding it and retweet it, and then his message gets out there, right? Can't have that. Got to stop that. Can't let anybody on without, you know what I mean? Like, these are the dangerous directions that things are going, and it should scare the living daylights out of everybody, right? Regardless of how much you do or do not like President Trump or any of these things. These are all very, very real, scary futures we're looking at, you know? Anyway, mouse. Yes, holy shit, we are still going, although we should wrap it up. I really should. Honestly, even if they don't like him, he was literally the president. This is all horrific optics for America on the world stage. Tech companies are bent on making America look as bad as possible. I mean, I don't know that their express purpose is to make America look bad so much as it is a byproduct of their actual goal. Luciferians, going back to Eyes of the Wolves. Where am I going? I lost it. Here it is. Okay. ATMA, Arma, I'm not sure. These DayZ, okay. See, this is the thing. These things are probably all over in video games that I've never played because I haven't gamed, since fucking PlayStation 2 era. DayZ's a movie though, right? Is it? It's a movie and a book, isn't it?
Well,
is it a game?
It could be.
World War Z. World War Z was the movie. Never mind. They were trying to help me on the name of the game. Fortnite. Yes. Okay. Fortnite is based on PUBG, not the other. Well, whatever. I've never played it. I was just trying to come up with the name. You need at least 3 jabs to give you 100% protection. The South African mutation will probably leave the current vaccines ineffective here. Yeah, that's the thing. And again, the mRNA vaccines that alter your DNA. I've heard some crazy theories from, again, at this point, who even knows who to believe? People are saying that because it alters your DNA, at a certain point, it undoes your covenant with the blood of Christ because it makes you no longer human and the covenant is with humans. Just like some bizarre theory. I've heard a lot. Again, I listen to everybody, guys. And again, I'm just trying to make it as best I can. And I'm operating on the firm belief that I have no idea what's going on, So there is a new drug that has a component with Lucifer in the name that allows doctors to detect whether or not the vaccine was taken. The component actually exists in nature. Okay, let me be abundant. This is true.
The trackers that they're putting in the vaccine.
They are working on a patent for a type of ink that will go in with your vaccine and will create a sort of barcode that can be accessed by a modified iPhone app to read and have your vaccine indication on your arm. And again, if that's part of the mark of the beast system, then
that's scary.
Sure. It is, right?
I don't.
And
like
the idea that to live in a place, if you live in a country where you do not get to control what foreign substances are injected directly into your body, you aren't living in a free country, right? That's fucking horrifying, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, regardless of whether or not you are for or against vaccines, nobody should be for mandatory vaccination. Nobody. And you know what? I gotta say, I am thrilled at the idea that I'm learning how against that concept so many people are in recent years. Because when I would have talked about this when I was originally recording the review that I was working on years ago for Vexille, I would have been laughed off the internet for the things that I'm expressing to you guys today that scarily seem all that much more plausible than if I had said this 4 years ago or 6 years ago now. So let's see. I'm not near my PC, unfortunately, but there is growing evidence of that some of these vaccines are not working properly. Oh, fuck, man. Dude, the thing that should alarm you the most about the COVID vaccine is that if they rolled it out so quickly, which is one of the things that should always be in the back of your mind when it comes to the idea of Trump, because they're rolling this out because Trump got it rolled out. That is something that should never be forgotten. And I am amazed at myself and other people that I watch talk about Trump, and therefore, the America First agenda, so to speak, and taking care of all of because you guys got to understand that everything that America's been doing for the last 30, 40, 50, 60 years, they have been selling out the country, like cutting pieces off of it and selling it to the highest bidder. So much public land, private land in the United States, swaths of land, hundreds of square feet, thousands of square feet, square miles even, are owned by China. They're selling our land to China. We got resources here, oil, minerals, all these things that are being sold to another country. They are cutting pieces of this country off. Our pensions, our just everything about is just being sold out. God, I'm really fucking tired today, but they've been doing this all this time, and Trump comes in and says, "Let's not do that," right? And for anybody who's been paying attention, like, thank fucking God somebody has finally argued that maybe we shouldn't be at war in the Middle East. Maybe we shouldn't be selling out to China. Remember how many times there were those compilations of China, 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 China? All the time Trump said China during 2016. Mm-hmm. Like, these are things that the people who were in the know were receptive to, because we know what's been going on. And ultimately, that's the scariest thing, is because China is a fucking hellhole of totalitarian control. And that is the blueprint that is intended to be applied everywhere, because nobody wants to give away their power and their control. Let's see. Oh, shoot, that's actually so simple. I've never heard someone mention that before, the ventilator thing. Yeah, so, and here's the thing. Some doctors have recognized that it was a problem, and there's a drug. It's a fucking miracle drug. It's called ivermectin. That drug has been outstanding for treating COVID because it's weirdly acts as a vaccine. It actually has shown that the people in the trial that they did who took it, the frontline workers, none of them got COVID. None of them did. But the guy who came up with it, with the idea to use it, I believe, I could be mixing this up. I barely got any sleep last night, and I am clearly fatigued now, so I'm kind of losing it. But the guy who came up with the idea to test it, he had argued that COVID, the reason why COVID was dangerous is because people, their lungs get weak. So ivermectin, or some other drug that I'm confusing with the full story of how ivermectin comes into this, is a steroid that strengthens the ability to breathe, and that was saving people, whereas the ventilators were killing them. Because ventilators are not something ventilators are a last resort in normal medical procedure. You do not put somebody on that, because the body, when the body stops breathing on its own, it becomes very easy for it to die, Yeah. Anyway, just going to rattle through these because we're definitely getting banned off YouTube at some point, but hopefully we can skirt under the radar. It's funny. None of the videos that I've produced where we've talked about COVID or anything have any of the things under the, like where it says CDC says blah, 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 or this has been called for Biden. None of them pop up because
into the podcast.
None of them pop up because I don't put election or anything in the tags.
You shouldn't.
Yeah, or in the title, the headline. So anyway, luciferase. So you are talking about something completely different, I guess. Luciferase has been known for a very long time and used in your ATP analysis for microbial contamination. It is the enzyme that occurs naturally in fireflies. So Lucifer is known in the Bible as the light bringer. In Greek mythology, it's Hermes, Prometheus, who brought fire down from the gods. So it makes sense that they would name it luciferase. because it's for fireflies who bring light, right? The application had just been adapted. So, okay, so you were talking about the chemical luciferase. I thought you were talking about, because that's why you said, or the chemical luciferase, right? To detect whether or not you took the vaccine. That's interesting. I hadn't considered that. Let me see. Boy, I'm losing my voice here.
It's because
Okay,
you're so adamant on reading all the chats, but more chats come in by the time you finish.
Yeah, well, it's because I go on tangents is why. I'm really glad COVID is 19 since it's fucking everywhere. Since it's fucking everywhere. He's glad it's 19 because it's fucking everyone. Yeah, it'd be sure ashamed if it was COVID 12.
Oh, Jesus.
eCasher says, "Oh well," and I am convinced that most of the health problems people are experiencing starts with the anxiety with figuring out what might happen to them if they get the virus. See, again, that's the problem of that's why Trump kept saying the cure cannot be worse than the disease, and the fact that, so many people they've gone completely insane, to the point where they're attacking people in public who aren't wearing a mask, when it's like, bro, just go away from them. You don't need to come all the way across the other side of the store and get in their face. You're putting yourself at risk if that's actually something you believe, right? If you let your mind wander, there is no limit to what you might experience, since your mind can send signals to your nervous system. True. Yeah, I've always been really fascinated with is the idea of have you seen that experiment they do? And I don't know, maybe this is bullshit and they've been faking it all this time, where they take plants and they put them in a pot to start growing a seed, and they'll write different words on the pots. And the words that are kind or whatever, those plants flourish. And the words that are hateful, the plants don't do as well. Or like the idea of plants listening to music, and they play soft classical music, the plants do well, versus like screamo, they don't do well. It's an interesting concept. Okay, so eCasher says the way they were tracking the spread and how they reported on Italy definitely worked to strike some fear in me early in 2020. Realizing how much manipulation was going on got me thinking, well, I'll remind you of all the reports in the U.S. talking about the New York hospital using footage of the shit from Italy that they did constantly, that we covered. AC brings up Mark of Satan. FDM says, "Hail Satan."
Yeah, babe.
Where is Satan 666? God damn.
Yeah, we really miss that guy.
Yeah, we need some answers, Satan. My hope is that tech people working to create...
This would be the perfect time for Jesus to pop back in.
Yeah. So regarding this thing, eCash says, my hope is that the tech people working to create an anonymous internet win out over the people who want the system tied to identity. There's a lot of promising projects, but only time will tell. Now, so here's something I want to say. When I was working on the Vexille review originally, we're going way more into this expose than I was planning to share with you guys, but I'm glad that I have a place where I can share my thoughts. While I was going into this review, one of the things I looked at very closely was the Rothschild banking conspiracy, and something that I have to tell myself, because I don't want to be in the end times. Something I have to tell myself is that when Hitler was in Germany, tyrannically ruling, and it was the worst, the Holocaust is occurring, it's the worst bloodshed anybody's ever seen. Christians all over the place said, this is it. This is the end times, right? And they stood down. This is why I talk about the pacification of prophecy. During the Civil War, same thing happened. Oh, Jesus Christ, we've never seen a bloodshed like this. This is the end times, right? Well, I like to think that where we're at right now is no different from those times, right? because what I observed as I researched the Rothschild family, I observed, and more specifically their Bavarian Illuminati ties, is that there is a concerted effort to fulfill the prophecy in the Bible. And one of the ways that they did that was to obtain the nation of Palestine, which at the time was under British rule. Because in World War I, the Rothschilds, who may actually have been, I say may actually because I know YouTube's going to ban me if I say the other way, but they're going to probably do it anyway. The Rothschilds in World War I, they promised to get America to fight on behalf of the British on the grounds that they got the nation of Palestine, right? Which was under British rule at that time. Let me, shit, I don't have a B key. Hold on. It would be easier for me to just read it to you, the Balfour Declaration. So what happened was, you have to understand that the way that the Rothschild family controlled all these different, sovereign nations is through their money supply, right? And that's what a central bank is meant to do. The fuck? Apparently, it took me to an actual website instead of a Google search. So, there's all these quotes of the Rothschild family saying things such as, "I care not who writes the laws. He who controls the money supply controls the country," or something, and I control the money supply. All these sort of things. So I want to read you guys, and you can go to a museum and see this. I still have the chat. Good. Let me. Hold on. It's on the wrong window. Here we go. The Balfour Declaration. It says, "Dear Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in conveying to you, on behalf of His Majesty's government, the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object. It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation." So Richard Balfour was basically the hand of the king, so to speak. He spoke on behalf of the king at the time. And what happened is, during World War I, America was isolationist, like Japan in general, and also in Vexille. And we didn't have any interest in joining the war because that was Europe's war. Who fucking cares? America, bitch, right? Why waste our lives and ammunitions over there? We were very ambivalent to World War I. And so Rothschild went to the king, or queen, I thought it was. It says His Majesty, but went to the king to negotiate, saying that we will bring America into the war to fight on Britain's behalf on the grounds that we get the nation of Palestine, which was under British rule at the time. And they agreed. And then Germany started to have armistice talks with Britain, which means that they were potentially agreeing to cease fighting, so that Germany would just focus on other places. And this scared the shit out of Rothschild, because they had invested quite a lot of money into getting the nation of Palestine for the purpose of establishing a Zionist Jewish state, which is the nation of Israel today. And so he had to get it in writing, and that's what the Balfour Declaration is, right? That I just read to you. And immediately after this November 2nd, 1917 letter, was received, all of a sudden, all the propaganda started getting printed about Germany to levels that was just fucking ridiculous. Like the idea that they were raping and killing Red Cross nuns and just nurses. Nuns? Are they nuns too? Anyway, it got turned up to 11, right? And America started to sail ships in waters that they knew weren't safe. And the Lusitania got sunk during World War I on purpose to get us in there. And we fought on their behalf. They won the nation of Palestine, among other things I won't go into detail on to take too long, in order to get what they wanted out of it. They formed the League of Nations, which was the first attempt to create a one world government for ultimate control over sovereign nations. Not enough countries signed on to that, although Namibia, where Adolf Hitler known us from, was. So just going back to that, I learned a lot about Namibia doing the research for this thing, and it turns out that because Namibia was previously occupied by Germans, that's why Adolf was a common name there. Anyway, but the League of Nations disbanded because not enough people signed on to it. They weren't ready to subjugate all of their people to non-sovereign rule from some other entity, right? So the League of Nations disbanded and fell apart. Then World War II happens. And again, you recall in the Balfour Declaration that the purpose of what the Rothschilds wanted was to create a Zionist state, right? Which is a return to Israel, right? A Jewish nation state. And a prominent Zionist at the time, Theodor Herzl, had written in his diary that in order for, because look, let me be abundantly clear to you, they got Palestine, but the Jews didn't care. I don't need to go. I'm perfectly fine living in Germany, America, all these different places, right? I don't need to go to Israel or Palestine.
I don't have to go to Jewland.
Yeah, well, they didn't have to go, and they didn't have any reason to want to go. So Theodor Herzl wrote in his diary that in order to accomplish the effort of creating a Zionist state, it was necessary for the suffering of the Jews to become worse, as he put it. And again, I just want to illustrate, when they created the nation of Israel and put the Star of David, which is not a Star of David, on that flag, there was a portrait of Theodor Herzl hanging behind them in the ceremony when they established and basically did their announcement of the nation of Israel as it formed. And so the Rothschilds supposedly orchestrated the rise of Hitler, who, again, I firmly believe was the love child of Baron Rothschild and Marianna Schicklgruber, or not the love child, he's the grandson. He was the grandson of a Rothschild, who was given specific mentoring. In fact, it's interesting. You go back to the original Rothschild, Meyer Amschel Rothschild, whose original name was Meyer Amschel Bauer, who changed his name to Rothschild because Rothschild, or Rothschild in German, means red sign, and is supposedly a reference to the red sign above his counting house as a way to keep the goal in mind at all times, because it was literally his name. Some people believe that the red sign was a red Star of David, which is why that esoteric way of talking I had years and years ago when we did the podcast and we talked about MMO Junkie. Well, no, what was it? It was before that. It was that one where the podcast gets completely derailed for me to just rant about that thing.
This podcast?
Well, this is all that coming to fruition. I forget what it was specifically, but we were talking about Yagi Numa, that guy. I forgot what it was specifically, but there was the anti-Semitic stuff that popped up, and then it was like, well, shit, right? Like, anyway, to stay on topic here. So the Rothschilds orchestrated World War II as well. In a lot of ways, they were pulling a lot of strings because they owned kings and countries. In fact, this is why, they owned, when World War I was happening, I believe it was, they owned Wolf in Germany, the newspaper, Havas in France, and Reuters in England. These are all like well-respected news outlets, and they used them to print the news that they needed to print in order to sway public opinion, because he who controls the media controls the mind, to quote Jim Morrison. And during World War II, they created all these events and orchestrated the Holocaust to slaughter millions of people in order to establish a Zionist state in Israel, which they did. And you'll recall that it said in the Balfour Declaration, clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country, right? That was the grounds through which they said, hey, we'll give you Palestine as long as this is clear, right? Well, Israel's an interesting place because it's an easy way to control the religious right, because they read the word Israel in the Bible and they read the word Israel on a map, and they incorrectly think that they're the same place, even though they're probably located in the same place. I'm not making a claim that way, but the political established like location of Israel, the nation of Israel, ain't the same place as the Bible. In terms of like, they're not. It's like imagine a million years from now, China's overtaken America, and everybody who, like the entire Constitution is gone and everything, and then you make a new place in the same area, and you still call it America or the United States of America or whatever. It's not the same thing, though. The same people aren't living there. The same system of government doesn't exist, right? So anyway, it was found out that nearly all of the original, like, first sequential prime ministers of Israel were actually learned to have been the leaders of the terrorist cells that bombed the Palestinians out of their homes to create the Greater Israel Project in order to get, as I said, to not disturb the non-Jewish communities. They were actually bombing them and getting those people out. And again, I encourage everybody to do their own research on this. It's very heartbreaking stuff. And you see it even today as Israel constantly is growing. And what I'm trying to get at here is that some of the biblical prophecies have largely been fulfilled, but they've been this weird perverted fulfillment. So getting back to the concept here, I do think about us not actually being in the end times, and that this is the attempt to fulfill prophecy for whatever outcome is expected by Luciferian types. But then at the same time, the easiest way to actually get your prophecy fulfilled from like God perspective is to get your enemy to do it for you, right? So like, I don't know, but I like to think that,
a fancy way of saying Satanist?
No, they're different from Satanists. It's hard to explain.
Please don't
I don't have the energy. I don't have the energy to right now. But they aren't the same thing.
4:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to eat and survive.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys can hear, but my stomach has been rumbling like for the last like hour and a half. Okay. Yeah, so let's let me just run through these last chats and we'll be done. But my brain, the roadmap of my brain is completely crumpled up and in the back seat of the car anyway. So yeah, so to wrap up what that point with this was what I was getting at. I think we're at a point now where I think it's equally likely that the road to hell is set for us. All the good intentions aren't going to do anything else. We're sliding there and it's unstoppable. But on the other hand, every single time things get bad, people think it's the end times. And I wonder if we are on the precipice of a outrageous revolution of the world, climbing out from this satanic grasp, holding everybody down, and we're about to enter into a new renaissance of humanity as we enter in the age of Aquarius, of great change, and all these different things. I don't know. Anyway, 4 a.m. See you next time. Eyes of the Wolf. DNA altering vaccines, totally not suspicious, right? Peace, man, and good night. Could it be already in the flu virus? You mean the flu? Yeah, the flu vaccine. See,
I think people tried that.
They're saying I have heard. I'm not saying that there's any evidence to back this up, or that this is necessarily something that I believe and orient my life based on this belief system. But I have heard that there is a weird link between reactions to the current vaccine and people who take the flu shot or something. Maybe it was COVID deaths and flu people who take. There's something weird there. They were noting a connection there. Seb says, "I'm becoming a farmer now. Thanks." Sweet Lord, that is some creepy tech. I hope the people here are smart enough to realize how big an infringement of basic freedoms it is. At this point, it doesn't matter. That's the sad thing. I'm gonna listen, but I will stop making comments. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up here. Also, we'll catch up later. Bye, guys. Peace. Interesting. All right, guys. That's it for me. If we are still here in the near future, I'll be amazed. I really do expect us to get banned at some point. I just say that everything that I said tonight, I do encourage you guys to look into it yourself, because there's every likelihood that I'm wrong about details, But what I try to do is I try to listen to literally as many sources as I can, with varying opinions, and aggregate the knowledge in my brain towards, putting the pieces together until the path seems to be clear. And the clearer it gets, the more avenues you have for research to find out if things are true and not true. And at the end of the day, it's fucking exhausting and absolutely horrible. And I hate living this way. But that's the approach I take. And again, I fully expect to be completely wrong. Maybe the world blows up tomorrow and we don't get banned off YouTube and we just all die. But honestly, I kind of welcome that at this point. But anyway, let's end it here. I'll catch you guys next time. Hope we're still here in a week. We're watching Wolf Children.
Wolf Children next.
Yes, which will be a much lighter topic for the next podcast.
We will be talking about family-friendly bestiality.
I was about to say bestiality.
And I am happy. Well, I'm happy to acknowledge that my discussion here is almost as long as the review that I put together in 2014, and hardly even as good in terms of clarity, because I worked on that over months and constantly came back to it after sleeping and was fresh. But yeah, next podcast at least we'll get to talk about something a little bit more.
We'll be watching Wolf Children, and following that we'll be starting Demon Slayer.
Yes, which I am so looking forward to getting to sit down and watch Demon Slayer. That is going to be an awfully nice distraction from reality. All right. Also, get to slay demons, bitches. All right, guys. Well, thank you guys for joining us today. If you haven't, make sure to like the video. I would normally tell you to share the podcast with people, but I feel like this is kind of a heavy episode. So maybe just share the Adolf Hitler video I've released in the near future instead. That video almost certainly is going to get us banned.
Oh yeah.
Again, just to be abundantly clear for YouTube, we are not pro-Hitler. We're talking about Adolf Hitler Unona, the African Namibian Ompunja constituency politician. Just to be abundantly clear.
Yeah.
All right, take it easy, guys.